Like,
one of these ways.
You muted us.
Am I?
Never fail. I'm bending over. Like,
It
goes live.
Okay. You know, it was probably just coming off of the video and all like that. Things seem to be running a little slower tonight on my end. You know, but in any case, we are here tonight to celebrate a very special occasion, as if we're coming off of Thanos-versary last week, and now this week, Allison hit 1K subscribers last night. You know, and Punk's stealing all the credit for it because it happened on Punk's pit last night.
When did she hit 1,000?
You know, the facts can't be denied. It was
nobody saw it. So,
hey, I have it recorded here. You know, and just
I
like
shouted it out as soon as it happened.
Yeah,
My buddy.
You're welcome.
what the hell? First he's here, then he's gone.
Change your mind, bud.
I got him.
You know,
Hopefully he'll
no. I was going to
hopefully
say,
he'll wait this time.
Ed, I am probably going to have to give the controls over to you because it seems like whenever I try to do something, it's a little delayed tonight.
All right, I got it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but hopefully it'll fix itself out here.
Take over, Alfred. I mean,
Yeah, you sound a little gargled too.
Oh, really? That's not good.
Yeah.
I'll probably just have to log out and then log back in at some point.
Hey,
But
I'll take credit.
No, go. Please, Lawrence, take the credit.
I'll take credit, but I won't take credit if I didn't do it. And we were so close to hitting 18,000 for the Rattler while we were on live, but that happened after my stream. So I won't take credit for that.
It was the replay crew.
I don't know why people even think that was going to get there. The last couple days, it's always
Probably before the.
Probably.
All of a sudden, now it's jumping up because everyone's like, "Well, if I can get all three of them, well, if you would have just ordered it to begin with, you'd already be there. So just shut the fuck up."
Right?
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, fuck up.
And if you want to get on, I will be getting off in like, I don't know, 15 minutes. So I'm an old man and I have to sleep.
Yeah, I won't be on long tonight either because we have to wake up and go to Sergeant Red's for Nuclear Man, who is coming in.
Right now.
Pillow, right?
That should be fun.
What's his name? Pillow?
Mark Pillow.
Mark Pillow.
He's a tall dude because they already took a picture with him, and John's fairly tall, probably like 5'11", and he towers over him.
Well, I was going to say Christopher Reeves was what, 6'2", and this guy was taller than him in the movie.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think it was
Yeah,
6
but Lawrence, your 16-year-old daughter is taller than you, so.
No, she's not. No, she's not.
Man.
4.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
It was a visceral reaction, man.
Yeah,
Did you see that? Did you see that reaction? Wait a minute. No, she's not.
So defensive over that.
Uh-huh.
My oldest used to always make comments how short I was. She stopped growing right underneath me. My niece, Susan's niece, used to always make jokes. She stopped about 2 inches below me. So
6'4".
So there we go. Christopher Reeves was 6'4", and
He's
again,
Same height as my 17-year-old.
Nuclear Man was.
you don't realize that Christopher Reeves was that tall.
Reeve, not Reeves.
No, you don't.
Whatever.
Come on.
There's no S on
Tony.
the end of his name. That was
Regular
George.
English.
brother.
Reeves was George Reeves, right?
Right.
George.
Yes.
Christopher was Reeve.
There was more than one of them.
Michael Keaton is going back to his real name.
To loosen up everything.
What?
Is he
Michael
really?
Beetlejuice?
Apparently, it's going to be hyphenated Keaton Douglas.
Stop.
Well, his
Well,
actual name is Douglas.
Right, but when you join the Screen Actor Guild, you can't have the same name as somebody else, which is why they change it. Like everybody goes, oh, they changed to a stage name. No, it's not even so much a stage name. Once a name is already part of the Screen Actors Guild, you have to change your name.
And no one else had Travis Moody.
He lives in your head rent free.
I think other people
And he's
changed
the
their
only
name
person I know in the
away
Actors
from
Screen
it.
Guild.
Huh? Oh,
He's the only one I know that is in the Actors Screen Guild. So.
Mark is too, Von Cannon.
You get it?
Oh yeah, that's right. You said he has IMDb stuff.
Oh God,
Yeah.
yeah.
I still can't say Mark's last name.
Von Cannon.
One thing I wanted to do here tonight and try to help out Allison is she needs some watch hours, folks, and we're going to try to get her there. She gave me a playlist to post in the chat here, and I'm just dropping that now. If you guys can, especially if you are on a computer of any kind, pull up that playlist and have it running in the background so that this way, we can knock up some watch hours for just because. I mean, it'll be a big help, get those extra watch hours for. And it's good, fun, chill content too, like just put it on while you're zoning out. Or
most of us on here have done her coloring time, so hopefully that's the playlist that she put together, because those are long, especially with me. It's like 2 hours. So it's like, where did this go to 2 hours?
Right.
How did coloring end up 2 hours? I don't understand.
It's
They
quick
kind
how
of
it
like
slips
quick.
away from you like that. It's one of the friggin' things. Like this morning, right? We all we did a little offline hangout with some coffee this morning, and it's just like next thing you knew, 4 hours passed by, and it was like, whoa, what just happened?
Exactly.
Punk's team got their asses
All right.
kicked.
Oh,
Yes, they did.
so we
Yeah,
got
they
Dave's
lost
Dimension
on
here
it.
saying already. It's playing right now on a Chrome tab. Let's friggin' go. That's right, man. Definitely have it playing on in the background. Okay, I'm going to try to jump in and say hello to everybody in the chat because we got quite a few people here. As I just shouted them out, we got Dave's Dimension here with us tonight, hanging out. Todd C is in the house. Stanley's Toy Channel. Derek Hoover, Nolan making us official toy too. We have the wonderful Duchess of Darkness as we get into the creepy season here. Make sure you go check out her channel, get her some extra watch hours, listen to all the spookiness going on. Kenzo's Creations pulling double duty in the chat. We've got Highly Articulated here, just asking if we were partying too hard in the green room. Lawrence was giving us the tour of his new headspace in the
In his new living quarters.
In a
You
certain
know,
toy
it's-
manufacturer's head. Yes.
It's quite roomy. Quite roomy.
That's a nice way of saying empty, right?
I missed that one.
Yes.
I do have to share the space with Bobby B. So
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You got a
There's
roommate.
worse roommates you can have, Lawrence.
It still won't be that
it's
crowded.
very true.
Let's be honest. It still won't be that crowded.
The punks and bees.
We got to figure out your
We get a lot of working out in though. That's pretty cool.
There you go.
All these
It's like the
punks and
warehouse
bees
of
just-
Indiana Jones,
I mean-
except with no crates.
Well, all the crates are there. Empty.
Right.
Those
Filled with
punks
don't
and
do
horse
bees.
beef.
We don't want to see two guys in there working out together with their shirts off. No, we don't want to see that.
Somebody might want to see it.
I
Just
don't. I
stream
mean,
it.
there
Just let me
are
know so I
people
can
out
pass.
there.
The guy right over here probably wants to come and join in.
Ugh.
There you go. There you go.
Dude, you're talking about working out. You guys are sick fucks, man.
You want to talk about joining in?
That's what's going on.
And as per usual in the clubhouse, it didn't take us too long for this to go stuff real quick. We've got Ray Black here with us.
I run with Chase.
J-Max7. I believe we already highlighted Stanley's Toy Channel, but give him another shout out. We got Stanley's Toy Channel again. K-Roll is here
Carol.
with us. Highlighting Todd C. Every week is a good week in the clubhouse. Absolutely, brother. You know, we enjoy hanging out and having fun. Dynamo Dave's here says, can't spell booze without Oz. What's up? Well, thank you.
That's
Thank
an
you.
accurate assessment.
It is 100% accurate.
Backwards.
Toy Connections here. And Ken, we know you'll be probably joining us a little bit later tonight. We will see you
Ken.
then, brother. We've got Black
for a little
Phoenix
while.
here with us saying, just a heads up, I might fall asleep during the stream. Well, hopefully it's not because we're boring.
Well, it's okay because Buttle falls asleep on the stream, so it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He'll pass out,
Well,
and
buddy's done
he'll
that.
just disappear.
Dude, I was close to it yesterday.
Really?
At the end, the last hour or so, I was.
How much longer did you guys go after I jumped off? Because I was like, all right, I'm tapping out tonight. I gotta get some
I
sleep.
think
That's what I was gonna ask.
about 3:30.
Ooh,
It wasn't too much
I don't
later
know.
than when I jumped
I did
off.
not
was
wake
it?
up and go to the gym. I can tell you that much.
Wasn't another 5+ hour punk's pit.
I have fun holding
I
up.
was close. Well, I don't know. I have it right here. How long did I heal
Well, it's
for?
definitely 5.5 hours if you stopped at 3:30 or 5. Yeah, 3:30.
Yeah, we went 5 hours and 21 minutes.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Yeah, you're right at that mark.
I need a life.
You know, it's funny. I started. What else? Where else are you going that late at
What?
night / early in the morning?
I don't know. I
Really?
wouldn't mind being in bed
I
with
need
a
a
hottie.
wife.
He
Well,
does.
you had a life.
So
You
he's
just
not going to
like
the
it's
bar.
almost over now. Just
Yeah.
accept it. And
It's over
Right.
now.
The twilight years.
Yeah,
God,
it's on
what can you tell us about her? I don't know anything about her.
The bio's on the side of the box. It's
I
all
know,
right
but you're the
there, man.
expert, and I can't read that little writing.
it
Oh,
is very
my
It's
God.
for content, bro. It's for content.
Yep. So Thrace is one of the new Poxus wave that had released earlier this year. I believe, if I remember correctly, she's part of. I don't believe she's actually part of Poxus. I think she's part of Necronomnus. No, I'm probably wrong about that. It's been a minute since I looked at her bio, and I stopped saving all the cards and stuff like that, so I don't have it right around me to pull up. But easily one of my favorite Mythic Legions figures. She was actually my first female Mythic Legions figure. I love. Well, she's got 2 head sculpts. So, like, you've got one right there with the hair forward. There's another one with the hair more back. Absolutely love the. Because, see, you notice with the one head, you can't really put her hood up because she's got a hood. But then the one that you got on, you can put the hood up. The spell effects are really cool, which you can actually get those spell effects in different colors if you just buy the accessory. So maybe if you're not feeling the blue, you get green or red. So that's pretty awesome to do. But hands down, one of my favorite figures that I have in the collection now.
The funny thing is, we were at Eternia, like 2 weeks ago, and she picked her up and was like, "Oh, I kind of like this." And then when we were at the con today, she picked her up 3 different times at 3 different vendors. And like, you need to just get her because you keep picking up the same figure and not buying it.
Right.
And she got in.
You know, yeah, they pull you in like that. They pull you in.
She ordered 2 more online.
That's one of the best female sculpts I've ever seen on a figure.
Beautiful.
Hands
Yeah,
down.
I mean, the face is. I mean, I have it up on top of my computer, like just the head. And I've been saying it since I got it. Like, that's one of the best looking female figures you're ever going to see. That face sculpt is perfect.
Right. Absolutely. Hold on, Corey. Let me get you. Let me play around with you a little bit here and make you big.
Hey.
Ooh.
Hey.
She's just beautiful.
Dunch.
And I think it's the same face for both. They just put different hair on it. But it's beautiful.
Right.
Nice.
And they've reused that head already on a couple of other figures too that are going to be coming out, which is really, really awesome.
Thanos got the bunny out.
And his egg nose, I only say
Thanos
positive
got
things
wood
about
bunny.
I was gonna say that would be.
Like that figure too, does. Thanos, hold it up again.
Cool.
she's a little pale in the light, like a little bright on her.
The lights making her really,
Right.
A little washed out.
So I got this too.
Oh,
cool.
Got that.
Oh, the Snake Man.
That's right.
Okay.
What other
One of the
picks
Snake
we
Man.
got this week? Let's show off some picks.
Thanos,
Picked up that same thing. Oh yeah,
the Marshall.
This is pretty.
Marshall.
Ramen toy. You got a ramen toy product. Awesome.
Yo.
Ramen
You at Ace?
Toy
You at?
Marshall. Ace,
Guys,
if you're
AJ will
watching,
be-
brother,
AJ
we're
will
going
be
to talk a
jealous.
lot about the Marshall today.
That's so nice.
I think
Man, it's a
KJ's
good
got
looking
it.
figure.
I might have to go.
He looks so much better with all the paint apps and everything.
Oh yeah.
All right, who
Open
else
it
got
up here in a
some?
minute.
Who's next? Kenzo's got some.
Go Kenny. Show Kenny's off.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
that is badass. Saw that.
They've got a
earlier.
little Bashosaurus figure.
That's freaking.
He's got big balls.
Yeah, buddy.
Big balls.
Is that the Boojaboo pieces?
Oh,
These are the Boojaboos here.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, hold that up. You put that
looks
on the
good.
Moss Man body, huh?
Yep. I
No, you
scraped
printed
off.
that,
I
didn't
scraped off the little veins and stuff, and then I
Okay,
printed-
that's why he looks like that.
Yeah, I just printed the head, of course, the armor and belt and the weapon.
He looks really good.
So would those pieces look good on a what would you say
It was a good
snake
figure.
infiltrator figure?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I just did the clear just to be different. You know, I've seen a few of these.
Yeah,
out,
no,
so
it
I
looks
thought I'd
good.
mix it up a little bit. So, but yeah, it came out good though. And then the weapon for this guy, I did that one too. But
Very cool.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah,
I
like
was
the
just looking at
actual
holding them up.
weapon.
and I did that in the glow in the dark also. Both of these are glow in the dark with the weapons. So
I may have to ask you to help me out with some of that stuff. there,
anytime,
Kenny,
brother.
'cause
Anytime. You
grab
know I'm
another
home,
snake
so.
infiltrator. So I got this guy this week. Mail call from Kenny. Finally helped
head.
get me my alligator, the crocagator of MOTU.
That's
I
the
can't
same
wait
one.
to
as
see
Banter.
that.
You don't see that around your place, Al?
Dude, I don't see any MOTU at any of my
swear.
Yeah,
retail.
me neither.
I swear I see
All
that
of
one
them
all
here.
the time.
I know everybody
All
has
the
that
Walmarts,
over here too.
I don't know what kind of motifs in my Walmart.
Nothing.
Wow.
Wow.
Corey finds more stuff down by him, and
Got
he's a
all
little
the-
bit further south.
They're like
new
getting rid of
Eternia
it.
shit and all the OG
Oz, make me big.
new Eternia stuff. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
We're trying
I
our
was
best.
looking at that right now. I was like, oh, Jaws is gonna be articulated too.
That is so
That's
cool.
Very cool.
And the head turns
Right?
up here and
Look at that.
here. It's a double articulation, metal chains. This is a
Very
good
nice.
figure.
Yeah, I can't wait to open them.
It's funny. I got the ones from Entertainment Earth before Toys or KB Toy Store. So
Yeah, I just got my order from KB Toy. And I don't know.
mine's
It's been
coming
I found
Monday.
This
so-
box, this box was sitting on my where I record.
From
And I don't know how
who?
long it's been sitting there. My sister must have picked up off the porch and put it there. So I saw it today. I was like, wait a minute, there's a box here.
Oh,
I don't know how many days it's been there or what.
Wait,
but yeah.
from who?
It's
KB Toy
Walmart.
Store?
We just call it KB Toy Store.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I was like, what? Did I come back?
None of the stuff we have
Yeah.
right now is pre-ordered and before everywhere else because Target has all that stuff. Walmart
Yeah.
has that stuff. So all of the retail got it before him. So I think his business is going to really drop because his only
Well, he
draw
told
was
me-
that he was getting them early.
Right.
Yeah, he told me he switched
Oh,
to
shit.
DHL. And since he switched to DHL, his packages are getting stuck.
That's because
Coming
that's
from
because you go to
overseas,
Stowe,
yeah.
Ohio.
Yeah. Just sit there for a
That's
couple-
true.
Every DHL has to go to Stowe, Ohio, and you're in California, so I can only imagine how long
Yeah.
it takes to get it.
Yeah.
It's coming
I
into
wanted to-
California. It's coming into the port of California, going to
That's the
Ohio.
case.
They're
That's
coming back out.
That's
going
what
to
his
Ohio,
business
that's
takes on,
quite
'cause that's
mid.
what everybody pays for is the early stuff.
What's
It
your-
is
I got
Yeah.
that, Kenny.
It's
I got
it's
that.
mid. It's skibbity mid, bro. Oh my god. Jesus. I have an
big
11-year-old, so you know.
Oh, big lobby. Yeah, nice.
Big Lob is a freaking great looking custom. Like he just jumps straight off the screen.
Aaron, who's that base body from?
Did you say you ruined the
That
Luka
is a Luka
Doncic?
Doncic upper body.
Okay.
I had to
Doncic.
cut off
Luka.
the pegs and then drilled into a gung ho
Gung ho legs.
waist.
All right.
We got a couple more people to
Let me
say
get
hi
back
to,
in here.
just so you're aware.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me finish jumping through the chat here. We've got Radical Mom, Mary Atwell is here. Andrew Davis, not sure at what time in the stream he is. He might be up to date because we just started. I don't know. we've got The Man Collects with a big congrats on 1,000, Allison. Playlist is running here. Thank you, brother. Absolutely. She will be joining us hopefully a little bit later tonight. We've got Fat Red Foo, or Fatrid, as he is also known. And then we've got Derek Hoover saying, ugh, Thanos, such a good looking figure. I hate that I had to sleep on that, man. Yeah, Marshall was looking phenomenal last year at PowerCon, and he looks even better in the finalized
Still available
product with all the paint
order.
apps.
Hella dope right now. So
there you go, guys. Get your Marshall. You can go get them from Hella Dope Toys. And if you use code APWT, 10% off.
That's right.
All right, kids, I'm gonna go. I'm getting sleepy now.
All right.
All right, Aaron. Well, thank you for joining us, brother. We will give.
All right, Aaron.
See Aaron.
Allison, my best.
That is dope. That wow, Ramen got down on that one.
Yeah.
Right. About time.
Yeah.
And we've also got.
There's your
trying
jump
to
up
highlight
and
you
down.
here.
As,
Hey, there's Rednam with 3 dislikes.
Right? Random
I'm gonna
diorama
give him
here
4.
almost had me searching to see if KB Toys had a new website or something.
I'll give him 4 dislikes.
Hey, were you still on the stream then?
No.
No, I think Ed had hopped off by the time we got to that.
Trying to give him another dislike.
I will.
I was telling Ed about it this morning over coffee.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Well, because like I'm still just trying to think of who could have possibly been like
I said, there's somebody that obviously hate watches my stuff.
There she
Oh,
is.
yeah.
Right? But
Definitely.
someone,
Allison.
3 people dislike
Allison.
Rednam.
Congratulations, Allison.
La chica.
Hello. Let's see.
Woohoo, Allison. 1K.
Allison.
Yep. Hello.
La princesa
Todd,
has arrived.
Are you so? I
The
bet
viral
Todd
song.
left. Yeah, that's not viral, but it's close. Although
Hey, you know what?
let's be a little full-headed right now, and see how many brain cells have been lost. Let's see. Oh shit. Okay, so in the last hour, I've added 1,000 views, so I just hit 84,000 views on it. So
Nice. Love it.
So what are
and
your
I've
watch
got
hours?
about 3,900 fewer than Lawrence. So subscriber-wise, I'm catching up.
All right. What about those watch hours? I
What
know
are your
you gave
watch
us an
hours?
update.
Watch
a while
hours, I am about, let me double check. I'm about 60, because I can't see what's happening, obviously, for a few days. But
Right,
I am
currently.
about 60 watch hours away from like that first level where I can offer memberships and get super chats.
Cool.
And then, of course, there's like another 1,000 to go before I can be rolling in that creamery money like Lawrence. But yeah, so if I can get those 60 hours before the end of the month, we'll at least be able to, I'll be able to do memberships, which I didn't even know what I would offer. But if you're a subscriber and you're interested in a membership, let me know what you would be interested in me offering for members. I could at least get Lawrence to show up and spin in his chair.
I was gonna say, Allison, as soon as you hit that thing for channel memberships, you know I'm signing up.
All right, let's see. Really quick, I'm gonna look through who's in chat and say hello. Tony, you're on. Tony's on. Yeah, Tony's on screen, so he's good. Nolan is here, so we've arrived. Rhea is here. Mary Atwell. Fat Red Food. Carol, of course, K-Roll.
K-Roll.
Black Phoenix in the house. Hello, Alex. Lovely to see you. Derek Hoover. Todd. I've already acknowledged. Just wanted to know that I showed up. Random Diorama is here. Viper Scout. Jay Jr. And Duchess of Darkness. Hello. She says hello. I almost said hello, Allison, to Duchess. Sorry, I'm just reading your comment. Hello. And thank you to Duchess. she and I chat regularly, and I gotta say, Duchess is one of the most supportive, encouraging people you will ever meet in the YouTube
True
arena.
story. True
Muchly
story.
appreciate. And is Dave on screen or just in chat?
Dave is
Dave.
just in chat.
Hello, Dave. Thank you for showing. J-Mac, hello. Our Dynamo Dave, I don't know.
Oh, and here's your other buddy.
Hello. Toy Connections. Ken is not on this. Oh, where's Ken? He's not
Ken's
on.
will be on
So
later.
he's just in chat. Okay.
Ken in the
He's
chat.
late crew.
We're good. All right. And Andrew. Oh, drunken house party. Lucky. All right.
All right.
Thank you to everyone in the chat. And thank you to everyone on the screen. Let's see. We've got Ed, Oz, Thanos Copter, Lawrence, Tony, Corey, Kenzo, Bud, and Pop. So I think I've had all of you except Kenzo on the show. Thanos hasn't been on yet, but it's in process. Tony's going to come back soonish, as soon as we get October sorted with the move. So I can ask you in person, Tony, without all the other people, why you hate diversity. So.
But Allison, it was really weird because every time someone hits 1,000, Tony's like, "That is so awesome." But when you hit it, he was like, "I cannot believe that woman hit 1,000 before." I'm like,
but that's
"Oh
because
my
he
God."
hates diversity, though. Like, aren't you woke?
It was such an odd conversation.
Yeah.
Boy, my mouthpiece runs his mouth, don't he?
But Tony has 957 subscribers, so he's really close. I don't see anything on his channel with 82,000 views, though.
Right.
Trying to catch
And
Allison.
for those of you watching, again, I have a playlist pinned in the chat. Click on that playlist and go grab some more watch hours for Allison.
Yeah,
we want to hit that 60 hours she needs by the end of this weekend.
Oh, my watch
Tony
hours
only needs 43 more subscribers and 81,000 more views on anything to like get ahead.
It's a good figure.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
They always put me on blast, Carol. I'm used to it.
Well, you know.
What about the AliExpress?
That's because you're a Mexican. That's why.
That's right. That's right.
It's the only reason why.
That's right.
Are you
I'm Mexican.
Allison, I will say that if I could give you my Vanguard hours of 1,266 views or watch hour views, I would.
Hate
views.
views.
There's drama attached to that.
With all the drama that's attached to it.
No, but that's paying the rent for your new space, Lawrence. You can't give that away.
These punks and the bees and the balls they gargle and all.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, that's not the
asshole.
vibe. I mean, like, that's perfect. I love that for you, Lawrence.
That's a cool figure. I've been
loving,
all weekend.
Don't make me go
loving
off on
this Leatherhead figure. But boy, he got thick in that tail. Look, his legs look puny.
I like that they have the butt plug.
Fiona grew into.
Origins figures.
We've been looking for him at this con.
Oh, he's got a ball thing?
Yeah, he's got a little butt plug. He's got a butt plug hanging out.
Because Reptilax has an innie. So Reptilax
yeah, the rest of them got an innie.
as a receiver.
So Reptilax got the boom boom hole, and now that that's been said, you know what's going to happen when I finally get my Reptilax figure. Ass to ass,
little docking action.
Backwards.
Yeah, some cheek to cheek.
Little bit. The cry of a generation. He is an expert on dollar store weapons. He openly admits that he knows nothing about weapons, so he gets them all from the dollar store.
Hey.
Oh,
that's a lot better than
Hey,
the
Armor.
AliExpress version.
This is the new Marshall in town.
The only reason why I always say I'm not a gun aficionado is because that's the biggest word I can say properly. So I just like to say it as much as possible.
What, gun?
Right?
Aficionado.
You're not saying that right.
Pew pew.
I was playing around with this guy this week. You know, we all know how much I like to play with my boner. And
boner jams.
Sweet Cabal soft goods shirt. So now one of my boners is just hanging around on my desk, Porky Pigging it all day.
Yep.
All day.
So apparently,
All day.
and I got one the other day. They're like 6.5-inch skeletons that are somewhat articulated, but the arms and legs are bendy. And so they work out pretty good for like they're just a little taller than Origins. Like Masterverse,
Okay.
they'd probably be okay. Legions, they'd probably be okay, but they're just a plain skeleton. The arms bend, the head turns, the legs go, and then everything else is just a bendy. They're like $2,
Right.
So go check it out.
Wait a minute.
I will definitely
What
check
are
that
they
out.
like?
But in the meantime,
I think it's similar to that.
well, this is the Mythic Legion skeleton.
Okay, well, it looks very much like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What'd you have, Oz? Oh, you're showing off
They're
boner
just-
again.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
showing
You're
off.
so
the
proud
boner.
of your
It
boner.
looks better, but yeah,
I'm-
it's about that
Look.
size.
Look, I got all of these boners. All
Boner
of them.
jams. Ooh, that's a good look there. Ken.
Look at there. Kenny's got the boner.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got your boner in my face.
Sorry, my bad. My bad.
So I got 2 handfuls of boners. You can't contain it all in just
Look at all
one.
those boner jams.
That
Well, I was always told one-handed
Oh
something.
yeah, that
two-handed
many
something
boners
else.
over there.
Some even glow in the dark.
Hey.
Right up Larry's alley.
You got way too many boners in that room with you, Oz. I'm just saying.
Hey man, hey. I can't get enough. I love them.
Get enough of the boners.
We're clipping
You know
that.
what though? Don't forget, you always got to take a swig.
Just
Swigs.
this swig.
Deja vu
That's
here.
great. Hey man, just saying, we got coming up. Legions Con. It's going to
Uh-oh.
be the event of 1,000 swigs. I
Swig.
can't wait for it. That's going to be really
Joe D's
fun.
gonna blow up.
So,
He's got 22 out of the 1,000. So
Oh my god.
I wonder how
And
many
he's
are
looking
actually
for
gonna
more.
be in there.
22 swigs. I got 22 swigs.
we're trying to make sure that it's going to be an actual full 1,000. Everybody's going to be bringing in a swig. We got to take 1,000 swigs this stream just for Allison hitting 1K.
right?
1,000
Ken, you should
swigs.
jump on. Ken, I got a book.
Hey,
Got a bunch of whiskey out there.
go ahead. You grab your whiskey. I got my coffee. Let's start that
Get up.
1,000 swigs. Let's start it.
I've got
I'm
the
not
last
going
of my
anywhere
diet
near
from Beetlejuice.
There we go.
Yeah.
Congrats on them 1,000 subs, Allison. It's awesome.
the hell
I
is
got a
going
book,
on
you
there?
guys. I might be back later on.
Later, Tony.
All right, you guys.
Later, Tony.
Yeah, now Tony, we'll see you soon, brother. Look at
How
that. I love that scope too. It's like an old school
the
Western
43
scope.
subscribers, you need an 81,000 views to
Thanos.
catch up.
How flexible is the poncho?
How? It's pretty flexible. Like it's.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a little stiffer
Yeah.
up here, but it can come off too.
He
Just
is
put it
such
on.
a good looking figure, man.
You know, I didn't want to say anything when Tony was on, but he sure stays on a lot longer when there's no women on here.
Just saying, he hates diversity, right?
I mean,
We've
everyone
all
else
pulled-
saw it too, right? And you had him like right next to her, so yeah, he hates diversity.
It made him uncomfortable, I guess. Absolutely hates diversity.
It's the
You
worst.
say you need 81,000 views too?
Actually, that's how many he would need to catch up to me. I know that sounds really obnoxious, but like I am surprised that this happened as well. I was like, oh my god, my last Beetlejuice short did like 700 views. That's really good. I bet if I dropped it the day before the movie, I could get 1,000. And I'm sorry, 84. We just hit 84,000 on it. Let me correct that. 84,312.
Wow. Congratulations.
People are enjoying it, except the one dude who, let me see, I just lost some brain cells. So other than
That's not necessarily a bad thing. People do that.
You want bad comments. That means you
I
got.
did want to tell him, like, I find it useful when I lose something to look in the last place I used them. And then I was going to either say, so
get a DeLorean and go to 2021, or ask your mom if her gynecologist could set something up. But then I'm like, that's a little too severe. So,
Allison,
He ain't ready for that status.
Allison, let me say, it's not an endearing trait to brag about how many views you have. All right, people don't like to hear you brag, like when you have like over 5,000 subs, or anything like that.
I know.
So,
no, I thought you said you needed.
Yeah, nobody likes to
wanna
hear
take
when you hit 5K over and over and over.
Yeah, I don't want to take Lawrence's shtick.
Right.
But
I would like to say, for the
honestly,
fact, listen, for the matter of fact, I didn't start calling myself Mr. 4K and then Mr. 5K. You guys did. I just allowed you.
No, it's not you guys. Your buddy Fatrid started that shit.
Was it Fatrid?
Yes. He
What a
started
dick.
calling you Larry 4K.
See, you call him Fatrid, and he calls you 4K. As a matter of fact, even though you're 5K, he's still probably calling you 4K. He's taking a height
You'll
back.
always be 4K to me, Lawrence.
But I would be told when you start getting bad comments, that's a good thing because that means you're going out your normal demographic.
Well, I will say that what's good about it is there's only the one comment, and even that is, again, he basically dissed himself. So that's okay. You know, like, it's really small. Most of the people have just been like, oh my God, I need to go see the new movie. And I'm like, yes, you do.
I had
somebody who just went and saw it. It was really good. So
I went and saw it last night. It was really good.
Great golf video, and they're like, it was something like this poop emoji castle, and I'm like, either you mean this is the shit, or it's a piece of shit. But either way, thank you for watching and thank you for commenting.
I will say my favorite
Appreciate
comment
your engagement.
that I deleted it because I'm like, I just don't need to look at that. Was the dude who told
Oh, I
me my
don't blame
forehead
him.
was too big to be on the internet. So that was a moment. Like, oh, okay.
You gotta love these people,
right?
And everyone has told me my forehead is normal, and I'm just like, okay.
There we go. Bobby Dangerously in the chat saying, congrats, Allison,
you,
on
Bobby.
the one.
Also, Bobby is doing shorts now. Everyone go listen to one of Bobby's shorts. He's doing great
That's right.
detective stories. I listened to the new one earlier. As I was like, somebody needs to get off the screen so I can join my own party.
It was Detective Bermuda shorts.
Yes. It was the second, but it's the second one because he's got two of those out.
Yep.
It's a little piece of carrion it comes with.
Nice.
Hey, you guys do me a favor? Put me and Kenzo up next to each other so we can show off the different versions.
That's a lot of pressure.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me.
79.
Go ahead, Oz.
I'm going to try to. See if
it's the Dyson version.
Yeah, the Dyson. That's the one. You want me to do it, Oz?
If you can, because it doesn't look like it's going to
Kenzo.
work on my end.
Not bad. All right.
And it has a bunch of extras too in there. Let me grab them real quick. Different faces, and because this stuff comes off to where.
Wow.
Is your ponytail articulated?
What's that?
Is the ponytail articulated?
That is not. No, sir.
It is on the ramen one.
Wow. They really went all out.
Yours sucks, Kenny.
I know. Well, this is AliExpress. I don't know.
AliExpress.
Is that where you got it from?
No.
Yeah. So he's got here. This was in the little base.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
So he's got different faces.
He's got hair plates and face plates.
So he's got different faces. Here's a yeller.
That's kind of cool.
And you can get it pretty cheap on AliExpress. AliExpress. And then it's got the stand.
That's cool.
But
I actually like the Dyson stuff. I have a couple of them. They're pretty well done.
That Brave Star didn't look bad from Dyson. All right, Thanos. Now it's your turn.
All right, so we got This one, he's got an alternate head, but like honestly, it's not that much different.
Like, Thanos, that head kind of looks like you. You put a goatee on it.
It kind of does, actually.
Wednesdays are never going to be the same.
And then you get like a couple of different hats. You got like the regular hat. You got a hat with like dropping stuff. Hat with little visor and mic thing. He's got like an extra vest, bunch of hands, rifle. He's got the holster for his gun and a holster for a little tomahawk. What's that?
Did you flip the belt over?
I did not flip the belt over.
Belt's still upside down.
Yep, your belt's still upside down.
Yeah, they sent that message out.
Yeah, you got to pop it apart and then flip the belt around.
Does it pop apart at the waist, or am I going to break it trying?
That's what Ace said on his
Ace said to pop it apart at the waist.
Pop it apart at the waist. Okay. But I'd heat it up first.
It's got like the torso articulation, and then it's got the ball joint there, so it's got like pretty good. Like I said, the ponytails are articulated, not like a whole lot, but you can.
That's cool.
Move it around. He looks really nice. This one's definitely more stylized, not like the cartoon one like the other one, but I think he looks good.
Mm-hmm.
I dig it.
He does look a lot like you.
I like a lot more. I like how it has a lot more blue. The one that came with mine, it's just so much yellow. The blue really makes it. Ooh, look at that one. That's cool.
Yeah, so it's got the other vest you can put on too. But I think I'm keeping like this. Probably put the poncho back on because that's pretty cool too.
Well, everybody needs a poncho.
And then
30-30 now.
Yeah, they're supposed to be making him. And he has a shield, which I had a second ago, but don't know where I put it. So, how did I lose it? Because it's see-through and it was on something black.
Well, you also never, I've seen your pics on Wednesdays. You don't believe in safety first.
That's true. But yeah, it's a really well done toy.
It's cool. It's good to see all that stuff hitting people's collection.
Finally.
About time, huh?
Yeah, I got the shipping notice for it yesterday, and it was in today, so that was very surprising.
That's really cool.
Nice.
Oh, and the has a little bit of boot articulation.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Not a lot, but yeah, it's fun. You guys want to see him next to some other figures, see how he matches up size-wise?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So, a little bit smaller than Masterverse, but they can definitely hang out.
Yeah.
A lot taller than Star Wars. Mythic Legion. He's like right in there. You could be a space cowboy for your Cosmic Legions pretty easy. Let's see, I got
Some people call me a space cowboy.
Mezco. He's a little bit bigger than Conan. It'll fit right in with your Marvel Legends pretty well.
Oh yeah.
And then obviously Todd is going to be. Actually, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Fits pretty well with the DC stuff too. And then he's all right with the ladies.
All right.
So, I think I've got one more. Yeah.
Now it just looks like a fun party. You got bunny chick and a cowboy.
He's taller than Ryu by a little bit, but still not too bad. Like he'll fit in with a lot of stuff.
Well, yeah, Jada's stuff's always a little bit smaller right now. They're not quite 6-inch, they're more like 5.5.
And since I'm still here, I'll show off this little plunder link.
Woohoo!
Dollar store hat with a screw in the middle.
Oh, yes. That is so smart.
Right? Right?
The magnets are great. The magnets are great. Everyone, why is every company not using the magnets?
Yeah, I really like the little magnet and the plunger. I can't stress enough how fun these toys are. Like if you don't have one, go get one. You don't have to get a whole bunch. Just get one.
That's what I've been saying to everyone, man.
So, you know what? I did mention I was going to try to push the tips a little bit harder because I'm looking to have some extra spend cash for Legion's Con. I definitely want to get at least 2 plunderlings while I'm there. And I just want plunderlings. I don't need the plunder strongs or the plunder longs. But we'll drop that down in the chat as well.
I picked up a Bartman the other day. That was kind of cool.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go crazy on this line, but I figured to get the family.
Skelly just did an awesome review on the Simpsons living room playset.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, it's really cool because the outside of it looks like the house, but then you flip it inside and it's just the living room now.
Have anybody of you guys got one of these yet? Dude is so tall, like compared to anything else.
Is it the biker mice?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a couple coming. Oh,
like he gets over Masterverse pretty good. So
I love that Skeletor.
I want to get the ones with the
the coolest person they've done in a while.
He's definitely the best.
Skeletor is probably my favorite figure I got now out of there.
Yeah, he's cool though. This little biker mice.
Better than the He-Man.
I like the last one they did of him. The one that's the Revelations one.
Yeah, it's a little better.
Way better.
I didn't pick that one up.
I don't know. I really enjoyed the first. I enjoyed the new Eternia battle armor.
Yeah, these two look cool together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, that He-Man looks way better than the other one.
Doing a picture up with them.
I put like a blue cloak on this, like one of the Mythic Legions ones, to kind of do like a King He-Man. It looks a little bit better with like a nice soft good.
From the crown on him too, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good with the crown, yeah.
This is like one of my favorite accessories. I put it on like a bunch of different characters.
I like the head on that one, on the new Eternia one, better than the Revolution one. But I like the armor on the Revolution one better.
I just this looks too plastic. I think is my my bitch with the toy. Other than that,
they would have went with the same kind that they used on that one.
If I was like Bud, I could paint him and make him look good. But
Todd C asking the important questions here. So, what's next for Allison's channel after hitting 1K?
2K, of course.
Right. Well, yes, 2K. Kind of. I mean, like, I don't plan on suddenly turning into a Beetlejuice channel. So it's just going to be the same content I've been making. You know, like, I'll need to up some of my production values because her previous production is 700 subscriber production level, so I need to up it up a little bit. But because we're moving soonish and there's a lot of packing, I have filmed most of my content through mid-November, so it's, you know, it's all planned out. But yeah, I'm not going to be changing anything. I mean, there are more Beetlejuice things, but I'm not rushing them to get them out because that means in, you know, like an hour when I jump off of this so I can go pack, instead of packing, I have to do some Beetlejuice shorts, which is not going to happen. I'll do more Beetlejuice on the plan that I had. It'll be shorts, which I'm not doing daily ever again. I say that, but I might do like for 30 days just so I can clear out some of the printed pages. But it's just going to be shorts, and then I'm going to continue the Sunday live streams with a guest. Tony will be on sometime in November if everything works out, so we can discuss his lack of diversity. His lack of believing in diversity. He hates diversity.
He needs to be questioned about that for sure.
And then I'm going to have Lawrence and I have
we got to get to the bottom.
It's Tony exposed.
So it's just, I'm not changing anything. There will just be so the more newer stuff that I was going to start working in will just still happen. So I've been
acquiring old board games from the 80s. So there will be in the coming weeks and months what's in the box vintage, where I go through what's in the old board game. Like I've got a Princess of Power board game. I've got a Golden Girl and the Guardians of the Gemstone board game. So plenty of stuff like that. I've got a deep dive on Kenner's Star Wars puzzles coming up. Excitement, I know, but I don't know. It's my content. I'm not going to change it just because I got really lucky with this short, because that's all it is. I underestimated how far it could go. So that's kind of why this is all really sort of funny to me, like in a good way, because it's sort of that thing where people are like, you'll never know when something will go viral. When you try to plan for it, it doesn't work. And here we are. I was like, I'll be happy if I can get 1,000 views on this and like 5 new subscribers. And here we are. So I'm very grateful. And I'm grateful for you, Todd. You've been a supporter of my channel, and you watch my stuff and you show up in chats, and like I just want to keep making the content that you guys have been watching, and hopefully the new people enjoy what I've been making and want to see that too. So I don't know. Yeah, definitely like, and Tony is definitely my diversity hire for October, because Lawrence is too white, so I can't.
Hey, Tony's way whiter than I am.
He apparently, I didn't realize he wasn't Caucasia, so I didn't know he wasn't a Mayo sapien. Go figure. So, but so I don't know. Same old. Allegedly, Aaron the Toy Enhancer will be joining me to color G.I. Joe tomorrow. I say allegedly because he hasn't replied to me yet, and I don't know. I think he got canceled or something. I don't know. So, we'll see. But and then the week after that, I've got Eldor. He'll be back. We're going to do some Masters of the Universe. Then I've got Dad at Arms coming on, so we can do more Masters of the Universe. And then Chris Plastic will be at the end of the month for DC. So, and the next month I'll be on Lawrence's channel to help him do toy drive stuff. So, I don't know. Same old, but I don't know. Success has not changed me because, I'm not going to get 82,000 views on my Care Bear short in the morning. So, I'm going to enjoy it.
Announce a movie.
I mean, if I get 82,000 on the Care Bear short, I will laugh, but I'm not. It's unrealistic. There's no way to expect 82,000 views on anything. I went and looked at all of the people that I look up to and that sort of aspire to, some of whom are here and then others who are not. And none of them have anything that has kind of blown up this way. So I was really excited. Like, I don't know.
Should be.
I'm going to take myself a little bit more seriously than I do sometimes. That is the one difference. I'm going to lean into believing in myself more. And so that's the one difference. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, that is true, Todd. You pop in and all of a sudden you find sort of something you've been looking for at one of your local toy hunts. So continue to show up. Hopefully the luck continues for all of us. So I've been very lucky at YouTube. And again, I have so many of you here on panel to thank for that. And Corey was my first interview on my channel. I couldn't believe he said yes, because you had like what? At the time, I think we were at 2,000. It was a little bit before you hit 3K.
Yeah, I want to say I was like at 22 or something. I don't know.
I couldn't even believe. I mean, I didn't even have 100 subscribers at the point. I couldn't believe that Corey was even going to talk to me when I reached out and asked him to come on. And so, yeah, I've been really fortunate that you guys aren't snobs. So, I mean, Lawrence always talks about how big he is, but if you ask Lawrence to come on your channel, he will show up and he will be.
That's because there's always a chance that I can get 1 or 2 subscribers from another show.
Well, exactly.
And he only talks about how big he is because of how small he actually is.
Yeah. Well, true. I mean, when you're constantly running.
Well, wait a minute now. In Lawrence's defense, that's small. He's short.
Okay, let me just explain something. I'm not as short.
He's almost as wide as he is tall, actually.
I'm not as short as you guys think I am. I make this impression, and because I'm so powerful, when I go somewhere, I tell the guys, I go, listen, we got to keep this facade up. I'm going to kneel down so I continue to look short, when really I tower over everyone.
Yeah,
or is
he's
that just
the
that might
tallest
just be
Smurf
my
in the
ego?
Smurf
I don't know.
village.
He just slouches.
Slouch.
Well, I can't wait to actually meet him in person because I'm not doing any of that. I'm going to be like, no, if you're kneeling, I'm kneeling, so we can get actual heights.
Who are we kneeling in front of? Thanos better be nowhere near me. All
Man,
right.
I can't wait till they start making
photo shoot.
YouTuber head sculpts.
Hey,
One of these
everyone
days.
talks about Lawrence's height, but it's kept him safe from Gargamel all these years. So let's not make fun of it. What is it the kids call it? Short King or something like that? Yeah.
He's never had to worry about falling out of a roller coaster because you just can't even get
That's
on
true.
Doesn't even have to worry about falling out of bed. He just kind of like rolls off.
Oh my God! Speaking of, somebody sent me a reel, and it could have been one of you because we're all most of us here are ridiculous about reels. It was probably Cobb. No, I think I sent it to you, Cobb. The one with like the kid skating, and he like flies off the skateboard and tries to walk it off and just eats shit. It was beautiful. I think I sent that one to you, Lawrence.
I don't know if I got that.
Oh my God!
I will watch a lot of skate things that people send me that aren't skaters because I usually know what they want to send me, and there's usually a big snap in it, and I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Well, yeah,
Everyone's like,
I
hey,
know
you
that, but everything I always send you skateboarding. You don't have to worry because
you. I know. But I mean, I talked to so many people. I'm like, hey, did you see that skate video of that kid snapping his leg? Nope. I'll send it to you. I don't want it. No, you have to see it. No, I don't. There's nothing in my life that I was like, I need to see someone on a skateboard snap their leg.
It's the same thing with like people sending me the video of when Sid Vicious like completely snapped his leg in half. Like, I don't need to watch that ever again. I've seen it enough times in my life, and every time my leg gets weak watching that because the way it just rubber bands.
The MMA guy that kicks.
Yeah.
Silva.
Mhm.
Silva. And it just goes around, and then it comes back, and you're like, yep.
Those arm wrestling videos when they snap their arm wrestling. Oh God,
I won't arm wrestle because of that. And people are like, oh, but you're stronger than people. I don't care. My arm is not meant to go in that direction, and I don't need it to snap.
Those really get
you just put your hat like this. You like a truck, you know.
Yes, because the 80s were so action packed. We needed a movie about truckers arm wrestling.
That's right.
Right? Hey, it's like we had the best arm wrestling truck driver movie. We had the best bartender movie with that little tiny pipsqueak Tom Cruise. We had Roadhouse, which is the world's best bouncer. Like, if you could be the best at something, they would make a movie about you in the 80s.
What's going on, Brick? You did not miss the Marshal. The Marshal will be present all night trying to keep the riffraff out of the clubhouse tonight.
New Texas.
There we go. That is a gorgeous figure, and the colors definitely pop. The yellow, the blue, the orange, like, that's amazing.
I need to figure out a way to flatten his medallion a little bit, though, because
it sticks up a little too. He's just a little overexcited, that's all.
But
gravity will take care of that in about 30
Give it
years.
a little heat and then let it sit. No, gravity will pull it down.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. One thing I didn't show is I love when we get inserts. So.
Yeah, nice inserts.
Look at that art. Says who did it. It was Ken Coleman. Which I think he was the guy doing some of the Brutal Realm stuff, right?
Yeah, Ken Coleman, I do believe.
I think so.
So we did go through scaling with several figures before. Thanos, you want to run through it again real quick? So we got some Masterverse, a little shorter. There you go. Perfect with that Mezco Conan. You know, got some Legends. Great height. got it in with Dubin. I love that. Both of those figures are great.
Yeah.
And we got some Black Series. Little Green Lantern action with the McFarlane, the tiny backs. And then Jada. Which again, we all know Jada's a little bit on the smaller scale side, but it looks so good. And right up there with the bunny. That's
He's
right.
pretty close to Dubon, Doobie's brother.
That red food reminding everybody to hit that like button. Yeah, those are really, really good together.
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to get one of those Thanos. Thanks.
Hello Toys, Ted. I heard they've got them.
They do. And
I wish there was a code we could use.
You know, I heard if you use code APWT, Larry's got to pay 10% of your figure purchase.
I'm working up a $600 order now as we speak.
Yep. Hold on here. I'm hitting wrong buttons. I'm trying to sit there and remove solo layout, and I'm pulling people off screen.
So we're Jugga.
There we go. There we go. Everybody's back.
I got a crazy
and
storm
Corey's in the
behind me.
middle, just like Alice from the Brady Bunch. That's perfect.
Well, we had Allison in the middle. Now we got Corey in there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Corey for the center square.
Corey looks like someone that would wear like a maid outfit.
Right. Hey, you know what? She's in the crazy stuff. I make her
I
happy.
get it.
I was
man.
going to say we've got Jess here tonight, so we can find out.
Yeah,
Let's spill the tea, Jess. Spill the tea on Corey.
Oh my God, that's
They
right.
said I
You
look
guys
like
are not
I
home
have to wear a
tonight.
maid outfit. I said, "You're in some crazy stuff. I gotta make you happy."
No.
She's got headphones in.
Sorry.
So, Corey, clearly you're not at home where you normally are.
Nope.
Why don't you tell everybody, where were you today?
We were at RetroCon up in Oaks, Pennsylvania. So she got her first Mythic Legion. I got some Origin figures, and that's where we've been walking around all day. And so she's laying in bed because she is exhausted. I walked her to the end of the earth and back.
Now you're going to walk her up to Legion's Con in Whippany, New Jersey, since now she has been indoctrined.
So she already ordered 2 more off of eBay. She got a Swig, and what was the other one you got? The yellow demon, Azar or something like that. Azon.
I thought he was cool.
Yeah, so she already ordered them off of eBay. She got both of them for $50.
Nice. Very nice.
So, and I haven't been on in a while because we've been working on the new shop out back. I actually sent Oz some pictures. I don't know if he can put them up or not, but we got a big shed for the backyard, and part of it's going to be storage. Most of it's going to be the new shop, and it's going to have new lights, new everything. I'm just been working on finishing that. So I've been out there working, and then on I work during the week, so a week I'm working on that. And so by the time this comes around, I'm like, I want to come on. I'm going to try, but I'm exhausted, and I haven't been able to get on. So I'm sorry.
Hey, man, it's all good. There's no mandatory attendance, even myself, when it comes to the clubhouse. So Brick is asking you, show off that sweet First Legion's figure, or show off the Thrace again, because honestly, it's just a gorgeous figure. Yes.
Oh, Jess, we're sorry for making her give up her sleeping stuffed animal that she's.
Yep. Thrace will remain under the pillow from here on out.
So it's really cool. And the funny thing was that we were at Eternia, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she saw this figure there and picked her up and was like, "Oh, I really like this, blah, blah," and didn't get it. And then when we were at the con today, she picked up the same figure 3 different times at 3 different vendors. And finally, I'm like, just get it.
Did you visit Uncle Bob? Because wasn't he there today?
I did not see him.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know he also just made a post. He's got some really cool they're called creature replicas. And it's basically figures of cryptids, Ed.
Yeah.
So, he showed off the Yeti. He showed off Sasquatch, Beast of Bray Road. This is my first time seeing them. Now I'm like, I'm gonna end up buying them.
Oh my God! Speaking of Sasquatches, it's my ex's girlfriend's birthday tomorrow.
I didn't see him there today. I mean, I might just missed him. I mean, there's a lot.
He posted that today, but I'm not sure he was there. I just know he's normally, especially when it's up in PA, he's normally at the toy show.
Yeah.
And Bob's a great guy, man. He's really good. I want to definitely make the trip back up to see him again soon. Buy some goodies. Maybe I'll buy the creature replicas from him, and then I'll have them on. We'll open them up on a clubhouse soon. They look good.
Replicas are like 5 inches tall.
5 inches, so they're a little bit shorter than Legions. That's kind of a bummer. I thought they'd kind of look good in there, but either way though, it'd be a great fun little line to collect.
They're nice figures, but they're small. That's all.
Yeah.
Small for what they are for today. Anyway, it's common.
Right. In our 6 inch and larger realm.
Mm-hmm. You okay, Oz? You sound all stuffy now.
I came outside and it's cooled off a bit in my area. So like today I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt and I'm thinking like the seasonal allergies are starting to get in because it's starting to hit a little bit, which sucks because growing up I never had allergies, and then I started hitting like my mid-20s going into my 30s, and I started to get spring allergies, and now that I'm getting into my 40s it seems like I'm hitting fall allergies. I don't like this shit.
We have all the allergies. Jess is allergic to air. I try not to be allergic to everything, but it happens more and more. You just become dependent on Benadryl.
Yes.
Sir. Oh, and Skelly's jumping in. He was just having a premiere on his channel for some Unmen. If you're not familiar, those are the baddies from the 1990s Kenner Swamp Thing line. Fun figures. Always loved those, how they turned into the monsters. And Skelly here with a big congratulations, Allison. Here's to thousands more.
Yep. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, Kenny.
Same stuff. Can't sit in this chair too long. So.
I thought you were going to get pizza again.
Did I get pizza last time? That's right. I got
usually when you're leaving at this time, you're usually going to get food.
Maybe.
And then you pop back in later.
I might be. Maybe. Allison, congratulations, and yes, too many more. And someday, hit me up. I'll try to.
We'll make it happen.
We'll color together. So, all right, guys.
Wait, Kenzo, hold on.
Yo,
before you leave, you are still set.
The 10th.
For the 10th, and Thanos is set for the 17th now.
Okay.
I felt like
I'll do my bikini wax on the 9th then.
Well, when I asked him to come on the 10th and I went and looked, I was like, I feel like I'm missing someone. And then you're like, oh, so I got bumped in the chat. I'm like,
that was like the worst one to do it to too, man. You know me, I'm gonna give you shit for it. I'm always gonna give you shit. So
hey, I understand.
That's all right.
All right, Kenny, you have a good
you
night,
guys
brother.
shit is when I don't like you, so that's all right. So
that's a good point.
You are wearing a shirt from 1998, is it?
2016, bro. It hasn't been that long. Super Bowl 50.
Oh,
baby.
Dude, that's
Super
right.
Bowl
I forgot
50.
that.
Von Miller,
Peyton
Manning. We got 3. So
don't worry. I wear that 2008 Stanley Cup one all the time.
Oh yeah, it's starting to crack. The crack. So
I hate it when you start to see that on the T-shirts because then it's like it's just going to start.
Too long since we won.
That's a good point.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. I might come back on later on if I'm back in time. So all right, thanks. Guys.
All right, Kitty. See you, brother.
See ya.
So Bud has been flexing with his Viper out all night. Bud, you want to show off Viper a little bit there? Since you got yours open.
Sure.
So, Bud, we all know you customize, right? What's the game plan here for Viper?
Well, I'm going to be sanding down this so I can paint an actual gold. I might do this inner part silver. And I'm going to fill in some of the gums around the face, make the eyes a little bit darker. Probably painting in these and all the little bumps on the skin.
So those are the snake face arms, right?
Yes, he does have the snake face arms.
Very cool. Very cool. I like it. Is she going to do a wash on them and try to bring out some of that texture too?
Oh, yeah.
Especially around the head, right? Because, like, I can see that head's got a lot of detail that just kind of gets lost. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, man.
All those scales are nice. Definitely
Yeah, I'm digging
them
it.
up this week.
All right, so definitely need to be getting Viper. I need to finish out my Snake Men.
Yeah, that whole wave is like must have.
I was gonna say, I know I should have a Terror and Lord Grasp on the way. Got to grab Reptilax, and I think that'll get me caught up on Snake Men for now. I don't think I'm missing any others.
2 on the way somewhere else, Oz?
Why did you grab them?
Yeah, I was leaving my order in. Actually, one's processing.
Pick it up.
You have them?
No, pick it up because you know what? We need more. Because Bud.
Yeah, I was going to anyways. I was just wondering, you might be getting them.
Yeah.
Alan hit me up and said he found them in store and was sending them out to me.
Running, right?
But yeah, pick that up and then we got to get it. We got to get it over to Bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure everybody gets them.
They had Viper, another Viper, Reptilax, and Lord Grass at the con. I think 40 each. If anybody needs them, let me know. I mean, it's more than most of us want to pay. But
I still can't believe I found both of them 50% off.
Right?
So
Yeah,
insane.
lucky bastard.
Like, all these people are looking for them, and they're freaking half off. What the hell?
You know, the Snake Men are they have always been my favorite faction. And I'm glad to see them getting so much love in Origins because they got a little bit more embellished in Classics, you know, which was nice to see. But, you know, it's seeing them in Origins getting a bigger treatment and, you know, a lot more diversity, which we know Tony hates. But, you know,
It's the worst.
It's good to see that even amongst reptiles, right? Now my Snake Men have a giant alligator, so he's definitely teaming up with him.
You notice Tony doesn't collect MOTU.
Yeah, look at the diversity within the MOTU line. You've got Snake Men, you've got Beast Men, you've got Seamen, you've got I just had it's a clubhouse. It's not official until we get that. Right, you got skeletons, you got white dudes, you got black dudes, you got everything in MOTU, right? Tony absolutely hates that line.
I think the only figure he said he likes is Digitino, and that's not even really MOTU.
It's not. It's actually not even MOTU. It's Rulers of the Sun.
It is now.
The only Mexican figure.
It is, which is why it was important to have that included. Because I gotta say, even MOTU was lacking in human racial diversity.
And they didn't have Cam Champ until after Rulers of the Sun ring.
That's right.
Do you think Mexico on Eternia is building a wall for themselves to stay out of the country above them?
I would say that if I lived in Eternia, I would definitely be building a wall around Snake Mountain, because between the Snake Men and Skeletor and the rest of them, like
The whole dark hemisphere. Oh wait, that could have a new context too.
I would.
We might not want to say that
It's not the
context.
dark hemisphere anymore. We now call it the evil hemisphere.
Yeah, it's got to be the evil hemisphere. We got to make that understood.
Yeah, it's the evil hemisphere.
Or
as they would say in Earthspeak, Detroit. Detroit and Ohio.
See, I think everybody just wants to take over Eternia, the Eternos Palace, because they want to get their hands on all of Randor's whoppers.
Pretty much.
I just like Mega. I just like Mega.
Marlena flew all the way from Earth to get a Whopper from Team Randor.
See, they don't send their best snake men, and that's the issue.
They don't.
We need the best snake men. We need
And
the
not only
skilled
that, but the
snake
land
men.
shark is electric. So if you take the land shark out in the water and the engine gives out, and are you going to
It's
signal
done.
electrocute or get eaten by the shark at the front of it? Like, these are quandaries you have to think about in Eternia. The electricity could get you, or the shark could get you, but it's still the land shark, so you're just screwed. Don't take it in the water because it's electric. They don't have gas motors on Eternia.
That's right. They just don't. Everything's powered by electricity and magic.
And
Magic
neutrino.
and Kofef.
Yes. I just want to see Skeletor with a red hat saying Kofifi.
I need a car that's powered by magic. All right, I'm not gonna lie.
Talk to Elon Musk. I hear that's next.
You just have someone in your back seat doing like card tricks.
Well, I mean, he needs something because his cyber trucks keep breaking down. So, when
They're
the
pulling
raccoons
rabbits
aren't
out of the
breaking
hat
into
so you
them.
can get from point A to point B.
Hey, look,
What is
last
that?
time I tried to kidnap David Blaine, he just disappeared, okay?
He's crafty that way. He can slip out of anything.
Right? Him and Chris Angel. They got enough power there to fuel America. Not the music though.
Who was the other guy? Who was the big
David
magician?
Copperfield. He was
Yes,
the one who
David-
did the magic trick where, was it Claudia Schiffer? Thought he was
Yep.
attractive.
Yeah.
That's magic.
David Copperfield.
He made the Statue of Liberty disappear one time.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And yet it's still fucking there.
Yep.
Well, he had to put it back.
Well, yeah. Kind of have to. I think if you steal a national monument, they frown upon that.
Yeah. Might be a little bit of jail time, just a little bit.
You know, so in all honesty, when Andrew was trying to think of like questions to ask the people for tomorrow, because that's what he interviews the people, you know, that are coming to see Mark Pillow, who, you know, played Nuclear Man, and I'm sitting there going, you need to ask questions like, did you feel bad that you might ruin the Statue of Liberty when you guys picked it up and were running around down with it?
So, what's really on the dark side of the moon? And how did you get back from that?
So, I made him watch it. So I'm like, I don't know about any other movies the guys have been in, right? I'm like, you need to watch it just so you have an idea of questions you can ask. I fell asleep during the movie because it's so bad. And he was just like, that is so bad. I'm like, yeah, I know it is. He's like, no, it's like really bad. Like,
You gotta remember, it was the follow up to Superman 3.
Well, you guys know why it got so bad was because they stole the money for it to make Masters of the Universe, which they had stole money from to make I forget what else. And so they just kept stealing money from production to production to production. And I think Superman was like the final nail in the coffin for Canon Films. And
Right.
after they went bankrupt.
Okay. But I told Andrew, like when he was watching, I'm like, what? I go, You have to understand, especially with some of these movies, especially the superhero movies they were trying to make back then. If you didn't see 3, like part 4 is piggybacking off 3, and that's how they were. So not seeing 3, yeah, the first 20 minutes don't make a lot of sense, but if you go back and watch it, they're addressing a lot of issues that happened in the earlier movies. Unfortunately, no one really wants to watch 3 or 4.
Nope. You go 1, 2, done.
Yeah.
3 is freaking scary with that woman that gets shoved into the machine. That gave me nightmares.
Okay, so Tony and I were talking about that, and I'm like, that is still one of like the scariest. Like that's a horror movie. That's something that should have been in Hellraiser.
Right? Hellraiser's another good franchise, by the way. Are they up to like 27 now?
Oh yeah.
There are only 3 good Hellraiser movies, and it's number 1, 2, and 3, and then everything after that you can just.
Hey, they did that one with Lance Henriksen, like early 2000s. That one was pretty cool, and it's got Lance Henriksen in it.
Henry Cavill. How do you say his name? Hot Superman.
Calvary.
Calvary, take me away. Caviar. Let's see.
Are you talking about Henry Cavill?
I got Google and fingers.
Henry
Cavill.
The cavalry.
He's 41 years old.
Yeah,
he is, and he is an epic nerd. I appreciate that.
He was in Hellraiser Hellworld in 2005.
There it is. That might be the one.
Lance Henriksen.
Yeah. We're kind of like they had like a video game thing going on. Again, makes sense for him.
It was him, Doug Bradley as Pinhead.
Of course.
And then none of these other actors, I know who they are. So, there you go.
Will Cavill be Highlander?
They start filming next year, I think.
Well,
I'm just excited we're finally getting a new Highlander flick.
Yeah, I think they start filming early next year. I want to say like January, but it might be earlier.
That'll be good.
Yeah, they kind of had to redo it after they did this ones. Oh, that movie was so bad.
I'm wondering if Adrian Paul and Christopher Lambert will make appearances.
I'm gonna hop off, guys, because we've been going all day and I'm tired. Congratulations, Allison.
Thank
it
you.
was nice to see you all.
Thanks, Corey.
Hopefully I get on for like a proper one next week, but
for sure, brother.
Still got a lot of shop to finish. So soon I'm gonna have a new space to.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what do you?
I'm finishing the inside of the new shed we got in the backyard, and it's gonna have electric, it's gonna have AC, all of it.
Okay.
And that's gonna be the new shop / filming studio.
That's cool.
But I've been doing it for like 3 weeks now, so that's why I haven't been on, because I work during the week and
I didn't
try
notice.
and then do that during the weekend, and so I'm exhausted by the time this comes around, and it's like,
where do you live at?
Maryland.
Oh, Maryland. That's right. You're over.
I'm not far from Oz. I'm about 20 minutes from Oz.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you close to where Oz sent me, or?
No, he's on the other side of the bay.
No, I'm not. I'm by BWI.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just south of Baltimore. That's all.
Wherever it is, he's closer to the amazing crab cakes than I am. So there's that.
Yes, we are.
Actually, if you give me a second, I think can I share stuff?
Yes, by all means.
How do I do this? Give me a second.
You're on your phone. Hit the
I'm
button.
on the computer.
All right, at the bottom there should be something that says present. Click on that.
Your computer. Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to upload the files. Give me a second.
All right. So Brick's asking if anybody had watched the Highlander cartoon done by that French animation studio. Loved it. I do remember watching that, but
I have seen it.
They kept switching around the time slot on it, and I couldn't catch it all the time. And I wanted more of it because I loved the Highlander movies. And Quentin MacLeod, I do believe that was the name.
Okay, just a quick update. In the time we've been on here, I just added another 1,000 views. So
woohoo!
I'm at 85,000. So.
That is what's up. A
And
perfectly timed short.
Anyway, sorry, I'm just.
No,
I'm
Allison,
a little
it's
shocked.
absolutely amazing. We are here to celebrate you.
I kind of just
So
keep
let's
checking to make sure
celebrate.
it's real.
I told you if I was you, I'd be shitting myself. Like, what?
And you could probably go on OnlyFans and make some money doing that. So I'm just saying.
It doesn't even have to make it to OnlyFans. It's been done here before, right?
Yeah, that's well, no, but I'm just saying, like, you can make money from it on OnlyFans.
I thought I was in the right place.
No.
Right. This is the shit show. I will never live down from that moment, and that's okay.
We all have our
I'm gonna open some stuff tonight because
Do it. What are you waiting for?
Sweet ass time getting to these to me. These have been out.
Oh my God. Why do you have those? Those are awesome. What about? I'm just kidding.
And then seeing him with everybody down.
I know, right? Like now, I really want Vipor so bad.
Yeah, Carl. What about Fight Club? Does anyone know about Fight Club?
I'm about to challenge him to Fight Club because these are like months late.
Oh, sick is sick.
If you want to fight, let's fight.
Right? We'll do it here on the Clubhouse Live. Why not?
So I don't know how to get it to present, but that was them putting it in.
It was a big workshop. You'd sent me the pics on IG.
It's 12 by 24, but some of it is, like I said, going to be storage. So like the back, I don't know, 6 or 7 feet is going to be storage. And so I've been finishing the rest of it. I'm trying to find. Yeah, like
There we go.
The whole thing insulated, and then I put plywood up on the walls. That way I can just, or here we go. Here's another picture of it insulated. So I got wood up on the walls so I can just kind of hang stuff wherever I want, and it makes it a little easier. And then I just started putting epoxy on the floors. I still got to do the ceilings and stuff. This was before we moved everything from storage in there. So it's gonna go to about that window, and then from the window up is gonna be shop. So it'll be a good size. It'll be like 12 by, I don't know, 16 or something like that. But which is about the size of the shop I have now, but I have a bunch of other crap in there, and that won't be in the new one, hopefully. So
hopefully.
Right. Looking forward to it. So
well, that's awesome.
It was nice to see you all. I will hopefully be on next week.
All right, Corey. Take care, man.
See you guys.
Thank you for joining. Everybody's selling livable sheds. You can buy them off of Amazon. Right?
Yep.
Tiny home revolution. The only problem is my collection's bigger than the tiny homes.
Yep.
That's why you get 2. You get one to live in and one for the collection. And then
That's
you set
true.
up the camera and stuff, and there's your filming area.
Ain't that the truth? I've thought about that. Like, you know what? That would not be a bad idea.
The glory of that is you leave the filming area, your collection, you lock the door, and then you go to your house/living room, and then you separate it all.
Yeah, the truth is for me, though, I'd probably just be like, man, my house sucks. I'm going to go hang out in my collection more.
There you go.
There you go. The shed is for the bedroom, and the house, the actual house, is for the toys. Todd's got the right idea.
Todd's got it.
Todd knows what's up. He's got it planned out. But yeah, I've actually seriously thought about that, like one of the tiny home deals, because it just seems smarter.
That was our idea at one point. We were going to buy a bunch of property and then get 6 tiny homes, and then sort of
line them up and like basically make like a box in between them, and then put a patio in there, and then like put a roof over it, and just make like a little compound. And then I'm like, this sounds a little bit like religious nuts, so let's not do that.
No, totally do that, right? And then we start developing the commune.
I would create the cult of Allison.
There we go. And now we have Ken with us. And as we can see, he is not getting in an Uber that's a bus headed to the wrong side of
He's not
town.
going to suddenly end up in Ottawa.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, no, sounds good. I may have to drop off in about 15 minutes or so because I'm just running some errands. So in case I do a cold drop off, but figured I needed to give Allison her congratulations on not just 1,000 but 1,100 subs last I looked, and getting her new home as well.
There you go. It's a lot of celebration for Allison.
You're right. It is a 1,100 and something. So.
Exactly. Give it a couple more days, you'll pass Lawrence. I mean, the rate this is going.
It'll take a while to pass the lines. I haven't.
You're also to laugh at that, but anyway.
It will take a while to pass Lawrence, but I'll always have 85,000 views on one video.
You're up to 85,000?
Yeah, we just hit it. We just got another 1,000 since the time I've been here. So.
I think that's the record among pretty much all of us.
Yep.
And I did it coloring Beetlejuice, so go figure.
Right, because my highest I think is 73,000, but that took me 3 years to get that.
What's great is I had an ex one time who was like, people can do stupid shit on the internet and anybody will watch it. And I'm going to take a screenshot later and send it to him and be like, yep, but nobody's watching you, motherfucker. So anyway. Well,
is it the same? Is it the same X that we usually hear about?
The X that you guys hear about is about 7 of them. They're all Carl.
Oh, okay.
And they all have ugly wives now, and ugly moms, and ugly dads. And I used to date losers, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fucking Carl.
But yeah. Anyway.
So Joe Gonzalez has jumped into the chat. What's going on, Joe? If you got energy, man, you got the link. Join us. Jump on. Todd C says Boxable looked cool. Talking about the tiny homes a little bit more. And Fatrid says, this is the way, Allison.
Yep, it's true.
I've said it before. A bunch of us just need to go in and buy a mansion together so that we'd all have room for our collections. We could build a heck of a film studio.
One of the things that we looked at that we did not get for a variety of reasons, but there was an Andrew Lloyd Wright. There's a Andrew Lloyd Wright mansion in like South Oregon. It's actually technically kind of affordable if you can overlook the broken foundation and part of it. And so that would be a lot. So we just did not go for that because,
Yeah, you don't want to have part of your house crumbling beneath you.
Yeah, and it was also a little bit out of the way, so there, like, internet service would have been a train wreck. So.
Yeah. We'd have to get.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you're gonna redo that house, you have to record it and put it on the internet as a live stream. So.
I bet you Skelly could build it. Just saying.
That would be cool.
It would look like Snake Mountain when we're done, and I'm not mad about that.
Would it be well insulated with spray foam?
Yes, it would. I mean, that's crucial step.
I mean, if I ever win the lottery, it will happen, and then I'll turn it into one of those places where you go for the weekend and there's a murder mystery, and then the one weekend somebody actually gets murdered and it turns into a real mystery. So
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'll just make sure not to invite any of you the real weekend, the real murder weekend. Well, I'll go do something else.
No, you can totally invite me for the real murder weekend. That's fine. That's okay.
I don't want anyone to be the victim. Well, I mean,
I'm pretty sure the name will be Carl.
Good.
Yeah, it'll be the 10 little Carls, and they'll invite 10 of the Carls, and then they'll hear the werewolf outside, and they'll be like, "Well, that's one of your girlfriends." That's not fair though, because the difference
Allison would be
between
Rick
the werewolf
Moranis and the
and
Ghostbusters.
Carol's
All right, who brought the
girlfriends,
dog?
when the moon goes down, the werewolf loses his mustache.
I feel like I need to stick a little nug in the end of that.
Hey man, you know what?
I'm sure
Go
Thanos
for
has
it.
something he can stick in there for you.
I'll have to borrow a nug for my sister.
There you go. All right, Joe says it's definitely an option to do a Clubhouse one-shot campaign. We have Lawrence Kowalski is actually, I believe that's his name, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. He has signed on to be the DM for the Clubhouse. We were working on elements, and then we just kind of stopped working on things. We need to get back to that so we can run Clubhouse D&D campaign, because that's going to be shaping up to be really cool. And
that'd be awesome.
One of the things that we're definitely trying to
rules are we
figure out.
going? Are we going like? Which rules are we doing though? Are we like second edition or what are we doing?
I'd have to go back and look at the chats to see what we had decided, because I think we decided for some of the new campaign elements, but then I've heard like the new stuff doesn't work with D&D Beyond, which could be a problem because that's kind of like what we were going to use. But yeah, for sure, we definitely want to get some involvement on that. I'm not sure what time of day we'd run it, if we do it like a normal Clubhouse or if we'd have to start it earlier, but we will figure that out because it needs to happen. We've been talking about it for like a year, and it needs to, we need to actually play, because I think it'd be a lot of fun, and we want to make it interactive for the audience too. And that's like the biggest challenge, is figuring out how to bring the chat and get them involved into what we're actually doing on screen, because that's going to be one of the key factors.
Well, awesome. I grew up on Advanced Second Edition, so any format that's similar to that, I'm game.
Awesome. Glad to hear it, kid. Want to have a luxurious campaign. By luxurious, I mean just ginormous. Look at that fucking top hat. That is a dapper some bitch.
Yeah, let's hear Bud or Thanos. Do you guys have any of the cartoon ones or Spike Horror?
I do not have any cartoon collection.
Bud, you don't?
Because the only thing I want from them is the accessories.
You got short spiked over here.
Yeah, he's a little tiny spike on that side, and all the rest of them are like huge.
Chipped up, like, I don't know, must have been way
They must have run out of plastic.
The blue pill didn't get over there.
Yeah. Just curious if they're all like that. I'm sure they are.
All right. Joe says 5e is like second edition light.
Okay.
So there we go. And D&D 2024 just came out as we're wrapping up 2024. We're in the countdown now. We hit the Burr months. I got to tell you, this cooler weather, like today it was actually cold enough. I had to break out the long sleeve shirts. Yeah, I was about to put the beanie on, but typically once I start wearing the beanie, I don't stop wearing the beanies. So I'm going to try to hold off for at least another week or two.
But the fall gets cold right now.
Yeah.
I love fall weather. Not a fan of the summer.
Nope. I am a cold weather guy. I was not built for the heat.
Hence your love for ice hockey and the Red Wings dynasty.
The Red Wings, baby.
Actually, I think we got 2 Red Wings fans in here. I just realized it.
And we've got. What's that?
I said, Frazetta girls like my post.
Oh, very cool. The Tigra?
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, there are 2 Red Wing fans in the house. At least there should be 2, at least. We've got Jeff in the house saying, "Hey gang, what's up, Oz? Hey Jacob, what's going on, Jeff? Good to see you, brother. Glad to have you in. Look at these cartoon collection.
Jeff loves the cartoon figures, so.
Well, the Clawful is definitely like that. Clawful looks nothing like the original toy. Like his animation version did not look anything like it. But I gotta say, it's a good-looking toy. Here, why don't you try to hit this shit?
It's like a party. Yeah, that start of the show is still that whiteboard. I'm loving it.
Yeah, he's
armor and everything on it. Even this down here is real detailed.
Right.
Very
He's got the shades. Now it's funny. This piece with all new tooling is available at retail, but some of the other pieces that are coming out going to be Mattel Creations exclusives. But there is a lot of all the characters they have left is all individual tooling, so can't really be too mad about that. You want the TMNT version of which character? Because they got quite a few that are coming out for the TMNT MOTU line that I want. Somebody was showing off some more shots of the Rat Lore today, and I think that's great because it's this skeletal Rat Lore coming out of the the Rat Lore skin. I was like, that is great.
Yeah, coming right out the mouth. That's crazy.
That Rattler is amazing.
Yeah, him and the King Hiss foot soldier dude.
All right. Now you said Rattler and Hiss. Let's be honest. There's only real Rattlers and Hisses, and they're made with G.I. Joe. And both are HasLabs.
Yeah, well, that's why I like the MOTU TMNT
Good thing or a bad
ones.
thing?
Better than MOTU. I get like 11 people watching when I talk MOTU.
Well, we dropped down to 14, so clearly that might hold some truth.
Anybody going on that Beards Kickstarter?
There, I'll be back in, guys. I'm gonna switch it up to the laptop again. Ed's not here. Lawrence, you're in charge. Actually, no, Allison, this is your celebration. You're in charge.
Okay.
No one's in charge because we can't do shit, so. I don't know, how are we in charge of anything?
All right, let's see. Jeff can't wait for Viper.
How do I get out of this?
Okay, we're caught up on chat. Really quickly, Lawrence, what's your most traumatic childhood memory?
Finding my mom dead.
Oh my God, that's right. Your mom's dead too. I'm sorry.
I had to think about it for a second. Like, man, I don't think there's many worse.
I went and saw Beetlejuice earlier. Cause and it was the first time in a while I've been really sad. I was like, my mom really would have liked this. She loved Tim Burton movies. We went and saw original Beetlejuice opening weekend. And it was about dead parents. So.
Oh, is it?
It's the one dad that can't. They couldn't bring the one actor back who played her dad. So.
Yeah, we were discussing it somewhere.
He got caught with the kind of pictures of kids that you don't want to get caught with. So
he won't be in Ferris Bueller's Day 2 or Ferris Bueller's Day Off 2.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. No, it's funny that you mentioned that. I often talk about anyone that watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I remember the episode where she finds her mom dead on the couch, and that's exactly how I came in and found my mom. And I remember watching it, and I went, her mom's dead. And it's even to this day when I see it, it's so eerie because like they're sitting in she's like in a position that isn't, you don't think too much of it other than like if you were asleep, you would move because it's just an uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
And every time I see that, I'm like, that is just, it's super eerie. It doesn't bother me, but it's just like, it's super eerie to see every time. Not that I watch it a lot. Matter of fact, I have to go back and watch it.
That was hard because she's just sort of sitting there looking like
she's laying down on the couch, and that's exactly how I found my mom. It was like every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, it's fucking weird.
And it wasn't supernatural, so they couldn't bring her back. And like, I remember that one being really like that was a hard one. I mean, my mom was still alive when that happened, but.
No,
it was weird when I rewatched that one afterwards, just because. So that's really eerie, though.
To this day, I see it. What?
How old were you again?
I was 13.
That explains a lot.
I had a girl once tell me, it was after high school, like we were chatting and whatever. She lived in California at the time, or she moved to California, and she was like, and I remember her, but I don't remember like being friends with her. She's like, we used to talk all the time, like in middle school. And she's like, when your mom died, she's like, you changed. And I was like, what do you mean by that? She goes, you used to be like this really happy-go-lucky kid. You're always bubbly. And after she died, you just were cold. And she's like, I'm not saying like you shouldn't have been or anything. But she goes, you could see this very stark change in you. But it's weird for me, as an adult, like, it's how you, like, I always remember just being like this. I've always been very stoic. I don't cry. I'm not very emotional.
Yeah.
I'm not very emotional with things. But I think most people will tell you, like, you can tell how much I care about people when you see my kids come in and, well, maybe not my son. He pisses me off. He didn't piss me off today, though, so that's a good thing. He actually paid for dinner. He actually paid for dinner because he wanted Wingstop.
Wow.
And I made him, so I didn't feel bad either. I feel bad. I paid for dinner for 18 years. I didn't feel bad for him.
Right. All that YouTube money you make, Lawrence. Jeez.
Anytime since Luke's had a job and he said, "Hey, Dad, I want to get pizza," I'm like, "Yeah, we'll get pizza. You want to buy it? Go for it." And he'll go buy it.
Well, and that's, I mean, Andrew's, I think he's starting, but he, like, we're doing the job tomorrow for Sergeant Reds, and I mean, he's getting paid $150 cash, right? It's nice for 4 or 5 hours, and he did it last month, but he's not working. He's going to school now. He doesn't work, and it's like, did you know $150 doesn't go very far?
Not at all.
Oop.
It doesn't. It doesn't last. I make more than that per day.
Got to.
Yeah, I make more than that per day. Just, you're always asking how much I make. I'm just telling you I make more than that per day. And it's like, it's good that you have the money, but I don't have to continue to buy you food. Like, I don't have to go get dinner. I don't have to buy you fucking groceries. You're allowed to go fight for the country. He doesn't fully get this yet, and it's like he says he does. He's like, I've offered to pay for stuff. I'm like, you don't understand. They go away really quickly. Like, the money you have isn't going to last very long. You think you have $1,000. We blow $1,000 in 2 weeks on bills and everything.
So we got
a weekend at Joe Fest.
What?
There you go.
Or a weekend at Joe Fest.
Joe Fest. I don't think I spent that. I don't think I
will
spent
next
that.
year when you're paying $750 for a hotel room.
No, that's true. If I don't have the kids, I can always ask someone if they want to sleep in the same bed with me, and we can split the cost. I got to be the big spoon, though.
Well, that puts me out, Lawrence.
Well, I mean, I don't have to be physically bigger than them. I just have to be the one that spoons. All right?
Maybe. Sometimes
we always knew you were a giver.
Spoon. Sometimes it's all right to be the little spoon. So
the ball cupper from behind.
That's right.
Nice.
So we got Jeff Evans saying, "What's up, all? Stopping in to say hi. Laters, smash the like." He probably left so quick because he heard about the ball cupping.
Oh yeah, I got deep. That's what happens when you put me in charge.
Well, yeah. Well, you start with what's your most traumatic childhood experience.
Well, I mean, like,
I'll still say the house fire when it comes to the childhood stuff.
Wait, like when you want to one up someone, it's like, oh, why did this? Why did this? You started with the one thing. It's like, yeah, you're not. It's gonna be really hard to one up me unless you.
I just wanted everyone to see that you are a human being, Lawrence.
Speaking of dead parents, Netflix now has the Mendoza
brothers.
What is it?
Biography.
Something
Biopic.
like that. Yeah, no, it's not.
Biopic.
Yeah, because it's I'm sure it's going to be sensationalized. Of course, I saw it and I'm like, ooh, I want to watch this. Like anyone, I have issues.
So I've got Ratlore right here.
Menendez, that's it.
Menendez, that's the one, yeah.
I'm trying to highlight it, but I don't have control of the stream, so.
Where? Here we go. There you go. Thank you, Ed. I'm sorry, I'm playing with my toys.
And I got to ask you a question. When we were talking about the StreamYard price increase,
yeah,
did you find a legit?
I got an email about it yesterday, late last night.
I haven't got the email, or at least I looked for it.
I think what they're doing is like they're doing it by the time you signed up, right? Because I signed up for StreamYard like last year and this time of year, and I just paid my StreamYard bill today, and it goes up next month. It starts at the new price of $44.95.
Yeah, I got mine yesterday right after the notification that my billing for this month went through.
Yep, me too.
Okay, so what are the prices then?
45, 80, 89, and then 100 and something. Hold on, I'll bring up the email. Hold on a second.
There you go.
It's funny because if you go and look for it, they talk about the increase and what you're going to get, but they don't give you the fucking prices on their site.
So the funny, here's one of the other funny things, right? So I've had the link up for a while as like an automatic thing in the description. Like if people click on the link, they sign up for StreamYard using your referral code.
Yeah.
If they spend $25, you get $25 in credit. I've had 4 people sign up, and apparently they've all just stayed free.
So it's $44.99, $88.99, and $200. Well, $290 is like for the businesses. Yeah. But you're not getting anything more for it. That's the thing.
Well, there's a few things I saw. Like you can use 1080 now.
Well, yeah, 1080. Who gives
1080p. Right. You can use dark mode.
Yeah.
Tony does not like dark mode. I was weird. I'm like, why do you make dark mode?
Because he doesn't like diversity.
I have my computer.
Right now, Tony is going down in subscribers because, like, fuck this guy, man. What?
There are a bunch of people complaining about how things are woke right now who probably just won't subscribe to Tony, so it's fine. And they'll watch him after they watch that Doomcock or whatever it's called.
There you go. See, as white as Tony is, he looks like he lives in dark mode.
Oh, I hope he's listening. God, I hope he's listening.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
What time is this at? Because I need to fucking cut that.
Timestamp? 1 hour, 53 minutes. So,
yeah.
About 2 hour mark.
Cut this as a fucking soundbite.
I think so, too.
The thing, like we were talking this morning, though, a $20 price increase is a lot just to go to 1080p. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but as we know, if I don't point out the good and the bad, I'm just considered a cock gobbler, a dick. I don't know, something like that. I don't know.
Wait, are these all recent terms they've used to describe you?
It's something like that. I don't know.
I just like to call you an asshole. That's it.
He is an asshole.
Well, that I will confirm.
I know.
I'm surprised I haven't got more people messaging me, to be 100% honest.
So Aaron looked up. What did you look up this morning? Streamlabs? Is that what it was? Oz?
Yeah, Streamlabs.
Yeah.
I get advertisements from them a lot.
Yeah, I just you integrated so much. You've learned how to use this.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm going to try Streamlabs because it's only $19.99 and you get to have the same stuff for 10 people, 11 people on screen and all sorts of shit. So I'm going to give it a try.
It's worth it to give it a shot. And then look,
I'm going to try it to see if they will stop, because StreamYard keeps, whenever I try to do live streams using my phone, it override. I've turned autofocus off on my phone. Because obviously, for filming a video, you don't want it to autofocus on your hands when you're coloring Beetlejuice, so 85,000 people can watch it. But on live streams, it
the focus is in and out, and it's StreamYard because it doesn't do that when I have the one time I tried the just live streaming straight through YouTube. So I'm gonna try Streamlabs, and if I can have control over my autofocus again, I'd probably be happy just to use that anyway.
But I don't think that you can control your. I don't believe you can control your camera through StreamYard. It has to be done through that actual device.
Well, that's the thing. Like I have it turned off, but whatever they didn't like it worked fine, and then they did an update to the system, and then it overrules the autofocus turn off. So the autofocus turns back on whenever whatever they do to take over your camera, and there's no setting in it to go with camera settings, unless maybe it's one of the more that one of those more expensive tiers does that. But I'm not gonna pay. I mean, like 44 is like that's a pretty. I mean, it's like 25 now, so that's almost a full $20 for like.
You almost doubled in the price. It's huge. It makes no sense. I mean, I understand everything is done on their end, so they have to pay for the servers. It goes to the same thing with the super chats. I mean, I understand that YouTube has to take their cut. Do I think taking the cut they take is too much? Yeah. And I think that with like StreamYard, almost doubling the price, they know where they have you. They know where they have you. And this is where companies, this is in my mind when companies get greedy. They think, oh, we own the fucking market. We're never going to lose it. And I go, BlackBerry thought the same thing. Now tell me who has a BlackBerry right now. Absolutely no one. So I don't even think they're a company anymore, right?
No, they still make phones. Just they're
people don't buy them anymore. So
right.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things where this is where they're gouging, and I can see this coming back to bite them because all it takes is someone else that, hell, you said Streamlabs is doing $20, so it's fucking cheaper than it is right now, and they want to fucking again add $20 to it.
Right. Now, I actually, and Chris, I'm glad you mentioned OBS because OBS seems to be a little complicated.
Oh, hellaciously complicated.
Right. and so, like, I just can't see us doing a clubhouse like this with OBS.
There's kind of a way. You have to use a site like Video Ninja, and you can use like their layout.
Ninjas don't exist.
Throw it into the OBS system, and then you can arrange cameras and stuff.
Adam, I am with you 100%. I loved every BlackBerry that I had. I'd go to the gym with it. I didn't have a case on it. I'd throw the fucking thing around. It never fucking broke. I'd live in fear that my iPhone lands the wrong way and the fucking glass shatters.
All I'm going to say is I couldn't stand the tiny buttons on BlackBerries because of these fucking gorilla mitts. All right, like these, and when phones kept getting smaller and smaller, I was so terrified that I was just not going to be able to use a phone. And then they started doing the smartphones with the touch screens and displays got bigger because then I could finally not push 5 buttons with one finger.
I never had a BlackBerry. My wife did when we first started dating, and my favorite thing about it is the battery didn't fit right as a design flaw, so she had to put like sticky notes inside the battery compartment to hold it right. Like super great engineering, BlackBerry.
I do miss having the extra battery. So when the battery died during the day, you pull out your spare battery and pop it in there. And then when you get home, you stick it on a little fucking charger, and the battery went behind the secondary battery went behind it. Oh, we've come a long way. Now
when I was working at the cell phone store, I laughed my ass off because how many people would come in and say, "My phone's dying really fast. Can I change the battery?" I'm like, "No, you can't change the battery. There's no opening for the battery to come out now."
You look back at when you had like the extra battery and you loved it. Now I'm like, motherfucker, who's texting me with fucking green? Oh, it's Tony and Ed. Thank you for ruining my fucking iPhone.
Fucking green bubbles.
Blue. What?
Fucking green bubbles.
It's fucking. Listen, I'm not a Mac guy, but I love the iPhone. And when I get that green text, I'm like, you motherfucker, you better be in a fucking spot that you just can't get a signal, and that's why it's sending me green.
See, no, that's my
I will
secret
never
identity.
use an
I'm
iPhone.
an
I
Apple
fucking hate
repair
it.
tech.
I think once people start using an iPhone, they realize how easy it is, and you're like, yeah.
Nope.
Nah, see, for me, I've always
Everybody in my family has iPhone, and I fucking hate them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of iDevices.
No, everyone hates you because you
I
turn
don't
the
fucking
group.
care if people hate me. I
You
like
turn
getting
that
green
group.
bubbles.
Yeah, everyone has a fucking iPhone, and because of you, your group texts are in fucking green.
Hey, listen to this. I don't have to fucking iMessage
Look.
or iChat with anybody either in my family.
Here's what I will say.
I'm going to
This is
start
my only-
messaging Lawrence through text now, just so I can piss him off more. Since he said everybody's got fucking iPhone.
This is
You
all
never
I'm
give
going
me your
to say
iMessage.
about this debate.
You need
Is
to remember
there's a
Ozsome,
group.
I'll give it to you.
There's
I
a
got
group
you.
chat for one of my my writers groups, my crit group, and one person in it doesn't have an iPhone, and so whenever somebody goes LOL or whatever, they get like 3 notifications of that because they see all 3 of us seeing it. And this person has complained for like 3 years now. You guys can't remember. Please don't do that. It makes my phone blah blah on and on. And I was just like, well, why don't you get an iPhone? And they're like, they're too expensive.
I don't know.
And
I
then,
like tap backs with people who don't have iPhones because they just get to see,
and then they went and
Chris
spend a lot
loved
of money on
image.
shoes. So I just now every time anyone sends a message, I do laugh and I reply to it. I do all of the emoticons, so they're getting like 17 things. So I'm just, that's my addition.
So one of the funnier things with Ziggy is that he's got like some kind of service plan or whatever, like $30 unlimited a month kind of thing, like like almost like a pay as you go as opposed to like any of the big plans or anything, right?
Yeah.
And so we're in a group chat with our buddy Scott, who we used to toy hunt with way back in the day, doing all the Star Wars stuff, and then him and myself. And when he'll send something into the group chat, and then we'll both react or respond to it, and then he'll reply, but it'll come through as a singular text message to each of us and not respond in the group chat. So then you got to figure out, wait, was that a response to the group chat thing, or did he send this to me personally? Like, I don't know, because the data plan doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work with what he's got. It's hysterical.
Old phones. I do not miss getting tech support calls on old phones.
I've been spoiled by my little, pocket computer, and I'll keep it.
Sometimes I wonder why I have a phone, to be perfectly honest. Like, nobody calls. Nobody's texting. What is this?
See, I'm lucky.
That's how everything I do on YouTube is just all phone.
Yep.
There
you go.
My work pays for my phone. So in actuality, if they said you have to get an Android, I don't give a shit. Just teach me how to use it.
It's pretty.
But I don't need to worry about that because none of us like green text.
Right? That's what Adam's saying. Nobody has Ed in a text group because they don't want to see the green.
I like green, Ed.
I'm a
buddy.
fan of green.
Green me up.
There you
I
go.
didn't even know that was a thing.
That makes me want to go do some different kind of green right now.
But
anyone one of my favorite people is a green bubble. It hurts, but I care enough about them.
Oh, Matt's phone sends messages in green, so it's not like a deal breaker, but it's just when somebody complains that I've got a phone that sends in green and you guys are being inconvenient to me with your iPhone, I'm going to be inconvenient.
But anyone that had a BlackBerry remembers the BlackBerry Messenger.
Right.
And
again,
the iPhone made that just because BlackBerry Messenger was awesome. I don't know why. It just was awesome because you have the people that were just on the BlackBerry Messenger. And it's like, hey, I don't have to pay for taxes. Well, no one pays for taxes anymore. So it doesn't really matter. So iPhone gave you the little blue symbol. And then we got to know when there's commoners that have Androids that are trying to get a hold of you.
So
the common people.
I just deleted you from my contacts.
Bro.
So now you won't get green bubbles from me.
Why do you think I always message you on Instagram? I can see when you fucking read it and when you're responding.
Right
there, you go.
Receipts.
Well, see, here's what's interesting about Fat Red Foo's comment. He's an Android user. I'm literate in PC and Mac. Like,
Yep.
I can't do Apple computers. They
I'm with
annoy
you.
me and frustrate me, but I do better with the Apple phone software. So for whatever reason, I mean, I've had phones that weren't Apple. I mean, I used to work for Samsung, for God's sake.
See, that's what Instagram and Facebook Messenger have done for you. You're like, oh, you have green. I'll just shoot you a message on Instagram.
I mean, I use Instagram and I don't even use Facebook, but I use Facebook Messenger.
Yeah,
right?
I use Messenger more than I use actual Facebook at this point.
I've got 3 people that I text outside of those 2 apps. That's it. Everything else is done through those 2 apps.
Lawrence is actually the only person who really calls me even at this point. So there you go.
Oh, Tony doesn't have your number, obviously.
No, I'm too diverse. So like he's not going to call me because he hates diversity.
Look, speaking
I
of
check a lot of
diverse,
diversity boxes.
speaking of diverse, Dave's dimension is ambiphonedrous, I guess. Common people are Android users. What about people who flip-flop from Android to iPhone?
Those are bilaterals, and we respect them. We don't want to erase them.
The daywalker of the phone scene.
I don't know one person that does that. I know there are people that will go from one to the other, and they'll stay there, or they'll be like, "Fuck this device, I'm going back to the other one." But I don't know anyone that goes from one to another. If there is, that's as bad as someone that flip flops from car brand to car brand. Like, you don't drive Chryslers your whole life and then go like, well, you don't drive Chrysler, then get a Ford, and then get a Chevy.
Well, if you get a Ford, it's going to break down though, so you need to get something else different after that. Ford.
But like
I don't know.
People,
I flirted with a Honda after my life with Toyota, and it was a mistake.
We buy American here.
Right, we got Tony
I do too.
Legend's hanging out with us. What's going on?
Hello.
Bud disappeared on us. Hopefully he will be back. I was just about to show because I did want to get back to this comment real quick. Jeff is saying rat lore with the viper head works nice. Well, you know what? We're about to blow your mind here, Jeff, because Bud did this earlier this week and sent it to us in the in our group chat here, and I'm going to share this window.
Oh. I was just messing with that showing Jeff right now a second ago.
So he's got Viper's head on Ratlor's neck with King Hiss's arms on the Ratlor body. And then he's got, you know, the Lady Slither tail, which they are getting good reuse out of this tail. I wasn't sure how many figures they were going to reuse it on. That was one of the reasons I got 3 to begin with, because I wanted to have a couple of extra snake tails. But now they got it coming out with that shredder. They reused it with Necroconda. That's the other Snake Man that I really need to get because he glows in the dark.
Okay, so that's Bud's right there.
Yeah, Bud did this.
You need to do a short with that, and then put the sound of that guy going, "I'm a slippery snake," over the whole thing, right? Just moving it around. I don't want to see your hand though, because that type of shit aggravates the shit out of me. But like moving it around.
Oh, see, here I'm thinking the SNL skit where Jim Carrey is pitching meth as a weight loss plan.
Meth as weight loss?
Well, he's like, you know, you go into a shed, lock yourself in a garbage bag suit, and just do a lot of meth and ride the snake.
But yeah, this is gorgeous right here. Like, this is like an ultimate kind of Snake Man, if you ask me. That looks great.
Yeah.
So
Phenomenal.
very snaky.
Very, very slithery snake.
All Music fan, message me if you want one. I'm trying to get rid of one.
Well, oh, okay. Jeff did not get a lady slither. Oh man, there you go. Definitely hit up Lawrence. He's working on selling the Origins collection. I got a couple things coming to me from that pretty soon, filling in some of the gaps in the older waves.
I haven't put her up on eBay yet, so let me know.
There you go.
And then we can figure out the price.
There it is.
Because gone.
Lawrence, I was just going to say, with those ones that you're sending me, those couple, that will complete me waves 1 through 12.
I just wanted that to end with that completes me.
That completes me. Which is why I'll be okay if you're the big spoon.
You had me at Slither.
So you're saying I complete you?
You complete me. You complete
That's
me.
very sweet.
The bromance has fully blossomed in the clubhouse.
All thanks to Allison's 1,000 subscribers.
Kenzo, I have it up right now on eBay. Nobody has bid on it yet. So that thing's going for a good amount.
Yeah. Mysteries of Grayskull certainly was.
Yeah. So I think I have it listed for 90 right now. Because they're selling for like 120.
Right.
And I look at what it's sold for. Now again, if
That's
I know
the best
you,
way to price it.
then I can come down in price on some things because there's no fees.
Right, friends and family.
But
so
last I checked, I did not have any bids on it.
Yeah, when I got into collecting Origins, one of the first things that I knew was just that I was going to write off being a completionist because of the con exclusives that were out at the time, you know? And really, that was back when con exclusives were this bad boy here and the Prince Adam and He-Man 2-pack that came out. And then it was like, got into Origins, and then they did the She-Ra and that Sunman, you know, con exclusives. And I was just like, I'm not going to try to be a completionist. But then we were, you know, when they showed off the Horde 4-pack and, you know, the, what did they call them? The diabolical duplicate and Fakor, right? And then
I missed out on
Mysteries of Grayskull. I wanted to get all 3 of those, but there was just no way that was going to happen. You know,
I think the only one I got was the Mysteries one.
Out of those, Mysteries of Grayskull was the only one where it was like that had to be the one that if I got any of those 3 that I would go for, because I knew that with the Horde 4-pack, well, we're getting all 4 of those figures in a different version, like a regular version.
Mysteries of Grayskull was cheap too.
Right? Yeah, it was a lot cheaper. It was only like 50.
No, it was like 30.
And it didn't sell out like as quick as the other ones either. Those other 2 packs.
Well, I wasn't working at the time. That being the problem. Like I had no income, so I would have had to ask somebody else to just buy it for me. Period, and have no way to be like I could pay you back. You know, like I already had people picking me up what they could from Origins, and then I was just doing like handyman work for them, like, you know, cleaning out their ducts and stuff like that in their house, doing stuff like that. So like that was the only income I had at the time. I didn't have an actual job.
I hate when my ducts get dirty.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, man. You breathe in all that nasty shit. So you know, that's still one of those ones where it's like I kind of hunt because it's basically got the one figure that is exclusive to that pack being the suit of armor for Grayskull, and then it's got the other add-on. So, you know,
it fits really nicely on the Grayskull.
Right? Yeah, like having that spirit up. I just wish they had done something to bring out that detail. Because the problem is when you look at it, like you lose the detail, the transparency in the plastic.
Yeah. But no, I think that was, I mean, The Secret Grayskull was real nice. The duplicate and was it Fakor and duplicate?
Yeah,
I was a little disappointed I didn't get that. I mean, I'm really disappointed now that I'm selling the stuff because it's worth so much fucking money. I just thought it was really good. I mean, I never bought the stuff to sell it. It's just now that I'm selling it, I'm happy that anything is worth more money, worth something. So
yeah, because it definitely could have went the other way too, right? Where like it would all just be worth nothing. So
yeah, and when you look at like what I sold to Mr. MOTU, no, I didn't make very. I don't think I made back my money on it more than maybe 5 figures, and I mean I sold them.
But see, you're also being very reasonable with that pricing too, because first off, you're looking at like sold prices on eBay. So you're keeping it realistically with what people are actually buying it for versus what they're trying to sell it for. Secondly, you're selling somebody an open product where a lot of people are looking for like the new in box. But even then, you're making sure that each one is complete, like if they want, and I know because we've done business on this, you asked me, did I want the card backs? Did I want the comics? And I'd just gotten rid of all the card backs, and I was like, nah, just go, just the mini comics.
The goodies.
You're gonna laugh about this. You haven't got it yet, right?
No, it hasn't shut up.
So, I wasn't gonna leave the comics just in there, so I had to find something to enclose them. And so I'm like, fuck. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll just use one of the card backs. And you didn't want the card backs of yours, so I'm like, I'll just use. But I couldn't. I'm like, I like these card backs, so I'm like, I'm going through. I'm like, and I finally came to the
artwork's so good.
I came to the Clamp Champ, or what Clamp? Yeah, Clamp Champ. Who I know you can get for like $5 at Ollie's. So I used that one. I used that one. And I still struggled to fold it. I'm like, ripped off it.
Because they're nice. Like, they're really, really good looking. The card art's always been amazing, which why it was a hard decision for me to even just get rid of them. Because, like, I wanted to, like, I bought a scrapbook to put all the card art, like, just cut the top sections off and put them in there because I love the artwork. But it's a project I was never getting around to doing, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm just gonna let it be. I got to get rid of that stuff. So that now what I'm going to use that scrapbook for is because I'm going to put all the stickers from everybody in those. So that's going to be fun. All the stickers are going to go.
What made it even easier to keep all those card backs is that anytime that you ordered the Mattel Creations and it came in that nice box, they just slid right in. And then when you finally filled it up, you already had like 10 other fucking boxes. So you started another one.
That's what I was doing. I'm putting them all in those.
Yeah, they weren't moving around. They're taking up very little space. So it didn't really bother me. Of course, I'm keeping all these boxes, so why does it even matter?
I've still got it downstairs, but my Castle Grayskull box is filled with the box from Panther, Battlefield Warriors 2 pack. Like, I broke them all down and put them inside of the Castle Grayskull box.
I put a lot of things in that.
Because, again, the artwork with the boxes is really part of what makes one of my favorite parts of the line is just that artwork.
Yeah, and I guess I go into some of the boxes that I have up in my closet of stuff I got rid of.
Right.
Again, you got the Screech, and I think if there's anything missing, let me know because I should have.
I will. Yeah, I'll let you know if I notice anything is missing, but I don't think it will. But that literally completes like the first, basically like 3 years of the line for me. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, mate, I was more than happy to give it to someone who wants it, who isn't just gonna try and flip it or.
No, I'm going to sit around and next time Connor comes over and we have everything out, I'm going to be like, I finally have all the.
Wait, you're going to let a kid play with it?
Yes. Yep. Deal with it.
I don't give a shit. You can
Darn
fucking get like field goals that only Michigan can seem to fucking do now.
I'm gonna send you pictures of Connor bashing the toys together.
Hey, I did that video 3 or 4 years ago about that. MOTU Origins is the best line for kids, for parents and their kids, because they stand up. They don't have too many points of articulation, but have more than before. They're meant to just be smashed around, easy to pop and swap.
They're
so
durable.
I stand by it. I mean, I still stand by
Classic
it.
smash and bash.
That's right. See, Mike, absolutely, man. Like, I was running out of space for all the boxes for like Wind Raider and everything else. And I was just like, man, I need some place to put these. And when I had that giant Gray Skull box, I was like, you know what? Yep, let me just break them down and kind of fold them in there. The only one that was like a little tight when I was putting them in there was the Battlefield Warriors 2-pack. Because like when you collapsed it, it was like at the very edges of the Gray Skull box. So,
well, again, remember, I keep all my classified boxes. And I have them all in order by the numbers. Most of them are in order. Some I can't because of how big the boxes are. But you have to think about all the doubles I have. So some are like behind the other ones, so I can't push them back all the way. They kind of stick out on the bookshelf. But you start running out of space.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, I can start putting some in the Hiss box. And when the Dragonfly comes, and I started putting them in the Stinger box and the Vamp box. But even then, I'm still running out of space because, like, I don't break them down. Why I'm keeping them, I don't even fucking know. Other than I have issues.
I wouldn't keep those new ones, man. Those new ones are kind of generic.
I have this thing that, again, I guess if I ever decided to sell them and I have no intention of selling them, I can put them back in the box and be like, hey, you know what? It's complete. It's in the box. It is open. But here it is. So if you... And I have to say, I think it started because I was keeping all the boxes, but when I got the Beachhead, because I found Beachhead at Target. I walked in at like 11:30 and there was Beachhead. Come to find out, Beachhead was super hard to find, but the bubble was melted, and I thought that's why someone either returned it or didn't want it because it kind of bubbled up on the package, and I had no intention of buying it because I thought it was fine. And then when Target did that big thing where they finally got their shipment in, or I don't know what they did, but then they started putting them up. I'm like, fuck it, I'll order one. And that thing sat in the box for the longest time, though. I was finally like, I want to open another figure. And he's sitting downstairs, so I went and opened them, put the box back, and I actually think I might have gotten rid of that box, to be 100% honest, just because it was so melted, which was really odd because nothing on the outside was. It was just internally.
I remember when Paul Mart was getting rid of those, they had the comic Manny faces, and they had a bunch of them with that melted eggshell, and they were selling them for like, what was it, 15 or something like that, or 19?
Really?
But then those were like so hard to come by because those are the ones that like Big Bad Toy Store ended up canceling the orders, and there was a whole mess with those. But I got a couple that were jacked up from the box, but.
And I've still been thinking about getting that. Like, I kind of gave up on like trying to collect all the variants, but at the same point, it's kind of like, maybe I should get them. You know,
actually,
the
like
comic
that
book
version
ones are
better
good
than the other one.
It's got the darker colors that the older toy had. Like the older toy was not as bright.
Yeah, they kind of went for more of that skin tone too instead of as yellowy, but wasn't
right. So right now, when it comes to boxes, the only boxes that I am keeping are these ones. As soon as it'll share. There we go. Figure obscura.
Hey, I have a few of those.
Joe, you actually added to this one. You know,
I did.
Collect
this guy right up here. Or no, it wasn't this one. It was this
I
one
know,
right
weird,
there.
right?
Right there. Yeah, so there's all my figure obscura boxes, along with Count Chocula and Blueberry. And it takes up a whole shelf. And this doesn't even have the second Headless Horseman box. That's on a different shelf. This one's
Man.
displayed because it's it's got the glow in the dark. So when I finally get the new camera set up and everything, I'm gonna be using that.
Joe, do you?
Someone on the GDL Discord said they found that Chocula figure at Ross, and I'm so mad.
So, Joe, do you keep all your boxes?
So at one of each, like
Okay.
Like if I buy 12 of the same figure, which I have done, I just keep one of the boxes. I have no intention of reselling them. I actually let people know. Like when I buy Mythic Legions, first thing I do when I open it, I rub it on my dog and then I blow cigarette smoke on it just so nobody will ever want it.
So, all right. So this will make you laugh.
Nice, Kenny. Nice.
I thought about doing exactly what you said you did with the classified, right? Just keeping one of each and getting rid of the others. But my mind says, if I'm ever going to sell them, I'm going to start with the ones I have doubles, and then I'm going to need the fucking box to box it up.
Right.
Because I'm going to want to keep at least one of each, you know?
Yeah, no, and that totally makes sense. I feel like selling things is such a hassle that I have no intention of ever doing it. So that's why I'm not
Unless
really
if something's
particular.
worth, if something's worth a lot of money. But like again, like Classified's now getting to the point where it's like I could sell one of my Vipers because even if I buy one of each Viper, I'm technically army building because there's so many Vipers. So I could get one of the ones that I have 2 or 3 of, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my whole thinking was like, well, I guess I can get rid of all the duplicates. But then you're like, well, if I'm ever going to sell them, those are the ones I'm going to start with. And then I'm going to need a box, and then I'm going to be upset because...
Yeah, you know what I thought about, too, with all the packaging, because I have it all stuffed in one room, a storage room. If there's ever a fire that breaks out, my house is going to burn down like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Just poof!
Yeah.
From all the cardboard and plastic, yeah.
Right, it's got all the paper just hanging around.
All the kindling.
and Chris down here, he doesn't have that problem because he collects McFarlane, and those boxes are shit, so they're easy to fucking toss in the garbage.
100%, and they haven't changed since day one.
They throw themselves in the garbage. That's how convenient they are. They're just like.
What do you do with all your cards? Do you have like a book for your cards? Or
Actually, what I do with the cards is I have little bags to put the accessories in, and I put the cards in with the accessories so I can identify
Smart.
them.
That's smart.
Yeah.
I remember when people were talking about when the Masterverse figures first came out, and they're like, I love the box art because it's so easy to fucking toss in the garbage because it's shit. The only thing that's good about like the Masterverse is really the deluxe ones because you pull that back piece out that's all the rocks, and you have a nice little back.
Right? Like you can put it in a bag.
Got a box full of those.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nate March did some of that Masterverse artwork, and that dude is a stud. So I'm not going to say that artist.
The
There's hardly any art on it. The
still got,
boxes
like-
are just very plain. That's
Yeah,
like
the
the new
box
Classified.
overall.
They're shit. All right, they're fucking awful.
But the new Masterverse, they don't have the art on the back anymore.
Yeah, they're just
like
figure itself.
kind of a picture of the toy.
Yeah.
That's neat bar chart right there, by the way.
No, it's not.
that's the actual figure.
That's the toy.
Here.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay.
The front has
So
all.
now that's where the art is.
Okay, because I
Yeah.
knew he had
I don't
done
like
the he did the movie He-Man and Skeletor. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I'm thinking about throwing those boxes away.
Well, you know, and Fetch Francisco is that he does
Yeah, Francis.
dude, so good.
Well, him and Roy Juarez and Axel, like those guys are on fire.
Yeah.
Like that whole art team is killing it. I love all those guys. And that's why it was like I said, it was really hard for me to finally decide on getting rid of the stuff, but I just had so much clutter. I was like, I've got to get rid of it. But like something like this, no, I got the shipper box, and I'm keeping the shipper box for this.
Yeah.
And those guys are staying in there.
There's all the exclusives, all those boxes, everything in there. I'm like,
Really quick, since we are talking about McFarlane, it's probably time to do an update. So we're at 97
I haven't heard one
Batman,
yet.
62 Jokers, 27 Robins. 3 of those Robins have the wrong cape, 7 have the right cape, 6 are a translucent cape, 2 have no cape, and 1 has 3 strips of bacon stapled together for a cape. We've got 19 bat wings, 12 Batmobiles, 7 Batcopters. 1 of those Batcopters is gold for no goddamn reason. And a box of jock itch medicine that is the Batman of Earth tingly balls. So that's where we're at.
And shiny plastic people just pre-ordered all of them.
And Starfire. And
I'll be
Starfire
making a
has
video
a bump
about the
in the
bat
front.
wings tomorrow.
Starfire's
Even though
got a
my
bump.
favorite is now this Spin Master 89 one. It is awesome.
That is cool. So, speaking of fetch earlier, and Mike mentioning about the red rocks, what do we think of next year's card art for the cartoon collection with the Horde invasion?
I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Right?
Just
I need She-Ra yesterday. Like, just give it to me straight.
Well,
no.
we're getting some She-Ra next year. It's so weird that they're like, they're definitely catering to their male boy audience with it's going to be the year of the Horde. Like, dude, it's She-Ra's anniversary. Just call it like it is.
Yeah.
But, this is going to be the new card backs for the cartoon collection next year. And I freaking love it. You got all the little bat creatures up here on top of the towers of Grayskull. Like, it looks so good.
And it's gonna be nice to have the characters like framed right in front of Grayskull there.
Right. Speaking of fetch, there's the man himself. Here we get some of that Ram Man. And see, here he is. He's on that new card art. It looks just so good.
It's a little weird that they put Ram Man with that card art, but
Well, it's because it's next year.
Yeah.
That's the production.
We got so many figures with that snake.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just so many Snake Men boxes with the wrong people in there too. So
yeah,
Spike was in the Snake Men box.
Yeah,
right. Well, it's because it was that year, that wave, the refresh of the packaging.
I just gotta say, real fast, Kenzo, I gotta brag. I got tickets for Broncos Raiders when they wear the throwbacks. And I've got fake designs that go to Casa Bonita the day before.
I'm just noticing the 40th anniversary She-Ra sticker. Makes me wonder, will we get the Crystal Palace next year?
Crowdfunded?
It'll be an $800 Mattel Creations.
It better look like the damn concept. That's all I'm saying.
It'll be as big as a cat's lair.
So I just did this the other day where I cut all my boxes up and I put them in totes. So like,
nice.
It's not all done, but I've got like the backs in here, and then I've been making my garage into like my little studio crafting area. So I'm just gonna plaster the walls with that stuff.
Yeah, I need to cut mine all down. Yeah, boxes and boxes full of shit.
The inserts that are like things I can use for photography are in this box. So
that's good to keep those on hand where you can just grab them, because they do make some really good backdrops. Especially, like, one of the reasons I didn't want to get rid of all the Figure Obscura boxes is because they've all got the magnetic, shell on the outside that you open up and then you could use as a backdrop with it.
One thing I wish, like we were talking about McFarlane stuff, like this one's pretty nice, but most of them have like, we put the stands and the cards
right
in the middle of it, so
yeah.
Like, I wish you wouldn't do that.
If you could give me a good enough scan, I could fill in that area, send you back the image, and then you just have to print it out on some cardstock.
Yeah,
the other thing you can do is try to blade it.
Yeah, I've done that for a few that I liked. I'm like, we'll just cut it. There's a little plastic circle there, but it's not too bad.
Right.
So I have a little bit of toy news I want to get Lawrence's opinion on. I know he's the G.I. Joe guy. So today there was some leaked images that Mega Bloks have some G.I. Joe figures.
I was just looking at those. The his tank driver.
Yep, and Duke and an astronaut. I'm not sure about the
So
astronaut.
Duke and Ace, that's actually
Ace.
the Ace is
Okay.
the F-14. He is based off of like the suits for the that they wore into space.
Right. Okay.
I'm not a Mega Bloks guy, but I do think that his tank driver looks really good. Bobby
So,
B's excited.
But you know that it's going to be a set, right? Like you'll build the his tank.
Yeah.
You know, so are you going to dip your toes into those at all and see what they're
Nope.
like? No.
No, I have way too much going on.
Gotcha.
I have
Right.
way too much GI Joe, and this fucking Mezco line is fucking.
So what we need to do is buy Lawrence just one set, and then he'll be down that rabbit hole.
Dude,
I've never been a Lego guy.
So,
yeah.
Wow.
That's the point. Exactly. Yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I've collected the Halo Mega Bloks since I think they started in like 2008 or something like that.
I've still got the energy sword that I got to put together. I've got it still in the box.
Dope. So I have almost every set. I have every vehicle set, and
I got a ton of those.
I'm tempted though. Like I'm not a GI Joe guy, but I don't know, man. Like the modern Mega Block sets are pretty good.
I know Bobby B is like really excited because he bought like the Castle Grayskull, I think.
Yeah.
I picked up that Snake Mountain because I found it 50% off. I didn't really need it, but
My
at that
sister
price,
did Carol did the Gray Skull and Snake Mountain. I
They
don't
got
know if she ever got Point Dread.
They got the Fallout license, and that's what I was looking into today because I'm super excited for these Fallout sets that are coming. And then it was part of the leak was that maybe they're going to do some Skyrim stuff too.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, but then I saw the GI Joe ones, and I was like, "Damn, I might have to snag those too. They look pretty good."
Did you see that on Toy Arc, or was it on?
It was on. What's that app called? Reddit. It was. It was an Instagram post that somebody had clipped and put on Reddit.
Because the only reason why I knew what you were, I knew about the Mega Bloks because I talked about the Duke and the Ace a couple weeks ago. But when I was saving some pictures to do slides for my show on Monday, I saw the his tank driver. But I really didn't. I wasn't paying attention to the news, so I didn't realize that they have other things that they're.
Yeah,
I mean, I know they have other properties, but I didn't know that they were announcing new properties.
What's interesting to me about that is that Mattel bought Mega Bloks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Mattel is getting a Hasbro license, which is
no, they
because
they
Lego doesn't have it.
Yeah, they announced last year, maybe at the beginning of this year or late last year, that Mattel and Hasbro had
they're working together on a couple.
Yeah, that they're working on something, but there was no way they were going to give. No way they were going to give Mattel the rights to do like a 7-inch GI Joe.
No way.
Right.
They did like a Barbie Monopoly and a couple other.
Yeah.
Real quick,
can you imagine
guys, hang on a sec. Allison, I know you were saying you got to go pretty soon here, so you're muted, hon. Oh no!
Yeah, she just wanted to hear herself talk.
I have to.
But gee, you think
head
someone
out.
with 2,000 views would be more professional than being on mute? Jeez.
Boo.
So I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Go watch my short if you did it. So we can get to 86.
That's right. We got to get the 86,000 views. And right now, again, Allison, we have a playlist of hers pinned in the chat. Everybody, if you could put it on a separate tab in the background, while this is playing, we are trying to get Allison boosted up to all the watch hours she needs so she can set up monetization, and then we can all become channel members as she supports so many of us.
Let's get her paid.
Let's
do it.
Bye, Allison. Congrats again.
Anyway, thank you. Well, I mean, not anyway. Please go watch my stuff. I mean, I'm embarrassed a little bit about all of the attention. So
you deserve it.
It's just weird. But anyway, I thank you all for helping me celebrate this unexpected 84,000 views, more than any of Lawrence's videos. Just kidding. Because you'll always have 5,000 more subscribers. So
I do want to say you're welcome for letting you get to 1,000 on my members only stream. It's because you were one of the first. You were one of the first members, so it was something that I could do for you, and I'm happy I could do that for you.
No, I think I was probably the first when you launched memberships. Maybe
I think second.
Or was that Toy Habits? One of them. I was one of the first members.
I think you were the second, but I think you're the longest.
Yeah, I'm still there. It's hard to get rid of me.
I think the only people beating me are Allison and Tony.
No, there's a few that you'd be surprised.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah. Crash was one of the first ones.
Tony needs diversity though, so everyone.
But the first one was Maul, but he's no longer a member.
No.
Was he eaten by space wolves?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Space wolves.
Well, that's just what happened to Cara Dune on Star Wars. She got eaten by space wolves. So.
Space wolves.
Anyway, I am going to go pack for a little bit and then crash out so I can get up and do a live stream with Aaron the Toy Enhancer and find out why he got canceled or whatever. So,
we know why he got canceled.
Yeah.
It's because he spent all that money customizing that Vanguard.
Like the GoBot Vanguard? Like the
Yes.
little,
Yes.
the little Subaru thing that turns into a robot? Okay. That was one of my favorites. All right.
It's a good GoBot. Still a good GoBot.
Congrats, Allison. Have a good night.
I love GoBots. They were cheaper than Transformers. You could get more of them. Screw Transformers. Overpriced, junky Hasbro stuff.
And they were so easy to transform.
You should get the Vanguard instead of anything Hasbro is putting out in Transformers because it's cheaper. Anyway, I'm going to go now. Thank you so much. I do appreciate every one of you because I would not be where I am without all of your support and friendship and, like, advice. You've all pretty much given me advice at one time or another. So I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for being my friends in my community. And thank you to everyone watching because the Lawrence's Creamery and Oz's Clubhouse, the audiences are, so many of you have subscribed and watched my stuff. So I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. And I will see you guys in the comment section. I'll be there Monday to trash talk Lawrence in his chat.
God damn, I thought I didn't know how to get off a fucking stream.
Listen.
It's her stream.
Listen.
Take a drink.
No.
One more listen. You got to say listen one more time.
Listen. It's like
There you
Beetlejuice almost. Listen. And then Lawrence shows up to talk about his 5,000 subs. Anyway.
Or his flag. One of the two.
And why Super 7 Brian Flynn is his mortal enemy. Anyway, thank you all. I appreciate you. I will see you all in the next one. Like, subscribe. Allison Troy, Retro Toy Princess, out.
Night, Allison.
All right. On that note, I'm going to bolt too because I got to wake up in the morning and try and go to the gym and then have to go to Sergeant Red's. And I guess I work for free for my son while he does stuff. So
you got paid in food?
Well, today I did.
This time,
yeah, I did.
It was in advance.
It was the advance. Speaking of that, I'm going to go downstairs and have another one before I wrap it up for bed. But yeah, I got to go do that. And I said I wasn't going to be on long, so.
God damn, you can't get off a stream.
Jeez. Right. Well, I don't want to listen. Let me just say this.
Listen.
I
don't need to thank you guys. I will wait for you guys to thank me for gracing you with my presence because I know I'm the highlight of this show always.
Right. You feel very welcome.
God, I gotta go get my fucking.
You need to prepare to mod the stream on Monday, just in case if there's any lurkers that come in.
Let everybody know he's leaving, so the numbers can go back up.
I'll be there. I'll take him out. I don't have patience like Matthew. He's all nice and gives him a suspension. I'm just like, bye. You're fucking gone.
Hey, I have to say, we really haven't had too many issues
No.
on any of mine, which is shocking considering how polarizing I can be. So,
I was gonna say, you saw the way the chat, since both of your mods weren't there the night of the crustacean and the crab infestation. The chat handled that one for you, brother.
That was a setup anyway.
it pretty much was. That was hilarious. That was.
So, how many more channel memberships and super chats?
I probably got 15 to 20 channel members because I know people started donating them.
Right. Dude came in to
super chat
troll.
was
He came in to troll, and it's like, yeah, how'd that work out for you? Because it certainly worked out in Lawrence's favor, didn't it?
What would have been even better had he gotten a free membership?
I think that's why everybody was gifting them.
Yeah,
because
that-
you
yeah, people were
can't
trying
choose
to
who
get
it
up.
was. They were trying to give him a channel membership, and
But
I'm
when
just
Allison found him,
he's gone, right? He like
well, Allison found him, and he had just started he had just started that account like 2 or 3 months before that. It had like no videos, nothing, and it was like you could tell this was a troll.
Yeah,
so he
it's
probably
just-
had numerous ones.
I spend 40 hours a week trolling live chats because I have nothing better to do with my life. But these YouTube guys, they're losers and they milk people. They milk their teats for money.
I'm trying. God.
It's a hard grind, Chris. I feel you. Apparently, all we needed to do was to just do some Beetlejuice coloring.
More Beetlejuice. Ah.
We need more Beetlejuice.
Now it's too late.
It's too late. That ship has sailed. We missed the opportunity. Allison capitalized fully.
Just start looking for whatever big movie's coming out next and do a short real quick. My problem is that I try and revolve like reviews around fucking like G.I. Joe movies, and that fucking sucks, so nobody wants to watch this shit.
Yeah, well, Chris is reviewing
But if you would
fucking
just
McFarlane, so
look, if you would just post the G.I. Joe 1987 movie, you could solve all your problems there.
Oz, it's about that time. You need to put all your boners together for a short and use that spooky skeleton song.
You know what?
Skeleton.
I'm gonna do it. We're gonna get the photo lab set up. I'm gonna put every single boner. I'm gonna
It's about
whip
time
out
for that
all
song
the
to start
boners.
popping off again, and then that song's gonna be popular for all kinds of shorts.
All the boners. I got a lot of them. I got a boner
Well,
to pick with you. I got a boner to pick with you.
I got to start planning my short for Gladiator too.
Yeah.
I've got boners that glow in the dark.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here though. Thank you guys for having me on again.
All right,
will,
buddy, have a good one.
Larry. Thanks for being here, brother.
Monday or even tomorrow.
We'll see you Monday.
Hella dope. All right, guys, take care.
True.
When's that Brave Star movie coming out?
Right.
I don't know. We need Ace to jump on it. He's the only one championing Brave Star right now.
Brave Star movie will come out when Black Star gets put back on the animation screen.
Never gonna happen, unfortunately.
Nope.
Look, I got them right here, Mike. 2 glow in the dark boners, and a blue one
Take your
and
poison.
a green one. Glow in the dark boners, and that's not even the green and purple glow in the dark boner that I got sitting over there. My extra special boner. There are boners all over here. I am so getting this stream pulled because I've said the word boner too many times.
Bones on
You
boners.
get the boner
From
limit.
what I've been told, you can never have too many boners. That's what
I've heard.
That's what I've heard.
They
You can
even sell
definitely
medication,
not have enough.
right? Because they sell medication if you're not having enough. So
That's
I'm
gonna be
just
next
saying.
year's
hold
Legion's Con.
hands,
Is
is
1,000
it
boners.
docking?
You know, that's
Don't
one
get
kind
Darren
of
started on that.
look. You know, it's one thing I don't have is a flocking boner. I need a flock boner.
I'll send it my way. I'll flock that boner for you.
We're gonna get that boner all flocked up.
Yeah.
Get yourself a fuzzy boner.
That's right, folks. And if you like what you're seeing here on screen and you're having a good time, make sure you hit that like and subscribe for more
French tickler
boners.
used to be sold quite excessively. So
If you like boners, check out my last YouTube video and my next YouTube video.
There you go, folks. You know what? Next person who drops a tip in the tip jar, we might stop saying boners tonight, but I doubt it.
Probably not.
We had to
we'll just
redrop
use some
that
other
point.
name.
You know I will. There's so many
That
phallic jokes.
I had a fantasy football draft last week, and a guy was filling in and just got up like, "Well, I'll see you boners later." I'm like, I am 40. I don't need this in my life.
That's how we roll. That's how we
sweet
roll. Look at that merman. You know,
I have a boner for merman.
I understand.
He would have fit in perfectly with Mermania.
Not bad.
Definitely some mermania, some semen.
That was
Semen
back in
all
March.
over
The
the place.
tides of
I had
March.
to get rid of my squirt bottle.
Oh, did it go bad?
Well, I just emptied it out. I gotta make a new batch. Next time I want to make
Yeah. Got the semen all over the place. All right.
That helmet looks
let's
good
try-
on me.
Yeah, it does.
That's a fine boner.
Yeah, it does. That is a fine boner. A fine boner indeed. Well, here we go. At 40, you should be thankful for boners, Chris. There you go.
That's right.
What's going on, Dre? Welcome back to the clubhouse, brother. It's been a minute. How you feeling?
I've been good. I mean, all this boner talk. I mean,
You just had to jump on a boner talk, right?
I'm feeling. To be very honest, I have lots of. It's not as bad, the pain in my upper right side. For those of you that don't know, several of the guys and girls in the crew I've told them recently that I'm getting surgery on Friday, this coming Friday, to have my gallbladder removed. So yeah, it's been 6-7 months. I've had the pain in my right side. It got real bad, and I'm actually on medical leave from work. So I haven't been on Saturday streams because I've been not feeling well. I mean, I miss you guys, and I've been definitely watching and trying to even catch on the replays. So it's like, I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys keep doing everything you guys are fucking doing because I love it. It makes me laugh. You guys
Are they going to
killing it.
scope you, Dre?
From as far as I could tell, my doctor the surgeon's really good. He's saying they're going to try to do it with the robot on Friday. So I'll be, my wife, my youngest, and my mother-in-law will be there waiting for me. It's supposed to be like an hour outpatient. I'll be under, and then it's going to be, I think they said 7 to 10 days. I'm not going to be able to really do anything, but like the first 3 days are the worst. So my wife is going to be taking off work, I think Friday and Monday, and then I'm going to just kind of be coasting. But I've already started food prepping because my wife's
liquid. Yep.
My wife doesn't cook. I cook. I'm the chef in the house. So I was like, I'm going to prep all the meals.
All you need is a blender, bro. Oh
no, for me, I'm going to.
for you, yeah, no.
For me, I'm going to be going smoothies and like liquid for at least the first couple days. But at least the pain will be over.
Yeah.
So like I've been letting people know, like, hey, I had some pre-orders that were coming in. I was like, hey, money's a little tight right now. Can't get them. Hold them for me. Back in October, I'll be getting them. But I wish I had more pickups. I haven't even had any real pickups or anything. I'm actually getting rid of some stuff, some old like manga. I'm donating it to my wife's classroom because she teaches language arts. And what I've been seeing, and I don't know. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm going to be watching. I have a lot of people also don't know this. Oz, I think, knows it because and Cobb, they know this a little bit better because of what I told in my other group chat. I'm actually next year when my youngest can go to school, I'm going to be going back to teaching in the classroom. So I have 9 months to get 80 hours of teacher credits retaught to me. So I'm retaking stuff. So while I'm recouping, I have my laptop. I'll be sitting on the bed and rewatching stuff. Fun.
There you go. That's good.
He's gonna have Clubhouse playing in the background because we can keep
watch
anybody
hours, yes.
company for 6+ hours,
Mhm.
and then he's gonna be doing all this work to become a teacher, and he's gonna get the two mixed, and he's gonna start talking about prolapses, boners, the Holocaust, gut health, kombucha, and
we can share scars.
Words
That'd be rad.
It'll be crazy.
Who got scars?
Kenzo shared his already.
Yeah, all my scars are emotional, so
I can't.
Joe.
I'm
They,
real fat. So,
they tried,
but this whole line here.
yeah.
Oh.
They tried to do a scope on mine, but it was falling apart, and it was like everything was going everywhere. So they actually had to do it old school. And so I got a nice centipede going up the side, and then they actually had to go in a second day and go down my throat because some of the stones had passed through the common area. So I actually had 2 separate surgeries.
No.
I was in the hospital for a week.
Dude, so they were pushing, and my youngest was with me. It's hilarious. She's 4. So the doctor's like pressing on my abdomen, and he's pushing, and he's like, no pain. Dude, the minute he touched it, I was like, he's like, yep. He's like, gallstones.
Yeah.
And they were like, you have stones. It's pretty inflamed. You should be fine. And my wife's like, we always like to just, you never know, prepare for the worst. So we were like, what should we worry about? What are the things? And he gave us like I said, the surgeon was so like very accommodating, knew that I was nervous, was like, hey, he should be good. Do this, do that, so I'm happy, like it's, kind of like a lot of good information to get. And at the same time, it puts your life into perspective. So it's like, I have a whole new perspective of just like on collecting and like life in general, my friendships with people. And I'm actually thinking that I've gotten closer to both the group chats just by talking to people and hearing what they've been going through, which has actually been extremely supportive because, staying quiet for 7 months, didn't realize that it was that. And then finding out like, hey, you got a freaking gallstones and like your gallbladder is like bad. You got to get that sucker out. And then, of course, like I said, I'm sorry I didn't get you guys earlier because I was watching All Out, and then seeing that holocaust of a murder scene that I was watching. Dude, that Daniel Bryan, why Jim Ross, I've never heard him say anything bad. And for him to say, this is appalling, this is not professional wrestling, why are they allowing this to happen? They put a plastic bag over Daniel Bryan's head, and Moxley was squeezing it. It's like you had to see him at one point stick a hand into his mouth to rip the bag to breathe. I was like, this is murder. And the crowd started chanting, this is murder.
Yeah.
The crowd chanted, this is murder. I was like, I can't watch this anymore. AEW, you went too far.
And the problem is the next match, I'm laughing as Swerve is stapling photos to Hangman's head at first. And then, by the end, I'm like, I will never recover from this night.
Oh, yeah. As a fan of, I love WWE, and I was like, AEW were a good alternative. Tonight, kind of, yeah. I mean, Darby Allin was bad going through the plate glass in Greensboro, but to see Swerve and Hangman where he stuck the syringe in his mouth.
Yeah, no, I was not okay with that.
And then he did the concussion chair shot, not the regular chair shot, the ones that they've outlawed. That you should not be hitting top of the dome. I was like, whew, too much. But have you guys, I want to ask a question to you guys. I've seen this a lot lately on YouTube. And as fellow toy tubers, it kind of piqued my interest to discuss this. Have you seen more people leaving YouTube and quitting collecting because they're considering it a level of addiction?
It's 100%
I am actually
addiction.
almost there. I am real close to that point myself.
Chris, can I ask you, why do you say that?
One of it is just debt. Wanting to rein that in, and YouTube is that for me. That piece is just time management that I don't have. But yeah, collecting is I want to be better about spending.
No. Wow, I'm there. I'm there with you, and I'm very. because I've been hearing people more and more say it, and it was like guys are like, lots of streamers are saying, "Hey, man, this is like the same as like," he was like, "I'm a police officer. I used to see this as, you know, the same as people, you know, shooting drugs." And I was just like, ooh, like, and then I thought about it myself. It's like, well, if you don't unbox stuff and you know, how much debt you have, are you spending where you shouldn't? Are you doing what you shouldn't? Like, I was like, well, we're adults. We have a level of, you know, exactly. I don't have a problem. I'm the same way. I don't think I have a problem either. But then I thought about it, I'm like, when do we think it becomes a problem? When you're not opening the toys?
I have a lot of problems, and toy collecting ain't one.
Exactly. See, that's how I look.
Right. Absolutely.
I think it's like
time,
if
man.
it's interfering with other stuff, like literally you're not paying your bills and you're buying toys, then that's an issue. For me though, like I need this hobby. I get more joy out of playing with my toys than 90% of my life, which might sound sad, but
no, it's totally a thing, right? Like the parts of you that lead down addiction, and you know, I'm pretty well versed in this. It is all the dopamine receptors, right? So when you get that toy, you get that retail rush, right? You buy something, makes you feel good. Sharing it with friends makes you feel even better. So now you're getting a secondary hit of dopamine. Like it's just continual dopamine. And as we say, we all kind of enable each other and do it. But here's really the thing, right? Like if you are covering it can be an addiction, and addictions can, I don't want to say be good because I don't want to put that out there because that's not it, because I certainly know my addictions are terrible. But if you're managing it, it's not, first off, it should not cause you to go in debt. You know, you definitely want to look at your spending habits if you're spending too much or it's going in debt. And I'm not saying like toys putting you in debt, but you realize like you have other debts that you should pay, but maybe you're buying more toys instead, you know, because that's another flip side of it. You know, but the thing is, it's like Thanos, you know, buying these toys brings me joy. I love hanging out here. I play with my toys at my desk all the time. Like, you know, again, just putting the Cabal t-shirt on my boner here. And now he's Porky Pigging it all over the place.
OnlyFans for you,
like, I'm sorry. This is just fun. I love doing this while I'm at my desk all day. It's totally there. We're just at this time where everything has blown up. There's a lot of exposure. And we see so many more cool things, right? Like I probably would have never bought the D&D monster stuff if I hadn't seen how cool it was, you know, with everybody else. And then on top of that, Ollie's, you know, that clearance at Ollie's is what really made me get it, because I wasn't buying it when I saw it in Target or at Walmart for like $40. No, I waited until it was $10 at Ollie's. Now I still could have saved my $10 and I added it to the collection, but I really enjoy it and it helps flesh out the rest of the world. So you just got to be able to manage and control it. Like again, it's a hobby, yeah, but it hits that dopamine receptor, and that's totally an addiction. And you do get addicted to that feeling, and you try it again and again and again. And especially when you do a YouTube channel like this, right? Like, you know, Cobb, you're getting in a lot of the stuff real early, real soon. It really helped your channel grow because you were giving people a lot of their first looks at a lot of these toys before everybody else was managing to get them. So it definitely helped you blow up quite a bit. And that makes you feel good too, right? Because now you're hitting that dopamine off of your YouTube channel and getting all these views and likes and everything like that. So like it keeps feeding itself, and then you feel this compulsion to get more and need more, and then you're running out of space. So like it can be, but you know, you manage your stuff.
Alcohol problem right into toy collecting straight from it. So I feel like I kind of just switched up my
healthier addiction.
A healthier habit, not a bad habit, but
well, I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I think it comes down to look at the community of people, you know, like Oz, I think this community that you brought me into with Cobb and the friendships I've made, it shows a lot. It shows how well, we make friendships. I think that if we're going to say that it's an addiction, I think we have to be mindful of what we mean by the addiction. We have to be mindful of saying, like, hey, I drink coffee. That can be an addiction because it's caffeine.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't have any problems with addiction.
All right, I'm about to go not have a problem with addiction outside like Joe and Mega here.
Exactly.
And I look at it like this. When I got hurt, so I'm still not back to work from I've got 4 blown discs, and I've got the bottom 2 that just started. So I've got 2 of them kind of got worse while I was at work during a use of force. I have been out of work. Of course, I had money coming in and I had a settlement and all that, but it's one of those things where without my collection, I mean, obviously my son, I never get to that point where I was down in the dumps where I was like, oh, this is it. I never, ever thought that, I mean, my son is my drive for everything, but the collection kept me sane, man. I mean, this helped me so much through a crap time, and I would definitely not consider it a negative at all.
I like that because I agree with you. I think if we have kids, because I do, and my kids get me through. My wife has gotten me through it. I'm blessed. I have a great community of people, you guys included, and I think that that's helped me, and yeah, like I've narrowed my collection down. Like if for those of you that have seen, I went from buying everything and having all this crap to like now I have a couple things, and I have the pieces I love that I won't get rid of. And yeah, I fell back into classifieds. I didn't want to, but I did. Then Oz, Joe, you guys got me wanting back into Mythics, Cobb 2, and I went back into that rabbit hole. Limited though, I dipped my toe. But I think you guys, the fact that you guys have, I see it, I look at how cool it looks, and it makes me say, this is why I enjoy it. And the friendships, the bonds. Like Joe and I talk D&D. Sorry for you guys that get to see some of the D&D talk, but that's something he and I can talk about. And that's something really cool. And I think that that's what I like about this hobby. Yeah, I do see the addiction. I do see like guys on YouTube, that'll run around and they just buy shit to buy shit because they're getting views.
Yeah.
Versus,
they're doing it all for the wrong reasons.
Exactly. Like how many times I've seen YouTubers like go on and they're buying stuff and they're like, well, I bought this because I have to get this for the collection. Okay, you didn't need to, but hey, you're old enough. Do what you want to do with your money. I don't care.
Well, Adam always has Adam's got a great term, or he definitely speaks about this. Adam, one thing that you've always said from the time I've started watching you is we don't need any of this.
Yeah.
And I love it when you go into that because it's absolutely true. And there's been many a times where I've found myself with you sitting on my shoulder where I've caught myself saying I need something, and then it's like Adam pops up on my shoulder and it's like, you don't need any of this. And it's kept me from just buying stuff to buy stuff because I've been there before. Like, last weekend we went to Random Treasures and we were looking around, and there's been about like 3 or 4 times we've been in there now and I haven't really picked up anything. And I like supporting a local business. And Ziggy was saying to me, he goes, yeah, but I feel bad because we keep walking in here and we're not buying anything. But the thing is like, I'm also not just going to buy something to buy something. Like if you find yourself doing that, stop, take a look at it and be like, okay, do I have this compulsory issue that I just want to spend something to get my little dopamine fix and feel glad that I bought something? Or should I just really kind of save that money and put it towards something else that I'm going to want, right? And that's one of those things where I find myself keeping myself in check more. Like when I go out and I do these toy hunts, I'm not just going to try to buy something to buy something. Like it's got to make sense for the collection overall. I've got to think about space. The more and more that I buy, space is becoming more and more of a premium. So I've got to make sure that, you know, it's going to fit into the collection somewhere. I cannot buy stuff just to buy stuff.
That's
Well,
kind
when
of
you
what
have 3D printers and then you start making toys, then it even gets worse because then I've got so many areas of like that 15-inch Skeletor I just finished. Like, what the hell am I doing? But you know, space gets tough with that.
Kenzo, we're not going to talk about that because my friend Dave, he's making me some vehicles that I wanted, and I'm like, where the hell
I've
am I
got
going to put
5
them?
printers, so you know, I know what you're talking about. It's not easy. Oh.
Yeah, I keep cutting back, and people keep saying to me like, "Hey, you want to be involved in a toy line?" And I'm like, "Probably not." But what do you got going on?
Right, and then you get zombies from Mars and Santa Clauses at the Yin Yang.
Yeah, I spent my Friday night doing Animal Warriors of the Kingdom stuff. I spent my Saturday morning doing Animal Warriors of the Kingdom stuff, and then I went took my kids to gymnastics. We went swimming in the pool. It was beautiful here today. It was like 90 degrees or something like that. So we got a nice weekend. Probably the last hot weekend of the summer. And if I seem distracted tonight, it's because I'm working on the Kickstarter campaign page for Space Zombies from Mars. So yeah, it never ends.
So, you know, it's manage yourself good. Adam definitely did it right there too. You know, he took the day, he spent it with the family, you know, had a nice day with them to kind of balance out the immense toy industry that he's digging himself further into. It went from hobby to an actual job. But
Yeah, yes.
we got there, Kerry. Hold on a second. Let me try to. Yeah, the Earthworm Gym. There we go. Premium DNA, baby. These guys are coming out with great stuff from their Battletoads to their Earthworm Gym. Man.
And you know, just the other thing about the whole addiction thing too, I was just thinking about, like you said, moderation obviously is the key. If you want to use it to your advantage, and some people do it all the time, but it's, you know, if you do want to get a couple, if you find one that's rare, you want to support your own habit with selling something to get the money to make, you know, to buy more, then so be it. But it's also, like you said, the biggest thing is meeting you guys. Like Mikey and I think we talk every day. It's one of those things where I've met so many good friends through the toy community. Granted, there were some bumps in the road. We all know that, but it's you know, it's yeah, but it's just that part of it. Like you said, it's even those little things that make all of it worthwhile. Is that, you know, you got so many cool people in this community that share the same passions, and it's fun. It makes it fun.
I agree. If I can add one thing to what you mentioned, Oz, what I always say, like I always say, this is we don't need any of this, right? There's fruit flies in here and it's driving me crazy. We don't need any of this, but beyond that, like if that's, you know, that's obvious, right? But my other sort of mantra is I can't collect all the things there.
Yes.
And if you sort of look at things that way and sort of present it that way, like I say that all the time, and so nobody nobody expects me to have everything. Nobody, and I think sometimes we kind of get caught up in the like, I need to have something to unbox. I need to have something for like, oh, what was your haul this week or whatever. You don't have to have a haul every week. You don't have to pick anything. You could be a collector and be like super selective and super specific about what you collect and be like, yeah, I'm picking up, you know, one thing a month or one thing every couple months or whatever, like whatever works, right? I killed one of the fruit flies, so I'm just putting it in the garbage can here.
Congratulations.
Yeah, there was 2. I got the first one just before I started talking, but I mean, don't gauge your collecting on other people, because there's always going to be somebody that has more expendable income or you know, less connection to financial responsibility or whatever the case
I don't
may
have
be.
kids, so like I buy like a bunch of
crazy.
can do whatever he
stupid shit.
wants, right? Like that's there's Thanos has no accountability. He's just living a reckless life of pure abandon.
Love
If you want to,
Well, even us with kids, we have fun because guess what? Their toys are cool too. My 4-year-old
Right.
toys look awesome, and it's always fun to see her eyes light up. And I go to the store looking for stuff for her, and my wife laughs. She's like, "You used to go to the section to look for you." I said, "Oh yeah, but when Rory wants something, oh man, it's so cool to see what Bluey toys are out. Like, oh, what are the new accessory sets?" Because I have fun vicariously living through her, as well as the stuff I collect because she likes Spider-Man. So I have all this cool Spider-Man stuff on the wall. And whenever the new Marvel Legend for Spider-Man's come out, or Mayfix, or any of the high-end stuff, or Hot Toys, which I dipped that toe into that, and now I'm trying to hunt down like good Spider-Man Hot Toys. It's such a fun thing because I've narrowed the focus. And like you said, Adam, you said it way amazingly better than I could have probably ever said it. We don't need it. We get what we want. Yeah, there are other people out there that are just burning holes with their money in their pocket, doing what they want to do. Fine. I don't have to be them. I'm me. I get what I like, whether it's once every few weeks, once every month, once every 3 months, whatever. And I enjoy it. And that's at the end of the day how you know you enjoy the hobby, because you see that piece in your hands and you're like, man, I waited forever to get this. Thank you, Jesus.
That's how I feel when I get my 4 Horsemen stuff.
Oh, I can't wait.
You like 4 Horsemen?
That maybe just a little. Maybe just a little.
Oz, you know what you got to do for me when you go to Legions.
You and everyone else has already been
everybody
hitting
says
me
that.
up.
People don't realize how like it's not quite that easy. I mean, you're only allowed to get so many.
You're right. Yeah.
And then it's like, yeah, get it for me, and then I'll pay you back. And it's like, well, can you pay ahead, but you don't know how many you're going to be able to get, and then it's like this whole.
It's difficult. I'm going to do my best for people.
I just want one. That's it.
Whoever is trying to jump in right now, technically the clubhouse is full because my other profile is still on, and I can't.
I will jump out. I will jump out to let somebody else in.
All right, Dre. Well, thank you for joining us, brother. I know it's been a minute since we've had you on, and it's good to hear
Good luck,
from
dude.
you.
I heal up. Thank you, y'all.
Later, Dre.
I'll be
Good
back.
luck. Hope everything goes smooth, man, on the surgery.
Thank you, Kenzo. Thank you, guys.
All right. So whoever was trying to jump on, because it never tells me who, it just tells me somebody is. Make sure you jump in now because we got the space. We'll get you added back on. But yeah, I mean, that's a big thing. Like, I certainly don't mind doing the ground footwork. Adam, from PowerCon, I went and immediately started. Before I did any shopping for myself, I went around and tried to get everybody else's stuff. So, like, went over, hit D13 for Adam. Then I rolled over and, tried to hit up Ace and got the Marshall for, Brick. And that didn't work out. So we had John do it. And then, I will definitely try to hit up as much as I can for everybody. But, I can't promise everybody. I've got a little advantage because I'm going to have Ziggy with me. So it's like, if I'm limited by how many I can buy, Ziggy can also buy. So that works to our advantage. But, again, the community as a whole, we work together to try and get as much of this stuff as we can. We help each other out. And that's one of the other, again, great things about this is we talk a lot about enabling one another, but then we also make it pull through too. Like, we actually get, we tend to succeed when we go at this as a group. Like, if it's falling on an off pay week, I may ask for somebody to help out, or if I'm in a situation where I can pick up an extra, I try to, because I know somebody else probably missed it. Speaking of that extra, I've got a displacer beast that I got to send over to Thanos real soon, just because he missed out and he wanted one. So I'm just fortunate enough I picked up an extra. Yeah, well, I was going to modify it, but I'd rather see you enjoy it for your photos than me just try to break it and fuse it into a normal-looking Panther.
Who is that?
That is Death from Darksiders.
Yeah. You guys are talking about Horsemen, so I grabbed the wrong Horseman.
Nah, you did not grab the wrong Horseman at all.
Okay.
Great.
Dang.
So
Like,
let me throw
Norma,
let
I
me
have
throw
a
this.
question to ask again.
Go
So
ahead, Sammy.
let me throw this idea out there. So looking beyond ourselves, what do we all plan? I mean, what happened to our stuff if we were not to be morbid? Say we were gone. What would our spouses? What would our children do with this stuff? Do they know the value? Do they know what the how to box stuff up? Do they know what the valuable stuff is versus just the cannon fodder and all that? I know in Seattle, I already kind of have a plan. We have a huge group out here, and I know several guys who run several of the local comic book stores and that. So if anything were to happen to me, I just have my wife call some of my buddies who run stores and just say, hey, take this away, assess it, and then do what you can with it, and give my wife the profits or whatever they can get out of it. So,
Well,
I've
for
actually
me, I'm
had
going on a funeral pyre, so
sorry. Yeah, no, I mean,
go with you.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Opie's beanies from Sons of Anarchy. You got bears as beanies, but if you're in Sons of Anarchy, that's a joke. So.
I had a conversation with my kids, and I said, you can sell everything on eBay, but not as a lot. You sell each figure individually, because otherwise you're not going to get its value. So,
and look at the sold at prices, not the selling for prices.
Exactly.
My kids will not have to ask to come into my office to play with the toys. And that's how I want it to be. That's
right.
They don't. I mean, my wife would be able to figure out the value, but I have never said anything like. As far as I'm concerned, these are toys. I hope they just hold on to them because they sort of remind them of me, and I think that's sort of like the value. Like the value thing is like that's such a weird. Like I buy toys. I don't buy
them for value.
If I cared about money, I wouldn't be buying toys.
But would,
Right.
but would your wife
Not
and children
Bitcoin.
want all of them, or would they just want certain pieces like your favorites? I mean, would they narrow it down from?
No, they want all of it. My kids want to play with everything in here.
Yeah.
But that's
I know
but
Connor.
that goes back too to like I don't when I'm sort of looking at what I'm looking to buy, I get my kids in here in front of the computer and I'm like, hey, what do you think of this? They're like, that looks cool. And I'm like, okay. And if I go, hey, what do you think of this? And they're like, I'm like, you're probably right. I probably don't need that.
Yep.
Are we talking if we pass it to the next generation, or are we talking like if I get hit, if I die in a fire tomorrow kind of thing? Is like which one are we?
Yeah, if you die in a fire tomorrow.
Yeah. If we
If you get on the wrong bus and it goes off the edge of the.
I was gonna say something like that.
If I die in a fire tomorrow, my toys are probably going
Boys,
with me.
that was so last year. No, was it? No, that was New Year's this year. Okay, whatever.
That was earlier this year, Ken. I promise.
That was New Year's. Yeah, you all reminded me of something important. I just texted my best friend at a meeting. My best friend, who I get a lot of my rare Transformers from, I just texted him to say, I got asked on a live stream tonight, what do we do if we die? I said, you are in charge of making sure my collection gets sold individually, all the individual pieces, all the rare Transformers. You will make sure I get max value for that.
Get that in writing. Get that in writing.
He's gonna say yes. He'll just, they'll
Give him 10%.
I was gonna say that's
So-
probably all he'll want. Right? He's already got his money by selling them to me.
There you go.
For me, like if again, I should probably, we're all getting to that age where maybe we should start looking at wills and stuff like that. I mean, realistically, everything I have is going to go to Connor, and he's probably going to play with a bunch of it or, keep pieces, but more than likely he's just going to lose everything. And that's okay because he's a kid and they're toys. They're fun. They're meant to be played with.
Hey, you're going to be around for a little longer than that. Come on, Oz. Jeez, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's tomorrow. What are you doing?
It's a scary thing. I have pointed to my son during dinner time and I said, if I don't come home from work one day and you can't reach me, I pointed to my Diaclone Battle Convoy, which is the pre-Optimus Prime in the box, and I said, sell that first. He's like, what's it worth? I'm like, just throw it up for auction on eBay. He's like, what's eBay? I'm like, never mind. This conversation.
Yeah, Ken, can you please share how old your son is?
He's 9.
Okay.
Do not accept or best offer.
Yeah.
Period.
So,
Right.
so now, going off of Ken's thought there, so if you were to tell your son to throw it up on eBay, would he be able to figure out how to describe it? I mean,
AI.
No,
baby.
that's
AI.
why he's got to talk to my best friend, who I assume will outlive me because he lives cleaner. He doesn't drink. He doesn't, do any of that stuff.
You
He's all
never.
over the place.
Buses. No.
So,
yeah,
right, and he works in a hospital, so he knows how to. He knows better
Truth
about how to
is,
stay alive.
He's
I'm
not
not
going to
worried about
necessitate
going
you.
anywhere.
You take your Transformers.
Yeah, we got a few people. Yeah, anyway, it's just we actually had a collector, about 20 years older than I am. He passed away. Adam, I don't know if you ever met him, but there was a guy who sold a lot of the 12-inch GI Joes at the shows here in BC. His name was Joe, and he's who I got my 12-inch GI Joe collection started off of. When he passed away suddenly, there were a lot of people like trying to like tell his wife like, I could help by buying the entire collection. Things like that. It was really slimy. Like I was getting,
Yeah.
like Adam B from Cherry Bomb was texting me saying, "Can you put up a public post on your Canadian Facebook group saying that get everyone stay the hell away from Joe's family right now. They need to grieve, because he was upper middle age, semi old, like he was maybe 61 when he passed away. So it was still a bit of a shock, but he wasn't young. We didn't know what he passed away from or anything, right? But like he had one of the best like GI Joe collections I'd seen for the 12-inch adventure
People are
team.
grimy, man. Asking that stuff, man. That's
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but collectors are grimy. Let's be honest.
Well,
They
yeah.
are.
Like, there's a reason the stereotype of the comic book guy from Simpsons exists, right? Like,
Yeah.
we all know that guy. We've seen that guy, and yeah, there are people out there.
I'm sitting there like, you all don't even know what that is. Like, I would text him and say, "What is this jacket from?" And he would tell me it's from which year of the Action Marine release it was, because it wasn't around at that time. And he was a nice guy like that. We lost one of the best. We lost our best 12-inch GI Joe collector in the community here just last year, right?
I know when I was showing off my Figure Obscura boxes, there's a whole bunch of people out there now eyeing up my Figure Obscura collection. You can't have it. And I've got more coming. I've got Golden Monkey King, the Golden Sun Wukong on the way. I got the glow in the dark Jacob Marley on the way.
Pretty sure your sister put up a good fight for your collection.
Do they always do a redeco of the Figure Obscura?
I am 100% on Figure Obscura so far, except for what has not released yet. I'm still waiting on the new Red Death, still waiting on the new Sun Wukong, but they always do their version of it, and then they give a version to the retailers that's different with different paint apps and, just a slightly different look to it. And, I freaking love Figure Obscura. And if there's one Four Horsemen line that I can 100%, it's going to be that, because it's limited. Of course, they did pick up the pace with it. I'm expecting them to post up like this upcoming Friday a little hint at one, because it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, the Halloween one should be coming out.
Yeah, and then we're going to have, after that, of course, we know we'll probably get another one right after Legion's Con going into Christmas, and it'll probably be Christmas story related.
Oh, that's right. This Friday's Friday the 13th.
Yep, this month. Got Friday the 13th next week.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so WWF is here on Friday. So in Seattle. So
there you go.
Go
They
Broncos.
were just here in Baltimore not too long ago.
Go Broncos.
I got to rush down there after school on Friday. Okay, so I got a quick turnaround from day job to evening job.
Carol, I don't know. I've had a couple of close calls. I don't know, but I'm trying to be here for as long as I can be. Not worried about it. And yeah, Carol, I'd probably leave the Mythic Legion stuff to you, because I don't think Connor cares a fig about it, but he gets all my He-Mans. Connor gets all the He-Mans. Mythic Legions can definitely go to UK roll. There we go. I just divvied it up here live if anybody needs evidence. Those were my words.
Hey Kenzo, you remember that time that Seattle Seahawks traded Russell Wilson to the Broncos? And everybody thought the Broncos made out like bandits, and that the Seahawks were done, and that was it, and it was the end.
Go Broncos.
Adam, you're into NFL. You're into NFL.
Oh, I love the Seahawks, and I love that trade. That trade was epic.
Hey,
And
that's
it seemed like
Pittsburgh's
such a terrible
problem now,
idea
man.
at the time. And man, 2 years, what is it, 3 years later?
He's
The
Pittsburgh's
Broncos have
problem.
still not recovered from that epic trade that they made.
You wait till tomorrow and we beat you, and then you'll see that we recovered. Bo Nix, baby.
Yeah, Bo Nix. Yeah,
Bo
bring
Nix.
him. Yeah, that's.
For a second,
I'm
I
sure
think
he's
said
gonna
go
do
Knicks, and
fantastic.
I'm like, when did
He
the
was
Knicks
a
move
slightly
from-
above average quarterback in college. I'm sure he's really going to take down the Seahawks based on just him.
Ooh, I can't wait till next week.
I'm loving that Clubhouse has turned into a sports ball talk show too.
We've had
We
at least
cover
two
all the
sports
bases.
brought up tonight.
Well, we've had 3. We've gone from hockey to wrestling to football.
When do we talk about hockey?
And boners.
Well, there was plenty of boner talk.
That's a sport in its own.
Well, no, let's go back to hockey.
Hockey's good.
Well,
Hockey's good.
I work for the Seattle Kraken, so
You
I
seriously?
can talk hockey.
Go ahead.
I work down at the arena, but I do know a lot of the personnel and all that.
Are you like 2 hours south of me? Because I'm in Vancouver.
With the borderway, yeah. So Seattle's
Ken.
about 150 miles south of Vancouver.
Wow. Okay, because I'm a big Canucks fan, so like diehard. So
Gotcha.
anyway, yeah.
Go Avalanche.
I know. I can't.
Why?
I can't trash talk much. Except we have the best defenseman in the league.
I don't even know why K-Roll needed to bring this up. Why you got to bring up the Ravens losing? It was rough. First regular season game this Thursday, and ooh.
Yeah, one toenail almost, or that was a rough loss for the Ravens.
Tell me about it. Sets the tone for the whole season. The toe.
No, but that's I don't like that. I don't like when people are like, "Oh, it was because of that play." It's like, no, you could have been 30 points ahead at halftime. You would have won the game. You weren't.
Right.
Well,
You can't say that one play lost you the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really
That's
does.
not how football
If it's a
works.
pivotal play at a pivotal time.
No,
one
that's
play
not
lost
how
you the game.
football works. That's how football fans see football. That is not how football works.
I'm a fair weather fan. I can't say.
Oh,
much.
and
And
on
that's
side note,
that's me
Ken,
saying that as a Seattle Seahawks fan. They lost a Super Bowl because of a terrible play that Russell Wilson should have called an audible on.
Oh, and Ken, Cale McCarr will disagree with you on the best defenseman.
He came second in voting. Sorry, Quinn Hughes beat him for the Norris this year.
Voting.
Whatever. Kale's beating them for the Calder.
Kenzo hates democracy. Quote.
Kale beat them for the Calder by a vote for the
Kenzo
rookie of the
doesn't
year.
like voting.
Go
Kenzo would
Avalanche.
rather have
Go Nuggets.
authoritarian
Go Broncos.
I'm gonna summarize this for all the non-hockey fans out there. The 2 best defensemen in the world. Great skating, great passing, great vision on the ice. Quinn Hughes of the Canucks, Cale McCarr of the Avalanche. It's always the 2. That's who you debate who's the best. Obviously, I'm biased. Obviously, Kenzo's biased. Now, both were up for Rookie of the Year 4 years ago at the same time, or was it 5 years ago? I don't remember. Cale McCarr won that trophy. I kept my mouth shut. Now they're both up for the Best Defenseman award. Quinn Hughes won. I'm going to talk all day long. It's my turn. I waited 4 or 5 years.
Go ahead.
And I just killed the conversation. Oz, what's our viewer count right now? Got about 4 people left.
We actually expanded to 24 viewers compared to the 13 we were at earlier.
Oh, okay.
Clearly, the sports ball is what the people want.
This is the best sports commentary on the YouTube at 10:30 p.m. Pacific time on a Saturday night.
And Adam,
right.
before you claim to be old and go to bed, Adam, check the link I sent you like 3 days ago.
I watched it already.
Like 3 days ago.
You never said anything to me.
Yeah, I know. I'm really bad about that.
He doesn't
Is it a
like-
pass?
he doesn't like
pass?
responding.
Is it a pass or
Look.
not?
No, it's good.
Okay. Cool.
He's
All right.
he's been busy with the wonderful world of AWOC and zombies.
You messaged me 3 days ago. People messaged me like 3 weeks ago. I haven't gone back to them yet.
Okay. You're one of the, you've become one of those now. All right.
I have. I feel terrible, but it's There's a particular person that messaged me like 3 weeks ago, and I keep thinking I gotta message that guy back.
I never gets around to it. Yeah. For context, Adam, Oz, myself, and Phil from Treasures for Trigger have a collaboration. We did. That's coming out. I plan for it to come out first week of October, depending on how things shake out schedule wise. So, yeah. All right. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Widow, hadn't seen you in the chat. If you're heading out, I hope you enjoyed the show. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe, or hit the dislike if you didn't enjoy it. So yeah, definitely excited about the that collab coming on, man. That's a really
I'm excited
Thank
about
you.
that collab.
And the Dino Riders, world.com guy looked at it and he liked it too. Sorry, what was that, Ed?
I said I'm excited to see that too.
Just ask me for it. I'll send it to you early.
Yeah.
There is not enough, love given to Dino Riders, and this is a good time for that with Cyberzoic coming, to really, help drive that nostalgia.
That's why we mentioned it in the video. Phil, our fourth collaborator, went through a really tough time last year, and this is his favorite toy line. So he said he nearly teared up just watching the final video because he really wants Dino Riders to get out there. It's like his #1 favorite brand, right?
It's so expensive now, though. Like you
Hang
can't,
on.
like
It
you can't get
hurts.
into it now.
Now would be the worst time.
I tried to buy some Smithsonian institutions,
And I'll be honest, like Cyberzoic doesn't help that. It's not cheap.
But in some ways, Cyberzoic's cheaper.
It's
Depends
not.
which one you're trying to get.
It's
trying to get. So yeah,
Man, they
if you're
keep
trying to
doing
get
that
Ice
dragon,
Dragon,
and I'm like, man, should I have bought that dragon too?
Yeah.
If you're getting if you want something new in box with all the accessories complete,
They're so good.
Cyberzoic is the way to go. Because
Their
going Dino
dinos are so good.
so tough to do that. But yeah,
Oh, that reminds me.
Cyberzoic.
People open things on the show. I got
Yeah?
a Hammond collection dinosaur I meant to open, but
Oh, cool. I've got the baggie set aside with the Hammond collection Alan Grant that'll be making its way to Jersey with me.
awesome.
Yes, sir. So, did you get the Daddy Goldblum? Well, that was I think it's still up on Mattel Creations.
I didn't want that one because you can get the regular Goldblum and it's like normal price.
That's true.
That one is like $40, and I think
it's because it's Daddy Goldblum. He's got the shirt open.
Yeah, but it's, you can use the other ones and kind of use it as a Jurassic World Goldblum too. So.
Very true. Very
more
true.
versatile for less money.
Oh, did you see the new teaser for the new Jurassic World?
No, because I don't watch teasers or trailers.
I didn't realize they were working on another one
Adam.
until this came out.
Trailers either.
I know what I like. So when they're like, "Hey, we're doing a new Star Wars thing," I'm like, "Great, I'm gonna watch it." They're like, "We're doing a new Marvel thing," I'm like, "Great, I'm gonna watch it." We're doing a new Jurassic thing. Great, I'm gonna watch it. And I don't need the teasers and trailers because I would rather experience it just as sort of fresh as I possibly can.
Yep. For me, this was that announcement to me because I hadn't realized that they were already underway on another Jurassic project. So I was like, damn, that's fast, and I'm happy, right? Because if they're already at the part where they've got a teaser coming out, that means they've already done principal photography at least. So, like, they are pretty well underway at that point. Warchest says he picked up the whole Hammond collection around March at a garage sale. That is an awesome buy.
I don't live in an area that
Has
affords
that?
me that kind of luxury because there's a lot
Yeah.
that I wish I could have gotten. I was very late to the party. I started picking up Hammond collection as a result of the Cyberzoic stuff. So there's a few that I would love to have that I just missed, and that's fine. I'll move on with my life.
Right.
How,
Like,
how
I kind
well
of
do
want
you know
the
David?
T-Rex.
Sorry. How well do you know David Silva, Adam?
David, not very well. Chris and Ross, very well.
Okay. Well, shoot them the video. See
Oh,
what they
sure.
feel.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. And Cyberzoic, how soon? I didn't back the Kickstarter. I wished I had, but I had so much going on at the time. I'm not seeing. I don't see the updates by email, right? So,
I
unless
don't
they post
know.
it publicly.
I don't know if
Okay.
it's my place to say, so I won't say.
Okay, you know,
'Cause
I'll check the FAQ updates. It might be on the
Yeah.
Kickstarter because not
There you go.
everyone puts the Kickstarter updates on there. Like I know Marauder didn't put theirs there. They privatized theirs unless you backed it. But I'll check if Cyberzoic
I think
left
they're
theirs public.
pretty open with their stuff, but that being said, I also don't know. I don't pay attention. I just message those guys.
That's fine.
I don't know.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. After this comment from Warchest, it almost seems like it was fate. Is that a garage sale that he told his mom he didn't even want to go to? But like, this sounds like the 12-year-old that lucked out. Like,
Well,
I don't
then,
want to go
Warchest
yard
boys, if you got a Gallimimus, you owe it to me because I've been scouring the internet to try to find one of those things.
right? I've actually been interested in looking at some of the sets where it's like the throwback to the '90s collection.
Oh yeah,
Like,
the like real feel ones or whatever they call them.
yeah,
They back in the '90s they had those like rubber skin ones.
the rubbery skin. Yeah, that
Mhm.
kind of fell apart on you after a while if you played with
Mhm.
it too much, or the T-Rex's tail never got the crease out of it.
I posed it for too long. Oh no.
Mm. Yeah. Well, I remember so many of those, like especially like the big Red Bull T-Rex, because
Yeah,
like
you
it
can
was
buy that
sat
again.
in the box with the bent tail that it never corrected.
Yeah, you could. That's that one got released. That one just
Target,
got
yeah, it was.
released a couple months ago, I think.
I was gonna say it
Re-released.
was this year, Target exclusive.
Uh-huh.
That's such a cool toy. I freaking love them. Yeah, to be honest, if I wasn't collecting other stuff right now, I'd probably be buying a ton of Jurassic Park dinos because they were always cool. Like I remember when Fallen Kingdom came out and Imaginext like renewed doing the license for the Jurassic World line. I was buying Connor a bunch of them left and right, and we were having a Jurassic Park, playing in the living room. Was that the Theranozine?
Yeah, I got the Giganotosaurus. It always sounds wrong saying that.
Giganotosaurus.
I call him
Giganotosaurus.
Yep,
Giganata.
Giganotosaurus.
I got
call him
him at
straight up
Joe Fest.
Gigantosaurus.
But that was I got that.
Yeah, the Hammond collection ones are so sweet too. We got some more Simpsons to open up tonight. There's the
Well,
Bart
this
man.
is just stuff that I got that I was sort of like setting aside.
Oh, Clubhouse is always a great place to open it. Oh yeah,
That's cool.
So I heard from the Twinsy podcast is that the Jack Simpsons line shouldn't go pretty deep. But it
I
could
hope
be
so.
a short amount of time or a long amount of time.
Oh, got some D&D blind box.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those, Adam. Like they're dope.
They are dope. I opened 4. I have a whole set. I have 4 opened. I've got 8 that I have yet to open. But then I opened the 4 that have alternate heads.
Yeah.
4. I opened 4 of the 5 that have alternate heads. Now I got to go back and buy 5 more so that I have like a full set.
Joe lucked out, right? You were just saying last night on Let's Go Off World that was one of the ones you got doubles of.
Yeah, I think I bought 12, and I only got 2 duplicates out of the 12 that I bought, and one of them was the Tiefling, so it comes with a male and a female head, so that one was pretty cool. I'll be able to display both. Yep.
Those sweet, sweet horns.
Oh man, it's awesome.
And a tail. Like
And a
such,
tail.
there's tons of like really great new printing, lots of great new parts, and Lego nerds get really excited about new parts.
Mhm.
So lots of new heads, lots of
Yeah, I
new
was gonna say my
hair
stomach
pieces, stuff like that. New colors of things. The little
Yeah.
dragon and.
So
There's an elf bard with a lute that like
Yeah, that was one of the ones I didn't get. I need that one.
I'll
him
get
back up.
Joe. You're gonna be at Legion's Con. You send me a list of what you need. I'll get them for you because I have there's an app. You could just get an app and then you don't ever get any doubles.
Oh, see, that was kind of the fun for me though. Was just
It's
grabbing
not
a
the fun
bunch.
for me as a Lego collector. You end up with too much Lego, and then that's a problem.
Adam,
We've
when
been
you do
down
find
that
it,
road.
when you do find it for him, though, make sure you message to tell him you found it. You don't just fly home and not leave it on red message. It's like, so did you find it? Meanwhile, it's in his luggage and doesn't
We
respond.
were talking about addictions earlier, so I'll be going back to Walmart and probably buy another like 20 of them, and then if I
They're
don't
so
get
good.
everything, yeah, then if I
And
don't
it-
get everything, I might let you know, Adam.
Well, and that's just it. Is that like with for you, Joe, like as a Legions guy, like the pop and swap Lego is the OG pop and swap.
So the cool thing about this, I collect Legions because I've been playing D&D since I was 15. So Dungeons and Dragons was like my gateway drug to Mythic Legions, and then now seeing D&D be as popular enough that Lego's making D&D figures, like I'm loving it.
Did you order the set, like the big castle with the dragon?
I'm still flip flopping on that because it's so expensive. Like I want it. That red dragon is awesome,
Yeah.
but it's $350 on the Lego website, and I'm like,
Yeah.
God, I don't know. That's like a Mythic Legions pre-order, like the whole
That's a
wave.
wave.
Yeah. So I'm still like kind of seesawing back and forth, but then I worked a 15-hour shift today, so then I'm like, well, that overtime money is pretty good.
Lego's a funny one because like for people that collect action figures, they're like, oh, that's expensive, whatever's expensive, and there's like different thresholds. Lego just keeps leveling up. They just keep going like, oh, you'll buy a $200 set. Okay, what about a $250? What about $300? There's like $500 Lego sets.
Good Yes.
And people are just
And they're
buying them.
good. They're good sets,
and they're
too.
worth it. I
Yeah.
mean, like the part counts and stuff like that. It gets debatable, but it's sort of like people kind of go, well, maybe I could just build it for less, and it's like, well, you could try, but I mean, it's still 8,000 pieces of Lego.
It's tough with me.
8,000 pieces of Lego.
Yeah, Oz was talking about Off-World last night. One of the things I was talking about is like I'm that guy who's at the grocery store like $12 for laundry soap. That's bullshit. I'm not paying that. And then I'm like, oh, a $300 all in for Mythic Legions? What a bargain,
I don't need laundry soap.
Yeah. Good thing
Water
I
it
only
down.
paid $8.
Yeah.
So I'm that guy. I'll find, if I really want something, I'll find a way to justify it for sure. Yeah. But
Like
those
five rattlers.
right. Well, those minifigures are so cool now that I'm like, it'd be cool to have a $350 Red Dragon set to
go with
display them on.
Exactly.
Like I'll convince myself to get it eventually.
They're not. I mean, if you're like, well, if your table's got miniatures on it, they're not that much bigger. They could also sort of substitute in.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people who use them for that.
Well, that's
what
even
I'm
more of
gonna
a
use them
reason,
for.
Joe. There you go. There's your justification.
But they're great. The Dungeons. and
Okay,
Dragons
sorry,
ones-
my internet froze up for a second, of course, right while you were talking. But,
yeah, it's all good. No, I mean they're fantastic. They're some, like, honestly, they're some of the best minifigures that I've ever seen.
Yeah. And the D&D references, and they're doing like classic D&D, like getting a Sastam, the Red Wizard of Thay, Lich, the Lady of Pain from Planescape. These were all things that, like, when I was playing second edition Dungeons and Dragons, were like some of my favorite things, and now they're Lego minifigures. So, like, I love it. Strahd, from Ravenloft. I mean, these are classic D&D characters too. So being a huge D&D fan, like, I'm loving it.
The vampire.
Yeah. I can, it D&D is my thing, like, so seeing all this D&D stuff out there, it's pretty cool.
Well, hi, Joe. You and I should have a chat when we're at Legions Con, because I've just recently sort of not accidentally, but sort of like accidentally on purpose gotten into it, and I have somehow it's somehow been put upon me that I will be dungeon master for a group of like 10 and 8-year-olds starting in October.
Nice, man.
So I'm like, well, I better figure out how to do that because I've never played Dungeons
That
and
sounds
Dragons
fun.
in my life, and now I
So-
gotta be a dungeon master for them.
So I've got a shameless promo, but it might help a little bit right now on the Let's Go Off-World podcast channel.
I've been watching to try to.
Yeah, have you been watching?
Yeah.
Well, those guys, except for Jesse, they're all noobs. They just started playing, so it's kind of cool. A lot of the time is spent kind of explaining the rules or how certain things are done. I think that it might be useful for people that are kind of new to the game, to pick up on some of the things because I have to spend so much time explaining stuff. So yeah, it's fun. I love D&D. It just like, I love that it's so popular and inclusive now. When I started when I was 15, it was me like finding my people. You know what I mean? Like maybe I didn't fit in great in this small little Western town that I live in, and then they're like, hey, you want to pretend to be like a warrior in armor with a sword? It's like, yeah, that sounds like a great time. Let's do that.
So you didn't start DMing?
Didn't start what?
Did you start as a DM or you started just?
No, I
playing
started
as
as a player, but it didn't take me very long, a few months, and I was running games because the storytelling part of it, like I wanted to do it. As soon as I played that first game, I was like, ooh, I want to do that. I want to tell the stories,
I want that spot at the table.
Right. It didn't take very long that I felt like I had good stories to tell and things like that.
So what Joe's saying is he was an outcast in his little Western town, and he wanted to join a group that would give you more of an outcast.
yeah.
He wanted to be labeled as an outcast.
So, a couple of my friends were playing, and this is one of my favorite things to tell because my buddy says, hey, you want to come and play Dungeons and Dragons with us? And my only real point of reference other than the cartoon in the 80s was the satanic panic stuff, And I was like, Dungeons and Dragons, isn't that where you worship the devil? And he says, well, you can, but you don't
He's like,
have
pretty
to.
much.
Yeah.
It's not a requirement.
You can, but you don't have to, So, that was a lot of fun. But yeah, we it didn't take very long, and I was like, wow, this isn't nearly as evil as I thought it was. There's a lot of potato chips and soda and people laughing at stupid jokes, so
Dre of the Collector Safe Space says you can use a box adventure. That's what we're starting with. We're starting with the
there's a lot of really good modules. Yeah.
Dragons of Icespire Peak, the starter, like the actual starter set.
Right.
Also, because it's 8 and 10-year-olds, I was like, okay, I know you guys want to create characters, but let's start with these pre-created ones so that you guys don't get crazy and come up with
get a
some
little
weird stuff
familiarity
that,
with
doesn't
it. Yeah.
work.
So all of my kids, as they were growing up, each of them took turns joining my role playing group, and playing with us and stuff when they were young. I think around 8 and 10 is usually when they started playing. And man, the kids just at that age, their imaginations are so vivid. You know what I mean? Like I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it.
I feel like I'm gonna be like, well, there's rules, and they're gonna be like, no, there isn't, and I'm gonna be like, okay. Like, they're gonna challenge me to be more flexible and be more like, well, if this is how we're playing, this is how we're playing, and that's gonna be hard for me because I am so sort of logical and logistical and like, not that I like. Rules are there to be broken, right? But like in terms of like, I don't know where this is gonna go is a place that I don't know how comfortable I'll be.
Right.
But that's cool. I mean, it's as long as they're having fun. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
It's all about ad-libbing, you know what I mean? Because it's like you'll set up a scenario where like, oh, it would be great if they would bribe the guard at the door to get inside, and then the players will come up with something like, well, we're three halflings. If we all like get on each other's shoulders and put on a trench coat, we can pretend to be, some other tall race. And, and you're just like, or you could bribe the guy. Okay. Yeah. And then you just got to get used to like just going with whatever.
And that's where my brain is at, is like, it's going to go one of two ways in my head. It's going to go one of two ways. They're going to be super creative and just like outside the box, and I'm not going to be able to keep up, but I'll just have to try to like keep the thing rolling and try to make things up as I go along. Or I'll be like, you should bribe the guard. And that'll, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be one or the other, and I don't know, but it'll be fun.
So yeah, I'll let you in on a little secret right now, because like my players in Allegion's Quest have kind of busted my chops a little bit for giving them too many hints, and
well, they're idiots. It's not your fault,
right? So that's what's happening is like I'll lay out all these hints and things like, oh, this is easy, they'll totally figure it out, and then they don't. If I want my story, they need to figure certain things out. So it's like, you wouldn't be surprised if such and such was such, and you kind of just lay it out.
I was reading in one of the sort of one of the manuals or storybooks or rule books or something. It was like, they can be looking for something in a room and it can be in a chest. But if they don't look in the chest, there's not really anything you can do. Like if they're like looking around the room and they're like, well, I don't see anything here. You're like, well, there's a chest right there. Like what?
Right.
What do you? Nope, it must not be in this room. I'm like, well, okay.
That 100% can happen. I guess the two most important rules is the rules are a guideline.
Yeah.
And two, the number one rule is having fun. And that one was kind of tough for me because I like to tell my stories in a certain way. And
I've heard you like to kill people. You like to kill off characters.
It's not my fault that players don't know how to run their characters, but sometimes if the players are having fun, even if it's not what you want, you got to kind of go along with it so that they have fun. So yeah,
but like, I mean, come on. If everybody else is having fun, it becomes pretty hard not to have fun.
Yeah.
Like if all the players are having fun, despite you kind of have to
go along with
give
it.
in a little bit.
It's the right thing to do for sure.
Yeah.
Because it's tough if you look at my players. Some of them, Curtis, can be,
it's a mixed bag. It's
intentionally abrasive and things like that in the game. And it's like sometimes you got to just go along with things where you're like, I would love to just punish him right now. Like, you don't realize that I am God here, like the lawnmower man, but
this monster just got way stronger all of a sudden.
Wow, weird. Yeah. So you just kind of go along with it just so that they can have fun. So yeah, it's a good time. I love it.
Nice. I found out tonight that I made toy habits for tomorrow. So you guys tune into the toy habits.
Oh, nice.
I think it's just a post, but they posted my
nice.
little guy. Michael sent me a little snippet of what he did. So it's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's amazing. Though that's
my little custom.
You figured that out.
That's cool.
And I did use that cartoon collection clawful that I got from Target for 30% off because the box was mangled. So, but if you think about it, there's not any red bucks. I mean, what Beastman from the Lords of Power?
Yeah, that's
maybe Randor. Not much. So. That's a good one. And this guy, I don't know. He's I just finally opened him. I've been sitting on him for a while. Yeah. Oh. It's kind of shiny. I don't know. Yeah. Should give him an extra head or something.
Kind of Masterverse.
Kind of Masterversey. Yeah.
I like playing around.
Masterverse is
swapping around with people.
Masterverse is a frustrating line. as somebody that's not even a MOTU fan. Like it's so close.
Well, and
to
there's some
being-
are that are just knock them out the park, like that, like this one we were just talking about earlier.
Yeah,
they knocked him out of the park.
He
Yeah,
is
he
just-
was great.
Okay, I don't have that one in hand, but objectively, is it great or is it the best Masterverse figure?
Well, it's
Because
definitely
I
the
feel
best
like
Masterverse.
there's a weird, like there's a, for whatever reason, it feels like Masterverse is just sort of like lagging behind a lot of other lines at a similar price point. That's my only complaint about that line. The designs are fantastic, the sculpting is great, but the plastic that they use feels cheap. It feels light, and there's paint apps where there shouldn't be, and there's a lack of paint apps where there should be.
Yeah,
like they're just kind of missing the point, or not missing the point, but like they're just sort of missing the mark. Like it's a 90% amazing figure almost every time.
And you would think they would do a little bit better since they're the ones that had the Netflix. You know, I mean, I'm sure they got some money doing that.
They've got so much momentum behind them.
Yeah, and they should have done a lot better based on that. But yeah, there are some that are, I don't know.
The new wave looks a lot better than a lot of the previous
Merman
waves.
too.
Like, yeah, that merman's really nice.
Yeah, the merman.
That merman I really want.
Yeah, he's good. Like the
Yeah,
glass
I think it's
eyes
just
and
the way Adam would want. Speaking of, I open them.
I mean, they have been getting better. Like I have, and again, I say this as not a Masters of the Universe guy. I really like the designs, the new Eternia stuff. I've been buying like all the new Eternia stuff just to sort of get, because they look really, really good. And then you get them in hand and you're like,
That was the whole reason I started collecting Masterverse, was because of the new Eternia. Like I wasn't impressed with the Revelations ones. And it wasn't just a look like I was against Revelations, because I love the series. I just didn't care for the look of the toys. Like the Skeletor and the Evelyns were like the only ones that really looked good to me out of that.
The He-Man face, they always missed the bar with He-Man's face.
I didn't care for that. I didn't care. The Duncan I liked, but the Man-at-Arms I didn't like, you know, when it came to the Revelation.
The second Man-at-Arms.
Right. Yeah. That second version that they released, I loved that version of Man-at-Arms, but I didn't care for the
big weapon. And yeah.
And then you got,
and Man of War I love.
This is Man of War.
Yeah, I like him.
I love Man of War. I want that figure.
That popular, but I like him a lot.
I don't care if he's not popular.
I like that
All I
design.
care is if I like him.
Yeah, I do.
So yeah, I've been a bigger fan of, you know, the newer stuff that's been coming out of Masterverse, like even some of the Revolution figures. Like I like the Keldor. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But the new Eternia stuff, just all
like
of
the
those.
Too Bad. The
really
Too Bad is amazing.
Too Bad's my favorite.
The Whiplash, that Whiplash is awesome. Even the Beastman, that bigger 9-inch Beastman was a good. I mean,
well, and then they got another new Eternia Beastman on the way, which is crazy. I don't know why they're double dipping that, but
that Beastman though, Kenzo, which one are you talking about? The one that came with all the fur and all that kind of stuff?
The one with the doofy face. Yeah,
he's not big enough. He's not big enough. That one that Oz has right there, he's not big enough.
You know what though? He's bigger than like your standard He-Man. He's not quite as big as
the box is a deluxe size, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
the
9.
block
He's
is
a
big.
9-inch.
Yeah.
He's 9-inch compared to 7. So
yeah.
I
And
mean,
then
he's no,
I
he's
did
no
pick
Thane, but you know.
No.
I picked up both the New Adventures
He's no Mamba.
Skeletor and He-Man. No, he isn't.
Oh yeah, do I owe you money for Mamba, Adam? I think I do, don't I?
Yeah, well, whatever. We'll square up later.
Well,
like,
and then
Figure
like,
it out later. Okay.
they made Whiplash like one of the big figures, but then they make his knees permanently bent.
Bent. Yeah.
All the elbows too, permanently bent.
Yeah. So like you can't even have him like fully stand up.
Yeah.
So he ends up being shorter than the Beastman.
Yeah.
But he's
doesn't make
supposed
much
to be
sense.
their bigger size. I don't know.
The Evelyn, the movie Evelyn was good on the Masterverse. The movie Skeletor was good.
Vicron, he was
the
cool.
He-Man was good, but the
Vicron's
face
great.
was
I love
terrible.
Vicron.
I want
new
that
Evil
battle
One
armor
looks great.
He-Man. I heard that's probably the best He-Man.
I want
they've done.
the new Eternia battle armor, and
that
I want
one.
this
But
version.
minus the battle armor, put on the normal sort of old
Yeah, with
school.
the I know because he's got that. He has a new buck too. I don't know. If, I don't
Yeah,
think he
some
has
that
the
the traps are bigger.
Yeah.
The new buck
Yeah.
looks so much better.
I still
his
like the
Skeletor's
40th
like-
anniversary one.
Skeletor's
The
got
big
new
old
buck.
chest. Yeah. Well, and then you got the ones like Web Store where nobody could find it. Like apparently distribution was so bad for that wave.
I don't know what
that
happened there. That's crazy. That
everybody's still looking for
Webster's
him.
good too, though.
And it's a good one though. It's a really good.
That's
Web
I've
Store.
been looking for that web store. I can't find it anywhere. I was
Oh,
a
nope.
little bit
Man.
late, but I wasn't late enough that I should have missed that one. And that was like, yeah,
No,
well, it's
'cause
gone. So whatever.
something happened with him. Like he was hard one to find. Last time I seen him, I was like $100-something on eBay. I was like, what the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's
Like,
crazy.
it's,
It was
And
one
I'm
of the
not
ones
paying
they
that
didn't
much.
pre-order,
a web
but I was
store,
like,
forget it.
I'll pick him up if I see him, and I never saw him.
Well, and that was the thing at the time, right? Like Origin stuff, I'd pre-order, but New Eternia stuff, I wouldn't because I was finding it at Target. It may
Usually
take
getting to
some
clearance.
time,
Yeah.
but it was showing up at Target eventually, so I wasn't worried. And then they're like, nope. Yeah, the New Eternia Cyclone. That's another really good one.
You know, it was one I found that ended up making it to clearance at my Target, and I got a few of them. But now, again, you can't find him. Is the New Adventure He-Man? That one was so
he's another one
for me, but now no one can find him, and I guess his price has gone.
I've
way
got
up.
the New
Yeah.
Adventures He-Man and the New Adventures Skeletor because, like, I know that series not a lot of people like, but the figures look great.
Figures are
like they really do.
And I know you really want the eyeball one, like me, Oz.
Ocular, yes.
My eyeball Skeletor.
Yep. Bugger.
Those custom heads are great though. I did a Hordak MX or whatever. Those have always been my
Yeah.
favorite
Those are
customs
super nice.
that I've been getting. So
He's really good. He's right up there with Boojaboo.
well, this is the one I got. One of the ones I got from him on the Faker.
Which just looks so much better. And that was one that I missed. I never got the New Eternia Faker.
I heard that one's better
Yeah, I
than
like him too.
expected.
Faker, Ram, like everything that came out right around that time, I totally missed. And then I just kind of gave up with that. That's when I was like, all right, I'm not going to buy Masterverse anymore.
Missing out on those. Well, and the tape deck is actually sculpted, and it actually has some little sculptings on the arms, on the back. So there's a lot of cool extras that you never got before.
I even picked up like the Revelations Faker because he was available on clearance at the time. Because like, okay, you get the pink armor from that Faker, or I can give him the orange armor from the toy.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of like I wanted to have both versions to be able to display, but I could never find them. So I was just like, yeah, screw it.
Yeah, because he comes with that orange axe that matches up with that. I put that axe, that armor, and then Clawful has that orange shield that matches up kind of too. He looks really cool.
Yeah.
That Clawfuls are really good.
Yeah, the Clawful too. Yeah, I love him.
Yeah. Oh man,
He's really
that was
good.
one that I was mad that I never could find, but it's all right. Like I said, I scaled back from Masterverse because I wasn't doing it as much. There's a couple things I want from Origins, but I'm really pulled back on Masters of the Universe as a whole. And you know, just this week I finally organized all my extra accessories from Mythic Legions. And Adam, you were on the stream where we were talking with Brick about like changing collecting habits going into the new year. And I said I was going to scale back on those and I was going to focus more on Mythic Legions. And then I was beating myself up earlier in the year because I started buying like all the Ghostbusters stuff. And then I'm picking up all this D&D stuff. And I'm like, man, I said I was going to focus on Mythic Legions. I started going through all of it, and I was like, "Oh hell no! I definitely lived up to that. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I just didn't realize because I was doing all these big bursts. Like I went out and got all the vampires one week, and then like the next week, I was like, I'm going out and I'm getting all the orcs. I did that. So
It's hard though. Sometimes you don't realize too because with so many pre-orders going on and Kickstarters and stuff like that. Sometimes you don't really realize.
You don't.
Like, you don't realize either A, that you've sort of like you've got more coming than you realize, or you haven't actually ordered anything because you're just sort of like holding off on a bunch of stuff either to find it at retail or wait for a discount or whatever. So yeah, it's so different than, you know, when you used to just walk into a store and just buy a thing. because
well, that's
I
what got
don't
dangerous
walk into
with
stores
me.
and buy things anymore. It's all like, oh, I know what I'm going to buy at Legion's Con, and that'll be like
Right.
me in a physical place getting a physical object. But
Well,
so much of it is
because
pre-orders and stuff.
because Eternia Dreams is a Mythic Legions retailer that I can get to pretty easily, that's where that kind of became dangerous,
Mhm.
right? You know, because I find it a little easier to stop myself on the phone when I look at the total price tag in the shopping cart, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I'll stop. But then, like, if I took all the time to grab all this stuff off the shelves and then I walk up to the front and they ring it up, it's harder for me to say no now.
And there's two people behind you, and
Right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, ooh, yeah, okay, I'm still getting it.
Yeah.
See, I live in the middle of nowhere. There's no stores that even sell toys anywhere near me. So I'm always like, well, if you factor in the ridiculous gas prices,
Yeah.
I'm saving money.
So
it's a
what you're
bargain.
saying is
I'm
there's
right
an
there with you, Joe.
opportunity.
Same thing. It's like when I
There's
see
a
something, when I
business
see something that
opportunity.
people are like, "I'll wait till it goes on clearance." I'm like, I'm never going to see it on clearance. And
Right.
if I wait till it goes on clearance, I still have to pay $30 to ship it. So
Yeah.
it's more expensive to have it shipped from somewhere than it is to just pick it up at full retail,
Right.
and
Well, I-
move on with my life. Like,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
have
part
to-
of,
and not
that's why
stress
for
about
me
it.
it's so much easier to like, I know what I want, I know what I like, I just buy it when I see it. Another rule that I have, you know, I don't have to buy everything, and you know, I don't need any of this. But my other rule is, if I want it, I buy it when I see it. I don't wait for like a better price or the next time I see it or whatever.
Right.
If it's something that I've decided that I'm going to buy, when I see it, I buy it, because
Yeah.
the exact same reason. I'm going to pay shipping. I'm going to pay this. I'm going
Yeah.
to have to work out like how to get it or where to get. I'm like, forget it. I'll just buy it. I'll move on with my life.
And
I
that's
have
a
to
good
drive-
call too.
Well, I have to drive 70 miles to get to a Walmart, 100 miles
Wow.
to get to a Target. You know, it's like,
Probably for the best.
you know, yeah, well, you know, and that's why when like pre-orders come up and stuff like that, or
That's crazy.
something on eBay has free shipping, I'm just like, yeah, just the gas
It's easy.
money.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a no-brainer, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I think about all the money that we put into Ziggy's tank doing all the driving around to the 20 Walmarts and Targets and then come home empty-handed, it's like I went online shopping, spent the money for shipping, and I'm not getting anything.
Yeah.
You know, like 'cause,
Basically.
like, it's really what I just did. I paid for shipping and handling of nothing to come home.
But it's the friends you made along the way, Oz. So there
I don't make friends in person. I hang
well,
out
I
with
mean,
Ziggy.
but I mean, you know, you and Ziggy, you know,
It's true. We have our
you know, you get time to sort of like have fun
Heart to
together,
heart
and, like,
conversations, and
yeah, I mean, like there's that element, and that's you know, that's something that you can't put a price on, Oz. So it's
I agree.
that's,
And you know,
that's
we're
the
cruising around.
intangible element of your experience. Your
That's true, and that is great because like I don't hang out with people very frequently because
I don't even like people.
Exactly. I don't like people. Ziggy, he's been one of my great friends for a long time. He's, you know, for a while we've lived together and everything like that. He's definitely like my best friend in the whole world, like as far as somebody who's here with me and hanging out, him and my buddy Corey. So like, you know, when we're driving around, man, we're like jamming out, like listening to like Def Leppard and Pearl Jam, singing along while we're cruising from store to store. We're stopping to get something to eat. And, you know, that's the fun of it because I'm just spending time hanging out with my friend, you know.
Yep.
And we do it once a week because that's all we really kind of make time for. And then I hang out with my other friends, which is all you guys every night, every Saturday here. Or when I see you at other streams throughout the week, as I become a regular on Let's Go Off World with Joe on, you know, every other
Why
Friday.
you look so mad in that picture, Oz? I saw that today. I go, gee, Oz isn't like that. What is he doing?
Dylan went and found like one of those, like, I don't even remember where that's from. It's got to be like an older picture on my Facebook. And I was making that face for a reason. I have no idea why. I cannot remember.
I was like, Oz is a nice guy. What is he doing?
Right?
Yeah, that stuff is pretty funny. Like they give me crap because it's the same picture. There's only like one picture of me apparently on Facebook.
Oh yeah.
So
that
it's
flat-
always that one face. Yep. And they're like, take more pictures. I'm like, I don't really do that.
Yeah.
But I was going to say about the collecting too. I also, at my age, I can buy my toys online and be happy, but still get excited when I go to Walmart and I'm like, ooh, I'm getting that emulsion blender I really wanted, you know? So not everything is just the toys. So.
Well, it's a different kind of toy, right? You know,
right,
like
right.
I'm
going to make my own homemade mayonnaise that costs more and doesn't taste as good as the store-bought stuff. Yeah. You know, so.
We had that conversation about salad today in our garden. My wife was like, it costs 10 cents. I was like, you're not factoring in your time. It took 4 months to grow all those vegetables.
Yeah. That's right. That is a cost.
Fresh veggies are a lot better.
But at least you can trust it, though, Adam. At least you can trust it because you're doing it, you know?
That's right.
Wow, it's vegetables. I live in Canada. I'm not worried about that stuff. Our vegetables are pretty good.
Right. Yeah, you don't have as much all the wonderful USA stuff. But
no, we skip you guys. We go straight to Mexico. Everything gets imported from Mexico.
Hey, you know,
that's all clean, right? It's all good.
We just get avocados from Mexico.
I mean, it might have a little Coke on it here and there, but
I wish.
I tell you what, I have to go to Southern California twice a month, and I hate it because there's so many people there, and it's just not my environment, and you know, it just. But then I buy some guacamole, like fresh guacamole from like a vendor on the street, and yeah, it makes it all worthwhile. That avocados in Southern California are so good.
They're the freshest.
I take that for granted. We have amazing avocados all the time.
Yeah. Yep.
They're not from Mexico, but they're grown by Mexicans.
Yes.
Yeah. They know the secret.
True story.
They do.
They know what they're doing. They got their app.
Well, see, we got green chili out here in Pueblo. We got it's like the altitude. Everything is right as far as us and New Mexico. Of course, we always fight with people from Hatch because Pueblo has their own green chili and Hatch has their green chili. So when I lived in Albuquerque for that year, it was nothing but shit talk back and forth. Oh, Pueblo chilies are so much better, and oh no, Hatch.
You guys meet at the border like Anchorman style?
Yeah,
and like
pitchforks and
like bats.
Steve, where'd you get that grenade?
That's awesome. But yeah, no, that's good stuff, man. Oh,
I'm not throwing any shade, but I love Hatch green chilies, man. They're so good.
No, I honestly I like both. I don't, you know, but I do love the Pueblo just because it's down the road and you know.
Right.
But there's nothing like going to Walmart. There's even the ones where all of the like a lot of the farms they'll be roasting the chilies outside of the store. So you're walking in and you're just like, oh my god, it smells so good.
Oh man,
yeah.
I wish the Walmarts around here roasted their chilies right out front. Oh, that would be so good. Honestly, I'm lucky any of the Walmarts around here even know that, you know, what seasoning is. So
you got some salt and pepper? Yeah.
We get it's that kind of a deal.
Tony
They don't know.
Cheshire?
You know how hard it is for me to like go out and find, like, if I want to make my jerk chicken and try to find actual Scotch bonnet peppers is like impossible here. So then I got to settle for habaneros, which is like a completely different flavor profile and heat profile, but it still tastes really good. But
just something about it, the way you exactly want it. It's not the same, but like you said, you'll deal with it for now. But
well, you know, again, Scotch bonnet and habanero are like cousins in peppers, so like it works. But Scotch bonnets are a little sweeter.
I like the sweet. That's good.
I'm getting hungry now. I haven't had dinner yet.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, Ed called it. I actually did stop and grab some food. So when I left,
so there's a kung fu school here called Gao's Kung Fu, and it sits on this one road, Harford Road, and they opened up a Panda Express in the shopping center across the street. But if you're coming out of the Giant, you know, which is the grocery store, going, you know, like if you're leaving that Giant and you see the signs, the way they overlap, it totally says Kung Fu Panda Express.
Nice.
Which is, it's great.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, that was perfect. I'm so glad that lined up. I'll have to take a picture of it for people sometime if I remember. Well, see, here you go. Dre saying Puerto Ricans use Scotch bonnets and they are so good, right? Like they are great. I mean, when I say sweet, it's not like they're not spicy. They are hot. They got some Scovilles, but it's just a sweeter flavor profile than your standard habanero. Yeah, midnight
Sweet
Panda.
and heat is awesome. Yeah, sweet and heat together.
Yeah.
God, I got so much stuff. I brought a bag, a Walmart bag with like parts and stuff, and of course, you know, I'd taken some of those pictures. Actually, I was proud of myself on that one, and I kind of thought of you when I took it there, Oz. But I had that one with the skeleton, and the other ones were coming out of the ground, and he was like, so I was up there at the mountains at my uncle's, and I was taking pictures, and I just realized all these parts are still sitting in this bag, and I'm like, God, I got to get all this stuff put back, you know?
Right.
Adam, you want to add this to the stage and share the screen?
Well, like I said, I'm working on the Kickstarter. I don't know if you guys want to share that or not. If you want to just,
there you go.
I'm sharing it.
Ooh,
that's the villain for the.
That's cool.
I could tell he's red and black.
He's obviously the villain,
and he
right?
looks pissed. He looks like Oz's picture.
When I walked by this table at Joe Fest, I like stopped me in my tracks, dude. They look so freaking good sitting there on the table.
What's the thing at the bottom? Is that like another head, or is it like a helmet that goes over?
It's like a mask.
Okay,
that's dope.
Looks cool.
So he's got like all the classic tropes. He's red, black, and he has a villainous mask.
Yep.
But then I love the cheesy, like sci-fi ray gun and fishbowl helmet.
Oh yeah,
for
full
space.
1970s fishbowl.
Perfect.
The fishbowl.
Yeah, and it'll play into the lore as well. Like you can see up in the corner there, it says retro, but it's like it'll sort of like play into. There's like a backstory to why he'll be considered sort of retro, but yeah, it's I'm excited. I'm very much looking forward to sort of being able to share more. And anyway, that's what I've been looking at for the last hour. So
when you can, brother, yeah, definitely share as much as you can. We'll get some words spread out for sure. Because I'm sorry, it's that classic sci-fi like B movie horror trope, and I'm all for it. Like just all for it. There's that faker right there.
It's on the Man-at-Arms body, the Man of War.
Oh yeah, the colors are matching up, kind of, huh?
Some ways, got a little more blue to that head, but
couldn't even tell from here. Yeah.
All right, so Mike's asking what scale, G.I. Joe style? So yeah, 1/12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll scale with classified. It'll scale with sort of that Hasbro 112. The 6-inch scale is probably a better 112 is not quite, but
it's like a
also not
range
110.
nowadays.
It's a 6-inch scale. So it'll scale with G.I. Joe. It'll scale with the Monster Force stuff. It'll scale with the Action Force stuff. It'll scale with the Naughty or Nice Santa line. If that's what you're collecting, you can go that route.
Look, I gotta get my reindeer from Naughty or Nice.
Nothing wrong with space zombies invading Christmas morning. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, and you can get zombie reindeer too, and it's like that's. I will say this: Arlen's been working on the space zombie thing for so long that it's started to seep into the other stuff that he sculpted. So like, there's zombie Santa, there's a zombie reindeer, there's like other Naughty or Nice zombie stuff. Monster Force, there's zombies in there. It's not accidental. That was
it's a zombie infection, right? Like it started from Mars and now it's spreading.
So we'll see whether some of those lines are connected lore wise or not. The sculptor will be connecting as many lines as he can. So
good for Arlen, man. He's doing great work. So let him keep rolling.
I just can't wait to get the vinyl. Is the vinyl going to be part of the Kickstarter?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
I've listened to it so many times.
Yeah.
It's like it suits the just kind of the vibe of it. It's more like a soundtrack than it is like an album, which is perfect. Like when I'm working on the Kickstarter, when I'm doing like whatever, I just have it on repeat. And
When
it's
I was
just
standing
like,
there talking to Arlen and I can't remember his brother's name, but
Ari,
yeah. His brother was so excited when we were talking about the album. He's like, "Yeah, this thing is awesome." And I was like,
yeah. They're
Now
I
I'm
mean, they're just
excited to get
music
that.
nerds.
I wanna
They're
hear
also
that.
like toy nerds that are also, you know, just creative nerds.
Oh yeah.
And so they're
Nothing
just
wrong.
excited to do all that
Those
stuff.
guys are talented across the board, man.
Yeah, so the LP, so it's gonna be like it's gonna be like an actual LP, like a 12-inch pressed record. And right now we're kind of in the process of like trying to figure out, you know, what it's like. It's not gonna be black, right? It's not gonna be black vinyl. It's gonna be translucent red or like marbled or whatever. Like it's gonna be
even
something
better.
Yeah.
For the Kickstarter. It'll probably be like available after. Like we'll kind of
Like
press
a
as many
regular
as are
black vinyl?
ordered in Kickstarter
Right.
in that colorway. But that I'm kind of leaving them to that, but because that's definitely their baby. That's kind of their thing, and then it's just me sort of being like, okay, we don't need a triple gatefold cover for this thing. Like, let's not get too carried away. But as far as like, yeah,
You never know. That might be like the hot seller, though, right? Like,
but it just it becomes cost prohibitive, is what it is.
That's true. That's
The
true.
Mondo He-Man soundtrack has like a pop-up castle, and I bought it just for the pop-up castle.
It's not gonna have. We're not gonna have a pop-up Mars.
Yeah,
That's
pop-up
not really.
But
that's
what
not
about like
really
a
on the
pop-up
book.
rocket? Like it'll
I
be the
don't
whole
think it's gonna have
tower with a
pop-up
rocket
anything, I'll
attached.
be totally honest. It's gonna have cool art and it's gonna be like cool vinyl.
It's a missed
but
opportunity.
it'll be
inflatable bubble astronaut head. That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
open it up and
There you go. Yeah, you can. It's like an origami thing where you have to unfold it and kind of like fold it back together, and it'll create like a 1970s. Like you can run around your living room like you're.
It's got to have a warning label on it, not for actual use in space.
No warning labels like the 1970s. Nothing.
If you go to space with it,
Do whatever you want.
Hey, you know what?
There's no
Let's
rule.
do it. The Darwin Awards will help sort it all out. We'll be better off, supposedly. Yep. Holocaust 2 weeks ago. This week, survival of the fittest, folks. Get on it. That's what the clubhouse loves.
I was looking at record players today. I was like, I guess I need a record player.
I've got like 3 albums, and I don't have my own turntable.
You could buy like a turntable that's cheap for like $35 at Walmart.
I don't want to buy a turntable that's cheap.
I don't either. That's
Gotta
my
be
problem.
a good one.
I have tons of records.
Right.
Because I used to have record players. I used to have a great stereo, 15 or 20 years ago, and I got rid of it all. I didn't have space for it, and I've just never replaced it. And I know for myself, I couldn't get the standalone record player with speakers built in, and it's like what I'm like, nah, that's not why you buy a record. I also used to do like audio engineering, and I know that like a record is that analog. It's like it's the purest version of what gets recorded, assuming you're recording, on analog equipment.
Right, not doing a digital record.
Right. Which people don't understand, but that's another conversation. Probably not this show, or
it could be this show. You never know.
Or for the next 2 hours, we could talk about the difference between audio, like analog and digital recording. If you like the Holocaust, analog recording of audio, and gastrointestinal health, this is the spot for you. You found
hit that like and subscribe.
And what do you do with your collection after you die? Don't forget about that.
Yeah. Let's
get into the morbid. This has kind of been a morbid, dark show.
Posthumous collecting destinations. Yeah.
That's the fun of the clubhouse, though, because we really don't care. Like, it's okay. No topic is like too off topic for this kind of show, right?
And of course, Seattle and Denver tomorrow.
Right.
It's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good. I mean, I'm genuinely because Bonix was the Ducks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Oregon Ducks has been my college team for a while, so I mean, I'm kind of.
He's not going to be a typical rookie either, because he had all that
he's like
experience in
37 years
college.
old.
Yeah, exactly. So he's already been
played
named
like
captain.
27 years of college football.
He's already better than Mr. Unlimited. Oh, I can't stand that fool.
So what do you guys think here in the chat? You know, those of you that are still watching, would you like to see
win the football game? No.
would you like to see a sports panel show come up of us ridiculous toy tubers? Like we'll just get together and do like, not to throw anything else on a Sunday, but we'll figure out a day and we'll do like a panel of just.
No one wants to see any of us talk about sports.
I have to keep those two groups separate. I have my sports group and then I have my toy guys. I got to keep them. That's why I have Kenzo's Customs and Kenzo's Creations. It's
I kind of have to echo that sentiment. Is like I don't even have a sports group. Like sports for me is like, it's weird because like
you're a closet
where I
sports
live
guy.
there's no local team, so all the teams that I like are they're far enough away that like
there's no
real
pro football team in Canada to begin with,
no,
right?
No. And then like it just because I'm not I'm not a fan of
Closest
really
for you
any
is
team
hockey.
because of proximity. It's because of like whatever reason, and I have teams in like every sport in like tons of leagues all over the world that I like, but it's not because of a fan base that is near me, which is really weird.
So you're not a homer, like you're not what people would describe as a homer.
Right? No,
that's me. All my home teams that's who I like.
Well, see, for me growing up,
easy, right? So,
being a football town here in Baltimore, but then we didn't have a football team from 85 to 96.
Yeah.
So it was like you had to go for whatever was closest. That was either Washington Redskins or
stick with Indianapolis. Huh?
No.
You don't like them for moving out at night.
Too soon, Kenzo. Too soon.
Fuck them. They, at least when we got the Browns, we left the name, and we left all the stats in Cleveland. Like that all stayed, right? We got their team, but all new branding, all new records. Fucking Indianapolis took the fucking Colts, the name, the stats. Like, Baltimore's got like, what is it, like
Baltimore
6
has
Super
records.
Bowls? Yeah, no.
They're related to violent crimes.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, we have more murders in Baltimore than we do days in the year. I'm just saying.
And
folks.
Ray Lewis.
That was in Florida. That doesn't count.
Are you talking about his violent crimes, Kenzo? His record of violent crimes?
Allegedly.
Earlier, I guess.
Right? Allegedly, right? But we just, like that. It's a very sore topic even now, right? And so growing up, it was like I rooted for the Steelers, which now I catch shit for because they're like our biggest rival. But like that was the close team, and honestly, Washington having their teams, I always feel like detracts from our sports teams. And it's like, why does Washington, D.C. shouldn't have sports teams, right? Because, like, part of that comes from, like, taxes, and Washington, D.C. people pay taxes, but then they don't have representation. I don't know, kind of like the whole argument about what this country was founded on, taxation without representation. Just put that out there for you D.C. folks. Let's rile it up a little bit there. And, yes, you're absolutely right, Agent Smith. Murder is the #1 sport in Baltimore. See how quick you can run.
That's why they changed the basketball team from the Bullets to, that's Washington, but in that area. But you changed the Bullets to the Wizards because they didn't want to have that bad reputation,
Yeah.
The Bullets.
Now they're magically killing people.
Yeah, now they're going, huzzah, you're dead.
They cast Fireball, friendly fire was on. All right, guys, I think this is a good spot to wrap it up here for the night. Fireballs toasting everybody. I want to thank everybody who's in the chat for joining tonight and hanging out with us. It's been a blast. And, you know, again, congratulations, Allison, on the 1K. You know, you deserved it. You worked hard for, you know, that whole year. And hopefully we were able to, you know, again, I've got the link to the playlist. It was pinned in the chat. If you guys want to go click on that, have it run on a Chrome tab in the background, and then, you know,
Had it
you
running
guys get
all
those
stream.
watch-outs.
Heck yeah.
That's right. That's right. The only times I stopped was when I was on my phone streaming.
Yeah.
So, all right, folks. Thank you all for being here, and we'll see you next Saturday. Take care.
Peace.